हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सबका। मेरा नाम है ओशन शर्मा और पीएमपीएल की तैयारियां जैसे शुरू हुई थी प्लेयर्स की, वो अब अपने अंजाम पर पहुंचना शुरू हो चुकी हैं। टीम्स बहुत मेहनत कर रही हैं अपने आप को ऊपर रखने के लिए, काइंड ऑफ स्लेइंग द कंपटीशन। और अगर स्लेइंग की बात करें, एक ऐसी टीम आती है दैट स्लेइंग इट एब्रप्टली। मैं बात कर रहा हूं एएसएल की अब्रप्ट स्लेयर्स, और उनके प्लेयर्स से बात जानेंगे कि उनकी स्ट्रैटेजीज क्या हैं, उनके माइंडसेट क्या है इस टूर्नामेंट को लेकर के। सो गाइस, बिफोर वी जस्ट स्टार्ट विद एवरीथिंग, व्हाई डोंट यू गाइस जस्ट इंट्रोड्यूस योरसेल्व्स?
My name is Tarun Roniar and my in-game name is ASL Chari, and my role for the team is leading the team, so-called IGL of the team.
My name is Rajul Digrai. I'm from Kathmandu. My in-game name is ASL ElementriX and I play as a support assaulter for my team.
Hello, my name is Nisal Khatka. I'm from Kathmandu, Nepal, and my role in the team is support assaulter.
Hello, my name is DRS. My in-game name is Joker, and I'm into Tiger Pharmacy.
Shari, we have seen you from the previous PMCO as well. उस टाइम PMCO, PMPL पूरी जर्नी आपकी रही है. This time as well, right? PMCO and अभी PMPL में आप हैं ही हैं. So पिछली बार की टीम और इस बार की टीम में प्लस आपके माइंडसेट में क्या-क्या चेंजेस आए हैं with that experience, grasping all those knowledgeable stuff from other teams as well, learning everything. So how has the journey been for you personally and for you with this team?
Yeah, so I started playing from Team T2K for the PMCO, and we were not that experienced to win the actual tournament, like win PMCO fall split or PMPL, because they were more experienced players than us, right? So we have been learning, and this PMPL is going to be different. We are going to give everything we've got, and most probably we're going to win.
Hopefully I'll be hoping for that. And then, so your team, I would just direct this question to Heaven. आपकी टीम में बहुत सारे एक तरीके से सपोर्ट प्लेयर्स हैं, आप भी तो सपोर्ट प्लेयर्स का एक तरीके से किस तरीके का रोल आप देखते हैं एक टीम के अंदर?
बेसिकली वो सेकंड मैन जब पुश करना है और कवर फायर्स देना है, उसमें मैं सपोर्ट देता हूँ उसमें।
और यही सेम चीज़ मैं नोवा के ऊपर भी लाना चाहूँगा कि आपका पर्सनली किस तरीके का योगदान रहता है टीम के अंदर जब आप खेल रहे हो? वैसे जब कॉल्स आती हैं, आईजीएल की कॉल कुछ रहती है, प्लस अगर आपको आगे जाना है, आपको सपोर्ट करना है, तो आपका योगदान गेम्स के अंदर कैसा रहता है?
बेसिकली आईजीएल अगर कॉल दे तो मैं सब जगह वो मैं देखता हूँ स्काउटिंग जैसे।
एंड जोकर, अभी जिस तरीके के मैचेस एंड ऑल चल रहे हैं, जो चीज़ें चल रही हैं, आपके माइंडसेट किस तरीके का बन चुका है? बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली देखिए, नॉर्मल प्रैक्टिस जब होती है, उसके बाद जो एक प्रॉपर पीएमसीओ रोड मैप होता है, पीएमपीएल रोड मैप होता है, उन सब के बीच में प्रैक्टिस का कहीं ना कहीं डिफरेंस आता है। पहले आप चाहे दिन के 2 घंटे प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हैं, बाद में आपको दिन के 4-5 घंटे देने पड़ते हैं। सो वो किस तरीके से होता है? आप अगर प्रैक्टिस करने जाते हैं, बीइंग दैट एंट्री फ्रैगर, प्रैक्टिस कैसी रहती है आपकी?
हाँ ब्रो, वो तो सिचुएशन बहुत टफ होता है। मतलब वो पहले वो हम फ्रीली खेल सकते थे, मगर अब सब लोगों का स्कोर अच्छा है ना, तो इसलिए बस केयरफुल होना चाहिए, अवेयर होना चाहिए, और मेरे को बस 2 रन लेना ही लेना है।
एंड शारी, वंस अगेन आई विल कम बैक टू यू। एंड मेरा सवाल आपसे इस चीज़ के ऊपर रहेगा कि जैसे हमने देखा है, आप पहले T2K का आपने नाम लिया, उसके बाद आप अब्रप्ट स्लेयर्स में आए हैं, तो लाइक हैज़ देयर बीन सम प्रेशर कि एकदम से नई टीम बनती है तो हल्का सा प्रेशर आता है कि क्या इसके साथ वो सिनर्जी बैठेगी जो पहले वाले प्लेयर्स के साथ थी? अगर बैठेगी तो किस तरीके से बैठेगी? कभी कभी ऐसा होता है जल्दबाजी में आपके कॉल्स नहीं लिए जा सकते, जल्दबाजी में किसी और प्लेयर के सामने कुछ और सिचुएशन होती है, सो उन सब चीज़ों को आप कैसे टैकल करते हैं?
Yeah, so प्रेशर तो उतना नहीं होता है, क्योंकि आफ्टर ऑल you all need the coordination in the teammates, right? So pressure तो उतना नहीं था, लेकिन I had to see how these players play the game, right? How they are comfortable with playing the game. So उतना pressure तो नहीं था, लेकिन हाँ, we are better than the previous team, I guess.
प्रॉपर्ली मैं ये बोलूँगा ज़रूर। एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम यू शारी, आपको मैंने भी पर्सनली खेलते हुए काफ़ी बार देखा है। मैं आप बाकी तीनों से जानना चाहूँगा एक एक चीज़ जो आपके अंदर पॉजिटिव आई है इस टीम के अंदर आने के बाद। बिकॉज लाइक ऐसा कुछ जो आपको लग रहा हो कि आप प्रैक्टिस कर चुके हो, मे बी किसी के रिफ्लेक्सेस हो सकते हैं, मे बी किसी का गन पावर हो सकता है, मे बी किसी के स्किल्स हो सकते हैं। अगर आप लोग बताना चाहें कोई ऐसी चीज़ जो आपकी इंप्रूव हुई है अब्रप्ट स्लेयर्स ज्वाइन करने के बाद।
पर्सनली मेरा तो टीम वर्क इम्प्रूव हो गया है, एंड इंक्लूडिंग चारी के इंक्लूजन से
मेरा तो वो कॉल पे वो सब मूव होता है अभी, और गन पावर में भी थोड़ा अप हो गया जैसा मुझे लगता है।
एक्चुअली वी वर लैकिंग एक्सपीरियंस व्हिच वी गॉट फ्रॉम चरी, अनि अहिले अभी वो चरी की मदद से वो हमारा रोटेशन और वो टीम कोऑर्डिनेशन है ना, वो सब मतलब पहले वो हम दम होते थे, मतलब प्रॉपर डिसीजन नहीं निकालता था ना, इसलिए अब चरी की वजह से वो प्रॉपर रिजल्ट करता है, इसलिए हमें बहुत दिक्कत नहीं होती।
जी जी, काफ़ी सही। सो अब मेरा आप लोगों से एक और सवाल रहेगा। देखिए, सबके फेवरेट प्लेयर्स होते हैं। आप बहुत सारी ऑडियंसेस के, यहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोग जो देखते हैं ये मैचेस, उनके आप लोग फेवरेट प्लेयर्स होंगे। बट आपके पर्सनली फेवरेट प्लेयर्स कौन से? अगर आप चारों बताना चाहें कि हु इज़ लाइक दैट वन प्लेयर इन द ग्लोबल स्केल जो आपको लगता है कि इनका गेम प्ले बहुत कुछ सिखाता है।
So for me, my personal favorite is OR Mavi from India. वो सेंटर खेलते हैं मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स, ठीक है? तो लाइक दैट्स व्हाट यू हैव गॉट टू डू टू विन द गेम एक्चुअली।
और मेरा तो जोनाथन है, इंडिया का टपाटप।
मेरा तो BTR से राइजन।
XK ऑर्डर है मेरा फेवरेट प्लेयर, XK ऑर्डर।
काफ़ी सही, काफ़ी सही। खैर शरी, मैं आपसे एक और सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा और ये सवाल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा। एंड द क्वेश्चन इज के वेयर डू यू सी योर टीम बाय द एंड ऑफ दिस टूर्नामेंट, एंड ऑफ PMPL? लाइक वेयर डू यू सी योरसेल्फ ग्रोइंग एज एन इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर, योर टीम ग्रोइंग एज अ टीम, एंड द पोजीशन प्रोबेबली?
We are confident enough that we can win this tournament actually. So if not win, at least top 3.
होपफुली होप फॉर द बेस्ट जिस तरीके से भी होगा। एंड मैं आप लोगों को बोलना चाहूँगा ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर ऑल द फ्यूचर एंडेवर्स जो आप लोगों को होने वाले हैं। एंड प्रोबेबली नेक्स्ट टाइम जब मैं आप लोगों से बात कर रहा हूँ, आप लोग क्वालिफाई कर ही चुके होंगे आगे वाली चीज़ों के लिए। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर गिविंग योर प्रेशियस टाइम एंड ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर ऑल द थिंग्स।
It's time again to conquer the battlefield. Twenty squads, 16 days of action. Fight for the top 2 spots. More than $200,000 on the line. Get ready for the PMPL South Asia Season 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny, your host, again joining you guys today on day 4 of week 2, ladies and gentlemen. And week 2 has been pretty interesting. The teams, as we said, that dominated week 1 of the competition seem to have fallen down. On the other side, we do have new teams rising up to the occasion and challenging the throne that's for the first position on the leaderboard, and also the prize money that is involved in this tournament. But before we get the show started, I have to introduce to you guys again the family that I have here with me. And I'm going to start over with my left-hand side, as always, ladies and gentlemen, where we have the amazing commentators, Fixes and Experiment.
Well, thank you as always, Johnny. And I love the fact that you call us family. We are one big happy family. And again, day 4 promises a lot of action. And you know what? I personally cannot just wait right now. I want the action to start now.
You know what I want? I want the 6 chicken dinner to come out from maybe FutureStation or
Was
maybe
it
D2K.
this?
But they have
Yes.
Was this
but they
right?
have limited games today.
Yeah. FutureStation, they only have 1 game. But there's another team that's reached the 5 chicken dinner marks, that is T2K. And, well, one thing we're going to hope for, we still have 1 more week for that, is while we all of us are here, we're going to hope that the world record for the most chicken dinners in a single tournament gets broken. That is going to be 7.
I think we're going to see a few more records being broken today. And you know what I'm hoping for? The big 2-0 is coming, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, the big 2-0. We're going to cheer for that once we head to the game. But ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to introduce our analyst for this tournament. It is going to be Shadow and Ocean. How are you guys? Last day of week 2 with Group C, the group with FutureStation, the team with 5 chicken dinners and a good momentum for themselves. Just 1 game for them today.
Yes, just 1 game for them and already 5 chicken dinners in their hands. I think they are still looking very good. I don't think 1 more chicken dinner, let's get closer to that 7 chicken dinners, I think.
But then, you know, that thing's going to happen next week if you talk about it, because today they had just have 1 game and then, you know, those weekly prizes will be distributed. So, not just a team, 1 player is going to get reached as well.
Exactly. I mean, that's going to be quite an interesting thing to see, ladies and gentlemen. But before we move forward with the day, we are going to have to refresh our memories as to what exactly is happening right now. Let's have a look at the format and see exactly where we are with our journey. So it was supposed to be a 3-week-long league stages, out of which week 2 is going to end today with the 5 matches that come following this. But it is going to be interesting to see how teams are going to progress, because it is 5 matches per day, and at the end of the league stages, only the top 3 teams from every single group will qualify for the finals. The 16th team, the last remaining slot, is going to go to the best of the remaining teams. And talking about the finals, talking about qualifying to the finals, There, the top 16 teams will play for 4 days, 5 matches every single day. So that is 20 games of intense PUBG Mobile action to see the 2 teams that will be moving forward to the Global Championship.
I mean, that's totally true. Those 2 slots, obviously no one knows what there is. But for these 16 slots, vaguely we have top 3, top 3, top 3, and there's 247 vaguely just out there faintly with their name. So I think like we kind of have a picture of this one, but you know, it just takes one day to change everything. That is one thing that we have seen with all the teams coming forward.
Exactly, that is one thing we have seen, but also it is quite intense, right? Because apart from qualifying for the Global Championship, you do have the prize money involved as well. $200,000 for the entire PMPL South Asia. $65,500 has been allocated for the league stages, ladies and gentlemen, and the prize pool distribution is in front of us. Now, we always talk about what the teams are going to take from this prize pool distribution, but today we are going to focus on that weekly prize money. Team with the most points per week is going to take $2,000 home with them, which last week was FutureStation. And MVP of the week last week was Rafat, was $500 richer, but this time he's nowhere on the list to be the MVP of the week. Instead, it was the man who finished on the 2nd position, Steel Shot, who's leading the charge right now.
Exactly. As of now, Steel Shot is looking pretty good, but again, 1 game, 2 game, maybe someone will be out there. Obviously, he had pretty good kills for him yesterday. Yep. He had pretty good kills for him in the previous 2 days as well. But now it's the 4th day. This is where, you know, it all just comes down to this ending slope where it's kind of you break momentum here, because 3 days later, that's next week.
Either you can look at it as an ending slope, or you can it as a home stretch. You have to rush through, and Steel Shot definitely will have to rush through. We're going to have a look at the point distribution system right now, ladies and gentlemen, and see how things go down over there. As the 1st position takes home 15 points in every single match. 2nd position gets 12 points for the game. 3rd position will get 10 placement points. Points keep on dropping. But majority of the points that we have noticed do come from the kills. It is that 1 kill, 1 point that is making sure that teams like 7C are not outside of the top 10, but instead are inside the top 4.
Yes, kill points, I agree, do matter, but we have seen Team Bablu who have high position points, but kind of low kill points, and 7C. In fact, we talked about it yesterday also, how these 2 teams are not able to keep a balance between position points and kill points. So I think you need to focus on both the things.
Exactly, both things need to be balanced out, but now it is time to have a look at the group-wise standings, because as we were saying, it is 16 matches every single week. Every single team is supposed to play 48 games by the time they come to an end of the league stages. Group A is going to be coming back into the action, but as we have a look of the standings, I mean, it is quite close over here as well.
I mean, talking about it, T2KSG, 290 points, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE 195. That difference in its own self is pretty amazing. Assiduous Esports 188 and INES 146. I mean, INES is trying to give a good run for their money, yes, but we'll have to see what happens. But Group B has 7C Esports 239, Abrupt Slayers 220 for themselves. That's pretty close to 7C. P and Crew 219. That's close to Abrupt Slayers. But R3D, on the other hand, is still yet to touch a 100 mark point as of now.
Yes, and they are having a tough competition because PN Crew has got 219 points. They have to cover up a lot of points. On the other hand, if we talk about 247, even though they are sitting at the bottom, but the difference between 240 and 184 is not that much. 1 or 2 good games and chicken dinners and double-digit kills, I think they can come up to 3rd position, but ElementriX is stepping up. They are performing consistently. They just need 1 chicken dinner, and we might see ElementriX at the 2nd position, overtaking FutureStation. On the other hand, if we talk about PAINxELMT, the only good thing about PAINxELMT versus R3D is the difference between Stalwart Esports points and PAINxELMT. If they perform in the next week, like we have seen DRS performing this particular week, despite being at the bottom, they are now, after 4 matches of this week, they are sitting at the 5th position, if I'm not wrong. So PAINxELMT can do this because 180 and 64 is not that much difference that they can't cover it up in next coming week.
I mean, probably that's totally true, but we'll have to see Group E as well. As you know, we are going with the discussions, and Group E has DEADEYES, guys, DRS Gaming, Team Bablu, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. All right, 269, 260. That's the difference. DRS Gaming, just like you said, this week was amazing for this team. They had 2 chicken dinners, and now they are looking for the 1st position in their consecutive group. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, on the other hand, is kind of fumbling, not a lot though, as Team Bablu 228, 176, they can manage to get it this one, provided Team Bablu has bad games. But for that, you know, they'll have to come up with some strategies. But well, we saw 296, 295, 293 we are definitely going to see a 300 marker today.
Definitely. 300 is going to be, I mean, a lot of teams, I'm expecting a lot, in fact, a lot of teams to actually cross that 300 mark threshold by the end of today. But as we were talking about it, Team Bablu, they have 3 chicken dinners for themselves. They've had incredible performances, but still, even with 3 chicken dinners, they are sitting on the 3rd position in their own group, which is quite interesting. I mean, and also, we were discussing this as well. 3 chicken dinners all on the same map, Miramar.
And yet, no one's the, the sniper for the team as of now, and that's where it comes down. You are, having rushers, you're having support as well, and Tyrant. This guy definitely, if there's a plus sign right next to him, this guy definitely is a support player. I mean, he is a pretty good assault if you want to just, come up with everything. We have seen him play previously as well, and we know what this guy is capable of. Teen Wolf, an incredible IGL when it comes to those IGL strategies, how you have to rotate through the zone, how to take fight against the zone, and all those things. This is where PNQ was taken down by this team, and that's where it just comes down. 2 players. If one of them is Tyrant and he's surviving, he's pretty good with his decisions and pretty good with filtering the calls of what IGL gives and where he actually gives it. And that's where it all just comes down.
So this guy as well, Bablu Pikachu. He's someone whose stats we did not see, but has been sort of a pretty active and pretty deadly member of the squad. Whenever required, steps in, comes in as a sub, and has been pretty incredible with his performances.
Yes, and if we talk about this particular fight, there comes the difference. Team Bablu Plus, even they were the first to get knocked over. Their 2 players were knocked out. Still, they were able to take down the plus of Team ElementriX because of the lack of coordination and synergy between the Team ElementriX, not giving proper calls, like you said about the IGL. And here was, I think, a little mishap from the plus of Team Bablu. They were able to eliminate Assiduous Esports, but at the cost of losing their own 2 players.
Exactly, and it is pretty incredible to see what this team is going to bring to the table. I mean, so far they have sort of managed to stay in the position from where they can safely say that, all right, we're going to be moving forward to the finals and we're going to see how we compete over there. But I think, Ocean, I think you're going to agree with me on this one. We still would like to see the old aggressive form from this team back again. Because that time, I mean, at that time, the form wasn't really suited to the point system that was there. The point system back then used to reward you for staying and surviving to the later stages rather than just getting kills blindly. This time, getting kills is what gets rewarded.
But at that time, also Team Bablu used to go for the kills. You remember, Miramar is where they used to go for it. We have seen this one. All the guys, going on the hills and getting 1v4s, 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 and 1v4s.
Exactly. I mean, that was pretty incredible. They do that now. I think they are going to get a lot of points for this. So let's move forward. Let's move forward with our discussion and move on to another team that yesterday got 2 back-to-back chicken dinners and have sort of put up a lot of pressure on the teams that are leading the leaderboard right now, ladies and gentlemen. It is T2K SG on the screen right next to me, right here.
If we talk about T2K, the way they started this tournament was pretty amazing. In fact, we had high hopes from this team very starting. They got the, I think, 2nd position, 15 kills, and second match again 2nd position and 6 kills. Later on, they started having few bad games, but not so much inconsistent that they were in the top in their own particular group. If you remember, they were always on the top, and in fact, they are always kill hungry. Even when they were getting a chicken dinner, they got 10 kills. Yesterday was an amazing performance with 13 kills, 6 kills coming in, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, and 10 position points even when they were not getting the chicken dinners. So I think this is the reason T2K has been consistent. Even if they are not finishing in the top, they are having good kills in their hands, and this was the T2K we saw day 1, and they are coming back.
I mean, talking about Jane, this guy has 46 kills for himself. It's about to touch 50 marker. That's where a few players have reached, but man, this guy, he knows when to spray, he knows when to use the tap shots, he knows when to actually, go with the accuracy and against the accuracy and then the other players. So back-to-back chicken dinners, when SCT2K actually got those, it's about one thing. It's about how the team composedly plays. Like, you're calm with everything and you're composed with your decisions, and that's where I would say this team kind of shines with the play modes and with the aggressions when it comes up. Frankie is an impressive player, 29 kills for himself, as well as Zod, 21 kills. I mean, there are a couple of players. Previously, we talked about Team Bablu, now we're talking about this team. There are a couple of things. In Team Bablu, alright, talking about KPM, no player has reached that 1 KPM marker, but in this team, it's like maximum number of players are there with 1 point something KPM, and that, you know, kind of makes them kill hungry. But with those kills, you have to control your aggression as well.
One more thing with T2K is they always try to get the higher ground, be it any map over there. And yesterday we saw it is not only when the zone is favoring them towards a military base or something. Yesterday we saw the zone was completely at the Stalwart area. Despite that, T2K had to take the longer rotation, make themselves vulnerable for a long time. Despite that, they got the chicken dinner, and I think with 19 kills.
And it was pretty impressive. I mean, because you look at that, you're talking about 19 kills. These players have the survival time, the average survival time of 19 minutes.
Yeah.
And that is quite early considering, like, 2 days ago we had 2 Miramars and 2 Vikendi matches wherein the average game time goes 25 minutes plus. So, low average survival time, still getting those kills is how T2K somehow managed to survive. But there is another team, ladies and gentlemen. There is another team that specifically in this week have popped off so hard that they've blown. I mean, my mind is completely blown. I'm talking about DRS Gaming. So we are talking about weekly prize money of $2,000, right? T2K SG, they are sitting at 138 points just as of this week. DRS Gaming is sitting on the first position. T2K is second, DRS is on the first with 166. The difference is there. They are going to be playing today as well. And if the momentum that they built for themselves yesterday actually transitions to today, the difference is going to be it's going to keep on growing. So here we have a comparison of DRS Gaming with themselves. In fact, it is going to be week 1's performance versus their performance in week 2 so far in the 3 days.
Look at this, how much it has changed. 12,000 damage given, 12,000 damage taken. They had more damage taken than damage given in the first week. Now it's 15,000 damage given and 9,869 damage given. That's a pretty good ratio. It's like 1.4-ish ratio. Then 49 kills, did not touch 50. But in 2 days right now, they are down there at 75 kills. That's a big number. 6.82. Even if they come down, get 0 points, 0 kills.
I don't want that.
And no one wants that, but it's still going to go to 4.5. That's bigger than 3.06 that they had in 4 days.
You know what I want? So that's the thing. 4 days they had 49 kills, right?
Yeah.
In 3 days they have had 75 kills. I want them to do that 16 matches, 100 kills.
Oh, that will be amazing. That will be impressive. So, DRS Gaming, you know, I would say this team goes with mind-bending games. Obviously, you cannot bend the minds and all those things, but right now you see these grenades, you see the throwables, the usage of how to get inside the zones, and how to, you know, just stay inside the zones and all those things. Plus, if they see someone, if there's a call, they just go for the shots and everything. And yeah, they actually bend minds with all those things.
I think what changed with DRS in week 1 and week 2 was some of the roster changes. Earlier, they were not getting that backline support which was needed. They were always perfect with their grenades and utilities since day 1 and even in week 2 also. The only thing lacking was the support or the backline support that is needed. And we saw that when the players of Team DRS Galzin rushed into the players of Team DEADEYES with that vehicle. He got the instant backup that was required when Galzin just got knocked out. And later on, they took the DE out of the game.
Yeah, exactly, and it is incredible, and the roster change that you're talking about is Blend actually stepping in for the team, and it has been pretty incredible. I mean, we were talking about it, teams sort of trying out different combinations of their own rosters to see what it works in week 1, and well, DRS Gaming, they have figured out finally what works for them.
They were sitting at the bottom. If you remember, week 1, they were consistently at the bottom 5 in the overall standings. And now they have taken a jump slowly and steadily. Not slowly and steadily, aggressively they have taken it. And now they are sitting at the top 5.
Exactly, pretty aggressive. I mean, they are pretty aggressive and pretty deadly, DRS Gaming in week 2 specifically. But it was a reset yesterday. I mean, we did end a day of on T2K getting a good chicken dinner for themselves. But how is today going to go? That is going to be a big question. And the question is going to be answered in a few moments, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at the schedule before we get the matches started and see the maps that we have lined up for you guys today. So things are going to start off on the land of Miramar with Group D sitting out for their last game of today. And it is going to be teams from Group A, B, C, and E playing. Then, in match number 2, Group D is going to come back into the battleground, and Group C is going to be taking a break for the entire day, in fact. They are not going to be playing the next 4 matches. Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, Vikendi. The 4 matches, matchup number 2, match 3, match 4, and match 5. Group C is not going to be playing. That means it is going to be Venom Legends not playing, ElementriX not playing, FutureStation not playing, and 247 also not playing those matches.
But the teams that are going to be playing are going to be all the top teams. Venom Legends, FutureStation, DRS and T2K. All the teams which had a very good day yesterday.
Yeah, they had a good day, but in one game, what can you do? I mean, I want to ask you guys predictions. Last game for FutureStation and last game for Venom Legends.
Yeah.
Do you, and ElementriX, do you think they can finally get a chicken dinner?
If we remember the pattern that has been happening since day one, the teams which having the last match of the day, they outperform. So I will go with FutureStation.
Bablu owns the Miramar.
All
Bablu owns the Miramar.
Ocean has spoken, ladies and gentlemen. Ocean has spoken again. It is a Miramar game. He's going to root for Team Bablu again. And I'm going to move over this desert land again. To the commentators, Fixes and Experiment. Who do you think owns Miramar?
I see you in the distance over there. I see some movement. There we have it. Let's see.
Let's your head like that. We'll just shoot you down.
You shouldn't.
Yeah.
Let me pick a team. You know, we did kind of mention that it is going to be ElementriX's last game for this week, and we're going to stick to our word. You and I, we are rooting for ElementriX.
Well, for me, it's going to be FutureStation. 6 chicken dinners.
I mean,
you got to do this, man. You got to put up the fingers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you sure that's 6? This boy does know how to count. The education system does work. But anyway, with that, I guess it is going to be time for the first game. And, well, it is going to be in Miramar. Now, Fixes, what are we expecting? Because I do believe since it is the last day of the week, week 2 of gameplay, it's going to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, of course, you know, no doubts at that. And I think we might get to see some initial fights happening at El Azhar. If you remember, 3 squads dropping off, 3 big teams, and they might just go after each other. Well, the teams that are kind of lacking behind might just go completely YOLO, like you mentioned. So anything can absolutely happen.
Well, let's see if it is going to go to El Azhar, because we are going to have to find out where the plane is going to be taking us. But before we do that, let's have a look at all our participants, all the players who are going to be participating in this game. Now, one thing that is going to pop out, that is going to stick out like a sore thumb, is that big black box over there. And I do believe that means that a team is not participating today.
Yeah, and that is Team 247 not really coming out. And well, they were doing good. If you know, after 3 weeks, had they kept on that performance, maybe they could have qualified for the finals.
I mean, if you think about it, they are bottom of their group with 184 points, but you know what the rules are, right? I mean, the 16th team that goes to the finals is going to be the best out of all of them, and they have a good chance, but I do believe they are going to be throwing that away. Well, it could be anything. It could be technical issues. It could be a host of things, but all the other players are here. They are definitely ready to get some action on, and as usual, Rated is going to be all smiles. Well, as usual, I just love that guy.
You know, no empathy for 247 out there from any of the players. They're all happy. Okay, so now we won't be 16 at least. You know, we can get a better position, get a better outing. But with that being said, the flight path trajectory has already begun, and well, it's heading all the way from La Cumbreria to Chumasera.
We are going to be heading down south, and well, we might see some. Now we were talking about El Azhar.
Yes.
It is a long way off, so they are going to have to vie for some vehicles. And well, since 247 are not playing, you know, Hacienda del Patron is going to be up for grabs. And I'm only talking about one thing. I'm talking about that golden Mirado. I mean, someone needs to take that car out for a spin.
You know, you're very particular about your rights, ain't you? But you know, right now, what I'm really surprised with is with the fact that the teams that are actually contesting for the vehicles, if they see that they cannot go to a different drop location, in fact their preferred drop location, they rather choose something else. So maybe that's a good thing at one point, that they're well prepared, they have their plan B and plan C. But at the other hand side, on our perspective, right, we kind of don't get to see that early game action. That hurts me.
No, but then the thing is, right, I mean, you got to be versatile. Now, you can't just be dropping at one place, especially in a map like this, which is huge. And you got to be versatile. You got to be able to adapt to any situation. That is something that I do believe all teams should consider, you know, when they are formulating their plans and whatnot. And of course, you can't keep going to the same place because, well, like we talked about El Azhar, the plane path was totally on the different side this time, so that is going to be far away. And have a look at the first circle. there is something that we are going to get out of this. We wanted to see some action in Los Leones. We want to see some urban warfare. You know what? That might just happen today.
Yeah, of course. You know, Los Leones completely changes the mechanics of how the game is supposed to be played in Miramar, to be honest, because you need a lot of grenades, you need a lot of high grounds, a lot of, you know, tall buildings out there, a lot of open buildings out there. So you have to choose every single decision really wisely, because you need to make sure that either you're in the center or are you playing from the edges. A lot of things really come into play when you have a circle like Los Leones. But in the past, we have seen similar circles. Kind of they tend to go around Los Leones, but when the curveball really comes in, in that particular moment, it kind of shifts maybe just towards the eastern side or maybe towards the southern side. So this gives a good advantage to the players of T2K. In fact, they also might get there another chicken dinner.
I mean, they could. They have.
One,
they are coming on back-to-back chicken dinners over here right now. So basically, technically, if you think about it, if they walk away the winners in this game, it is going to be a hat trick. It is going to be if you actually think about it, right? Because it's going to be back-to-back
games. Do I change my predictions right now?
I
Do I get that luxury to do that?
Let's just do what we are doing right now. We see that's the beauty about talking, right? I mean, we can come up with all our things. Let's see what is actually going to happen. But right now, we have ElementriX on our screens, and I like the fact that they have gone with a little bit of a roster change this time. Orange is playing Fixes.
Well, that's quite interesting, considering Team ElementriX, despite being a very wonderful team, being there in in the top 5 consistently, but still they're opting for Orange. An old player has really stepped up, and he synergizes well with Mr. Hyozu, so that might really work out. But talking about that one empty blank that we see 247. Oh my goodness.
I mean, like we said, it could be any reason, but we are going to focus on the people that have actually shown up. And just going back to ElementriX once again, we didn't really get to see a lot of Orange this time around, but like you said, he is of course one of the OGs. He is, and his synchronization and coordination with Mr. Hyozu is second to none. So I guess that might be the little extra oomph that they really need to get that chicken dinner, because like we talked about them, they are in the first half of the leaderboard. They do have a lot of placement points and a lot of kill points, but that delicious chicken dinner just evades them.
The thing with Team ElementriX is that this time around, the new players have really stepped up. Talk about blah 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 and so on. They are the top fraggers for this particular team. Mr. Hyozu has been there for the entry frags, and well, he's not had a good time. He has got a lot of damage though. I was checking the stats, somewhere around more than even 6,900. But kind of add that up with very less amount of kills. So conviction is definitely lacking. He gets those knocks, but they aren't able to get those confirmations out there.
Absolutely. And right now we had something that breaks the silence. We had our first few shots of this game, and well, that is not going to make any difference, because Ayush was shooting off way in the distance as R3D were walking around. Now, BN Crew, now these guys, again, they've also been at that stage that they've had those back-to-back chicken dinners, and they kind of fell off. They didn't fall off the map, but they haven't shown that. Well, that was a little bit of a neat trick over there. Shaw gets off his bike, mid-air, gets back on again. I mean, we can't do that in real life, but you definitely can't do that in these games. But now, coming back to what I was saying, to be honest with you, I lost my chain of thought, because that was awesome.
Talk about motocross madness right now. You remember that game we used to play back in the days? Childhood memories, the 90s. The kids of the 90s will definitely understand to what we were talking about. But talk about R3D. Well, they've been pretty amazing during the PMCO finals. This is a squad, that loves to play with the positionings. So their positioning is really good. If they kind of work around their kill department, they can do better. But with their current, progression, I think they need much more than that. They need a lot of kills, in fact. And they have been only shining in that one particular map, that is Vikendi. But let's see if they can turn things around today.
We will find that out, as all the teams are now going to moving to the circle. They want to make sure that they get a little bit of safe haven as the subsequent circles are going to be coming in. And look at T2K. They are pretty much the southernmost team inside the circle, and they are comfortable. They are not going to have to move around, well, that much. But let's see where this next circle is going to take us, because, I don't know, where do you want it to go? You know what I want? Something around Puerto Paraiso. I want to see some, I don't know, I'm a dreamer, maybe just that little island that is still in play. What if the action in the final circles heads over there? That'll be pretty epic.
You know, that would be, but you know, technically it's kind of a bit difficult. Because
I mean, the whole idea is to throw a wrench in everyone's plans.
Okay. But you know, right now, what I would love to see is the players of T2K taking that eastern high ground advantage in Los Leones, because every single time the circle forms like this, it kind of tends to go around that area, or maybe it shifts towards La Bendita. So those are the few areas that will be very crucial. But what we see is the duel. You know, that Abrupt Slayers and Assiduous Esports rivalry coming out there.
I love this rivalry. It's all about ASC versus ASL. Now, one of these ASs is going to be coming out on top. It looks like Jivan Crazy is the first one who got knocked to his knees. Now, Heaven is in a good position, and Chari and Joker are going to be securing his left flank, trying to make sure they can get any angles that they can on the enemy. Assiduous Esports, on the other hand, I'm going to back off a little bit, and it looks like Jivan Crazy is going to have a little bit of a revive coming in, but elsewhere, Deadeyes guys and ElementriX are tangoing with one another, and they have lost one member apiece. Let's see if they can make anything out of this.
Well, two big guns going after each other pretty early, I must say, and Illusion is wreaking havoc everywhere. He's just peppering down on all these players, but Mr. Hyozu, he's also bleeding, but Shifu will not, you know, survive as rated, could not really make it in time. But, well, Deadeyes have also lost out on one of their players, so it's still even a better trade for the players of Deadeyes, but Sonim with some retaliation fire out there.
Well, there you have it. First blood is going to go ElementriX's way, and now looks like Orange and Mr. Hyozu are going to be picked up, and they might just be a whole squad. Mr. Hyozu's health is dangerously close from depleting, and well, he is now in the ground as we have that tombstone next to his name, but now ElementriX Sonim coming under fire from on top. So the trade-off is complete. Both these squads have lost a member each. Are they going to continue this fight, or are they going to try and back out, possibly get some more loot? Because looking at Deadeyes, guys, I'm kind of happy with the loot situation right now. Plenty of meds, and the armor is pretty good as well.
You know what really caught my eye? It was on top, despite being
the same thing
from Deadeyes. He has the flag of ElementriX, in fact, over there. And you know, to make things even better, he is
fighting
against Team ElementriX, and now, you know, showing mutual respect. Both these squads have decided to back out because they do realize that they need all their players in the final circle, and you know, even winning the fight and then just being remaining as a one-man squad or a two-man squad does not really serve their purpose.
Again, one thing that I did notice over there was Deadeyes guys, they were thinking of trying to push in on ElementriX's position, but the way they were spread out, they didn't have information on all four members, and that is smart fixes. They did not overcommit. They lost one member. Chances are they could have lost another. Maybe they could have been reduced to a one-man squad. So, you know, you got to learn when you need to back off. You've got to have that trigger discipline, and of course, the first airdrop is falling to the ground. It is going to be the big, beautiful M249, and elsewhere we have well, ElementriX still are under fire, and this time it's going to be Assiduous Esports who are doing all the damage.
Well, Hanuel definitely getting that one beautiful knock, and now Team ElementriX will get that revive pretty easily. They do not really have to worry about that. But what Team ElementriX has to really worry about is the next circle shift. Where is it going? Is it going towards the eastern side? Because if it goes down to the east, R3D are in good position. Team P and crew have also chimed in over there. INES is also making a rotation all the way from the northern side towards the eastern area. So they know that those hills are absolutely very, very crucial to take in those final fights.
You know what they say, the hills have eyes, and you've got to be careful because you can get spotted from every single direction, especially since a lot of these teams are so close to one another. Like, the map feed that we have, I can see two clusters forming. Of course, one was on your screens right now, and here is the second. We have high voltage. Nearby, we see T2K, and just around the corner, Team Bablu. There you have it. Team Bablu is going to be vying for position over here as well. Now, it does look like, oh, that is going to be dangerous. Assassin, what are you doing way out in the open? Team Wolf did spot him. He could have maybe shot him a bit better, but Jari from elsewhere comes in and gets the knock. Could Team Bablu steal this kill? Nuh-uh, because Jari is going to confirm what he started.
You know, one thing that I really saw very surprising in Miramar, all the teams are very close to each other very early on. Usually you would anticipate them to be in a distant proximity from each other, but that's not the case over here. But you know, Skylights Gaming, they heard the sound. They know that they've got those chickens moving out in the open, and they are in for a chicken hunt maybe.
I love it. I love the fact that you are calling their prey, their enemies, chickens, and the more they get, well, the closer they get to the
Makes
chicken
sense,
dinner.
right? You know, you win and you get that chicken dinner.
Are you calling the opponents chickens, though? That's my question. Well, till we discuss this, another airdrop has fallen, and it has an M249 again. I guess that is a sign somebody needs to pick that gun up and just shred their opponents, well, through smithereens. Let's wait and see if that is going to happen. But, of course, Jivan Crazy from ASE was lost earlier, and it was courtesy of ASL. Now, the rivalry, I definitely want to see some more action over here, but let's just have a look at how the teams are spread out in the circle. Now, 7C are taking it a little easier this game around. They are going to be playing from the periphery, from the edges. You can have a look at them on your eastern front. Now, once they do start, tangoing with the enemy, they do love getting in the thick and thin of the action, right? But I guess it's all about the warm-up right now. And any second now, the circle is going to make a shift. The question is, are we going to have a drastic one? Or are we going to... all right. It is a bit of a drastic shift. A lot of teams are going to have to travel through Los Leones towards that open wilderness. Well, we were waiting for action. We are going to get our fill really soon.
Yeah, of course. And now I think it is going to make a lot of sense for the players of T2K, still sticking on to their drop location. And now, since they are kind of well aware about the terrain nearby them, they must not have a tough time over here. But Team Bablu definitely being the quicker ones out there, taking that hill compound, and that's going to give them a lot of good advantage. FutureStation, well, considering the fact that Team A1 Esports is not playing in this particular match, so they have managed to secure this particular area. Otherwise, we always see the players of A1 Esports to kind of take these huge compounds.
And they are usually spread out just the way FutureStation are spread out right now, two on either side of this road, because with that you can get basically the command of the whole valley, especially...
Even if you get knocked, you can get the revive on your players.
You can get the revive because you are high up as compared to the enemy. Like I said, you have a good command of the valley all around you. You can have a good 360 vigil, so that is of course important. And the fact that those buildings are still in the zone,
I like it.
I like
Players
well.
are playing together.
I mean, we have a little bit of a boot camp feeling over there, right at home. That is what it's about. I mean, you are a team, and you can play together. But right now, Korkure with that Ratata is trying to lay down a few shots on Venom Legends as they are driving by. But now he himself is going to come under fire. Does he make it? No, he doesn't, because Venom's Shuvo is going to get his knock.
Absolutely, and we just have to see if they are going to commit for it. But elsewhere, Sonim has been knocked over by the players of Venom Legends. But that nade coming out from nowhere. Oh my goodness, the Tron barely surviving on that sliver of HP. Can he clutch it out though? No is the answer, as blah 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 will be taking him down with the Uzi. And now the danger man, Rafit, goes in and blah 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 does know what's coming in for him, but he gets shot from elsewhere. But he does knock down blah blah blah, and now Rafit will go in for that revive.
Rafit is going to try and go for the revive because now he's going to come under heavy fire from ASE. But I'm going to point out something. The way Rafit moved behind that... wait, I'm missing my thing. There was this little... what do you call them? Stacks? Yes. There was a shelf over there, right? The way he moved in to get out of his vision and blah, blah, blah comes in. He's like, oh my God, I definitely know the enemy came in the house. And he just puts a few bullets in him. Let me just say, that was ingenious. Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised I couldn't think of the word shelf. I am forgetting how to English fix this.
It's all right, considering, you're already very good at that.
And but we all make mistakes. I'm just sorry, go for it.
What I really loved about Rafit in this fight was he baited out blah 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 Uzi, right? So the thing with Uzi is that if you go for a pre-fire and if you tend to miss, you're basically done. You need to switch, and within that switching time, if the player pushes in, that's a good, that's dead.
Well, Rated did kind of blow himself up, and Sites Phobia is going to capitalize on them as he gets that confirmation. And looks like the Sites are not done with, well, they are done with DEADEYES guys, because DEADEYES guys have been eliminated from this game. Of course, they are going to be the first team to do so. Remember, we did start this game with 15 and not 16 teams. But right now, Walker with a grenade on Frankie. Ooh, that just bounces outside the window. Had that gone in, I'm pretty sure Frankie would have been in a world of trouble.
Yes, absolutely. He would have been taken down.
Oh, the play zone fixes.
Oh my goodness, the way that,
Wow.
that has taken the shift, and considering the fact that in the next 20 seconds we have the fourth circle moving out, so it kind of tends to get very difficult. But Venom Legends, they have been eliminated since Shuvo died to the circle.
They have been eliminated, and you know, one thing that we are not seeing on our screens right now, I was almost expecting up on our screens, you know, when we have those domination sprees, or when a person goes on a rampage, we see the name, I almost expected the play zone to be there, because it just took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with it in a split second.
You know, that's the beauty of Miramar. It tends to, you know, put you in under those circumstances. You need to have your vehicles, you need to have right covers, because if you do not have your basics right in Miramar, you cannot even survive. But taking a look at this current circle, Code Zero High Voltage seem to be the happier bunch over here. But SCYTES Gaming, they might just be in a bit of a pickle, as we did kind of see the fight between R3D and themselves really starting off.
Yes, sir. Now, since we have the minimap on our screens, I want you all to concentrate towards T2K. Well, there we have it. We are going to take the fight right to them. Now, this is what I want to talk about. Over here, we have a lot of vegetation as compared to the center of the circle. There's not a lot of cover. I'm going to come back to that in a second. T2K is going to go hungry on Hungry Box. 7C are going to be in a world of trouble. And I like the fact that they are picking separate fights. They all have a job to do, and that is how a team should work. And remember, T2K are coming in hot from back-to-back chicken dinners. Let's see if they can put the pressure on INES and R3D at the same time.
I think considering the form that they are going through, it won't be a tough task. But there you go, Orange kind of biting out the dust. And Team ElementriX, with that, they go down on the 13th position. So, well, the disappointment still kind of continues, as they are yet to get a chicken dinner. And now Anubis, well, he's cooked that grenade up and just has to lob it into perfection. And if he gets that, well, Pierre could have been knocked out, but that's not the case over here.
I guess that was a little bit too much of an angle. You need to throw it at the 45-degree angle if you want to get that distance, but that grenade is definitely going to shake a fair bit up. And they realize that, you know, they are going to come under fire. Good decision on their part to back out a little bit. Just make sure that their vehicles are going to be in cover. Elsewhere, ASL and ASE's rivalry is still going on, as I do believe Muffin has been knocked down to his feet. But right now, we are going to focus on the fight over here. T2K are moving in for the kill. Have a look at Anubis' position. Now, Anubis was lobbing grenades from over there. So, of course, his position has been known, and he is under heavy fire, taking shots from the left of our screens right now. But it is going to be Frankie who might just come in and get the knock. Here we go. They face each other, they shoot, they connect. Oh, Frankie almost getting taken down himself. Good shooting from Anubis over there. But, well, the God of Death is down on his luck right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chain definitely getting that confirmation over there. And, well, Entry has spotted out Walker. Will take him down. And along with that, down goes R3D, as their miseries still continues. While they still have to wait for the Vikendi game to really perform. And apart from that, there is no other map that they've been really shining out. But Sandesh, well, taken down by the big man himself. Steel shot. You know, the highest frag. The way he's been playing since the last couple of days, I was kind of flabbergasted watching him play, because that is not the kind of performance that I got to witness during the PMCO. A whole new player.
I mean, yesterday as well, that man was relentless with his DB28, and mind you, he did pick up the big, beautiful AWM as well. We did see that in the kill feed. But right now, T2K's Frankie, he has an idea where 7C's members are. A few shots through the smoke via G.I. Jane. Now, G.I. Jane has been on a rampage as well, but it looks like Zod is going to be moving in. 7C know exactly what's going to happen. Love over here in the back of his buggy, trying to get a few shots, trying to get that TPP advantage over here, but he gets taken out of the smoke. He comes. Boom, that was a little bit of a scary deal right now, but they do get taken down, and with that, 7C Esports are going to be exiting this game in the 11th position. Meanwhile, Frankie is on a little bit of a domination spree. That is a good grenade. INES could be in a world of trouble. In fact, the second grenade is going to make sure that these guys are put on the ground.
And well, down they go. Kirsi to Donnie's. Growths coming out there, speaking out loud. But right now, Team Bablu does have a cover for themselves. They've spotted down the players of Team SCYTES. They've deployed those smokes to kind of block off all those other areas out here. But now Donnie, well, he went for that risky maneuver, wanting to go take that whatever it was there in that airdrop. But I think it has already been looted.
I mean, he did get the level 3 helmet on the west, and that is good enough for right now. Blend with the grenade knock off his own. Meanwhile, Bablu Zebyan gets a knock and a finish on INES entry, and looks like the ASL-ASC confrontation is still going on now. INES Orochi is the last man. Did he get that knock? He did get that knock. That was perfection right there, as Teen Wolf does go down. Now Orochi, he's playing smart. He needs to back off a little bit. He cannot get up because have a look at how he is surrounded by the enemy. Now he is going to be crawling towards his opponents. Is he going to be taking a strike? I think he's going to be ready to strike. He is now in the open. Doesn't even have that grass cover. If he gets spotted out, this could be the end for INES.
But you know, T2K are kind of oblivious about this factor, and there you go, Venom actually spotting out Orochi. He did manage to take him down though, and INES, they are eliminated right now. FutureStation still in search for that 6th chicken dinner, and we'll have to see which one squad will it be. But Code Zero High Voltage and FutureStation, this might be a very intense fight.
This could be an intense fight, but FutureStation Capshi, I like the fact that he is taking some refuge in that dumpster over there. It's definitely going to stop those bullets, but I like the fact that we are going to have Team Bablu go up against SGT2K. Now that fight is taking place in the southern aspect of the circle right now, and well, the circle has shifted. It is pretty much towards the north, pretty much in the center. That means ASC are actually going to have a little bit of an advantage, while the teams on our screens, Code Zero High Voltage and FutureStation, are going to have to move in the circle. Now the question is, do they fight each other now and move in, because that would definitely be the right call? But let's see if that is going to happen. That's a beautiful long grenade. If that is ooh, I really love that trajectory. I thought that might have just made it.
You know, I kind of love the positioning of the players of Code Zero High Voltage, keeping one of the players in a very sneaky angle. The moment the players of FutureStation will move forward, it gives them a clear sight to touch, just take shots at them. Right now, T2K have to deal with multiple squads, as now they've got their eyes set onto it. The players of Team Bablu, I think they've spotted out Teen Wolf, but Zebyan from that was a beautiful cover.
That is how basically you secure your flanks, because he did pop off, and Zebyan had just one job to do, which he did to perfection. But right now, Teen Wolf getting a knock on sights. Abrupt, he is going to be relentless with that M4 fire. He's going to put magazine after magazine in that pile of smoke, and Teen Wolf has been, well, there you have it. He is gone. That vehicle exploded, and with it went the members of Team SCYTES. Now, I do believe we still have a couple of members left. Phobia and Ghost are going to be licking their wounds as massive fights are breaking out. Aussie takes down Steel Shot. Steel Shot is going to be going in. Aussie is still relentless. He gets another person. Capchi goes down as well. And with that, Aussie once again clutching it for his squad, getting the win in this particular fight.
What a gameplay by Aussie coming out there right through the smoke. He just shot down the player. Complete sound cues. If you have to talk about perfect sound sense, perfect game sense, that's a perfect example. And there you can see Frankie having that AUG. This is where this gun particularly shines, in those mid-range combat where you do not really have to focus much on that recoil aspect.
Well, the Abrupt Slayers have exited the game in the 7th position with just 2 kills, but have a look at T2K. These boys are on fire. They already have kills in the double digits, 10 to be exact, and looks like Jane could be looking at a revive, so there could be a 3-man strong squad. And well, looks like I was wrong, because Jane has been put to the ground. Still, 2-man T2K is going to be a deadly combination. I like the fact that Team Bablu is the only team right now with all 4 members intact. Looks like Ocean's prediction might just come true. If they do make the best of it, they can get this job done. But on AJ moves around the rock, gets a knock on Ghost. The question is, where is Phobia? Phobia is way too far from his teammate to be of any help.
Well, take a look at Aussie. He just wiped the whole squad, and now he's taking a breather. He does not really have to put him in the thick and thins of fight right now, because all these teams, they are fighting out amongst themselves. And Frankie, oh my goodness, talk about camouflaging in the desert. He's done that to perfection. And one good, well-timed grenade can just wipe out the entire existence of Team Bablu.
Now, here's the problem. Team Bablu are on the southern aspect of the new circle. They have to move up north, and they have a good 70, maybe 80 meters to go. Now, the thing is, they do have these crevices and they do have these ridges they can take cover behind, but if they get spotted from the right side of our screens right now, Korkure could be in a good position to shoot them down. Aussie could be in a good position to shoot them down, because, well, although he is just a little outside the zone, he is going to have to come down, and that is going to be problematic. Now, Frankie has all his attention focused over here. I think if they start running towards him, he just might get 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 knocks, maybe a squad wipe. You never know.
Well, he's definitely a rattlesnake. Without that, out there. He's not making even a sliver of sound. Yeah, that's more realistic over there. But this is the perfect chance. He has to wait for all the 4 players to come out.
My
Oh my goodness. Tyrant from the backlines. He's doing, Team Bablu is doing everything perfect, but Sivyan has been spotted out. He's been taken. But no, Tyrant being there for exactly that thing. He was there to guard all those third parties, and this is what Team Bablu is made of. And now I think they can get that chicken dinner.
Let me tell you one thing, the way Team Bablu are securing their flanks is phenomenal, as T2K SG are exiting in the 6th position. Another team is going to be following suit, and that team is DRS Gaming, which means now we are down to the final 4 teams, and have a look at this, only 7 players are alive. Team Bablu also lost 2 members in a split second over here, and looks like Danny just bit the dust as well, which means Teen Wolf, the IGL, has all the weight on his shoulders. And we were just talking about it, you just said it, I think Team Bablu can, well, no. The odds are against him. They have been reduced to a 1-man squad. Aussie is still going haywire as he comes down that mountain, laying lead in the enemy's direction.
Oh my goodness, Oddsy is going completely heavy. But right now, Muffin surely has got his flanks right. And if he just kind of throws a few grenades out, I think he can bait out Ozzy into coming out in the open. But right now, Oddsy has used up that medkit he had on himself. He understands the gravity of the situation right now. He knows that there is an enemy who's already taken that flank.
If Muffin decides to just come up a little bit more, I am telling you, he is going to be able to spot out Aussie. And Aussie obviously has an idea that somebody is here. But right now, Muffin's attention has been diverted towards Phobia. The grenade has gone out. Is it going to be a good one? It isn't. It is just a little too short. Now, I did almost expect Aussie to kind of move in along this, the edge of the zone and, you know, try and come in on Muffin's position. But, all right, let me have a look at it over here. He is kind of concealed behind grass, so Aussie for now is safe. But, fixes 30 seconds on the clock. He has to move to the new circle, and, well, things look difficult. Now, ASC, Muffin, I like Muffin's position. We've already established that. Kurkure and Hanuel are in cover, but with the new meta, we know what one grenade can do.
Yeah, of course. But, you know, if with that,
tell them.
Yeah, I don't think right now anyone has a grenade, because if they would have had it, they would have really lobbed it. And Otzi would have actually done that, provided that he knows that his position has already been compromised.
You know, we have only 5 people alive, ladies and gentlemen. 3 teams, and I'm pretty sure ASE know that they only have 2 opponents to deal with. But have a look at the patience these guys are exhibiting right now. And, well, Aussie has been spotted out courtesy of Muffin. That means they only have 1 more obstacle, 1 more hurdle to cross. Can they get over their fears? Are they going to deal with their phobias? As sight phobia is going to be in the line of sight, and, well, Muffin is going to get him out. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner chicken dinner in the first game. And, well, Fixes, what a game this has been.
Absolutely. Assiduous Esports are getting this beautiful win, and they had been having kind of a lackluster second week.
They did.
And now, in the final day, they have definitely come out on top, and this will ensure that they will be moving up even in the standings.
Again, I love the fact that, you know, they just exuberated patience, and that frigate discipline that we all love talking about was just amazing. And day 4 is off to a rocking start. What we are going to do is take a little bit of a break. You all grab your battle refreshments. We'll be back after this break.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, be joined by Shadow and Ocean. And what an amazing game on, well, game number 1 of day number 4, week 2.
I mean, this was an incredible start of this one. We're talking about that day where everything gets distributed by the end.
Yep.
So you need to, you know, just start off with the blast, showing that you have everything that it takes, even if you fail, even if you win. But this was incredible.
This was incredible, and the performance of an individual on this match was pretty incredible, in fact, as well. Let's have a look at the MVP of this game, ladies and gentlemen. And it is going to be, well, this time it's going to be Teen Wolf from Bablu, because, well, Ocean, say it with me.
Bablu
owns Miramar. Yeah.
Well, they do. I mean, they did not get a chicken dinner at all. The 4 players were surviving, but still, they got you know, taken down in just a hint of seconds. But look at this, 5 kills. Aussie had 6 though, but still is not the enemy MVP because of a reason. 841 damage, and this guy was playing scout for his own self. 3 assists coming out there as well, but 24-26 survival time. All right, so these stats come up pretty good for this player if we talk about it. But, you know, when we'll be checking out the other stats and all, that's where it all becomes as a difference. Look at this. He was not at the top of his own game at every corner, but still, he was there perfectly just so that for his own self and his team, and he did that in a good way.
Yeah, the fun part is he has the most assist in the server and also the most damage taken.
That's true, but I mean, you don't go with the damage taken once again.
Yes, Team Bablu, if we talk about Teen Wolf, the perfect grenades coming in from this particular team, and especially Teen Wolf, like Fixer said, they were covering the flanks. They own the Miramar, they know how players are going to rotate, and exactly that is what happened. SCYTES was right in front of them, and exactly Teen Wolf took them down. They were 3 perfect grenades, they took the advantage of the height also. In fact, the zone also favored them. Zone was a southern zone, and Bablu, Team Bablu was right there.
Exactly, they dropped towards the south as well, the southwestern part of this, well, this map. Let's have a look at the top players, ladies and gentlemen, and here they are. Teen Wolf is going to be followed by Aussie from CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. And then we have, well, how can we miss out on this guy? Frankie is also going to be there. But it is quite interesting to see Assiduous Esports, the 2 players, Kurkure and Hanul, on the 4th and 5th position as well. 3 kills and 2 kills respectively.
We have seen Assiduous Esports perform really well in Miramar in the first week itself, where Kurkure and Muffin almost as a duo clutched out and got the chicken dinner also. But the guy that impressed me was CZxHIGHVOLTAGE Uzi, because he almost clutched it out FutureStation in that particular moment. In fact, they were playing edge to edge. There were so many teams rotating in from the eastern side, and CZ had a good positioning, and in fact one of their player, Khuni, they placed him perfectly in that particular position, and Uzi, he clutched out FutureStation. Later on, he even took down the strongest player of team trained to kill, that is Jane.
I mean, that's true, but in those things, you know, there was one thing as well. He survived till the end for his team as well, in top 3. That makes a lot of difference as well.
Exactly, and let's see what the difference was as we have a look at the standings of this game, ladies and gentlemen, and here they are in front of us right now.
Assiduous Esports again dominating the Miramar like week 1, getting the chicken dinner and 8 kills. But T2K, this was the team that kind of impressed me. Look at the number of kills. They have got 10 kills. They were rotating all from the eastern side with so many teams, like 7Cs was there, Team CZxHIGHVOLTAGE was there, so many teams. INES was also there. They were all rotating from the eastern side, considering their good placement, their good positioning, and being aware of your surroundings, taking multiple fights at the same time. I remember T2K taking fights with 7C, they took down Hungry Box, they took down INES, and that is why they have got 10 kills, considering their very good positioning and being aware of the surroundings.
Yeah, that's totally true. But well, moving forward, you know, T2KSG was out here. We want to see more from this team, obviously. FutureStation, that's where it kind of goes down. In this game, the game that, you know, was needed for them to, I would say, kind of just go with everything. They have 1 placement point, 2 kill points, and that makes it a total of 3 and puts them on the 8th spot in this one. Abrupt Slayers 2-2. That makes 4. That's quick maths. DRS Gaming, they also did pretty decent for this one, if I'll just speak about it. But, well, I want to see, you know, because DRS, they were amazing with their strategies and capabilities as we were talking and as we were, you know, just watching their graphs and all those things. But R3D, 7C, P and crew, they had placements, but they lacked one thing, that skill.
7C Esports kind of, they were too split out over there. They didn't even showed early rotations. That is the one reason they got an early elimination.
Exactly, and I mean, this team does always go for that early aggression. They like to get those kills for themselves as fast as they can, and you do sometimes fall short a little bit in those team fights. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the match summary in front of us with 57 knocks in this game, out of which 52 kills were confirmed. 18 headshots coming in total for the players, and I like the number of smokes and nades that were used. 248.
I mean, that's truly a good number. If we're talking about a bigger map, those rich areas, if you have to go for the rotations, you go for the smokes as well, for the zone and inside and outside the zone. But, well, 52 kills. You and I, we have been through this, Johnny.
Yeah.
In Miramar, zone is always the MVP.
Exactly. I mean, the most iconic moment we saw was in Spring Split, where around, what was it, 17 or 18 people?
17 people
Yeah,
died
17
on the
people
zone.
being taken out by the blue zone, and stuff like that happens sometimes. It did not happen this time, but there were a lot of people who got taken out by the blue zone. And, well, it seems like instead of the players, it was the game that was doing the do. It was the blue zone that was doing the do, ladies and gentlemen. So let us have a look at do the do moments of the players, in fact, from this match of Miramar.
Yes, Team ElementriX, Haizu was the first person who was taken down. Deadeyes, they had a good positioning. ElementriX was two-way spread out, and Teen Wolf kind of messed up with the way Assassin was out there in the open. And Team Venom Legends, they were rotating all from the northern side. In fact, they were also one of the team who were taken down by the play zone, because 3 of their players were already knocked out. Shubo was the last man standing, and later on the play zone played his part and took down Venom Legends in that particular situation. T2K was right there from the very beginning, taking down players of Team 7Cs he's fighting with players of Team INES. Then R3D again doing the same mistake in Miramar, being way too spread out. Maybe they were scouting, looking for a path to enter into the zone, but there were so many teams who drop in towards the eastern side. They should have been aware of their position, and that's where the Team R3D kind of messed up.
Yeah, that's totally true. And then, you know, those are the things that kind of, you know, if you mess up on a bit of the things, that kind of takes your game. If you mess up on a lot of things, that kind of makes your game and the zone. And that's where the zones were coming in for the final fights. And that's where it all went down. Final person, Phobia was lifted, and he had to face his fears, but he could not. And that's where ASE just went with everything.
Exactly. ASE having an amazing time in this matchup. But we do have the damage histogram in front of us, and well, this time you do see my feed, but Ocean is going to be joining me over here on the stage. And I like where we started from. PN Crew, 200 damage in.
I mean, look at the height differences with the damage stats, right? This is where we were talking about it. You have one white bar, but the blue bar should be actually at a point with that one, right? Because that's where balance comes up. I mean, look at this. Teams with chicken dinners, they have a difference, but then they have the points of chicken dinners as well. But the teams at the lower side, that's where things kind of go down. That's where things kind of go messy. You have a very big blue bar, but then you're getting kills, but you get killed as well. Maybe in the zone rotations, maybe in the fights of 4v4s, and that makes a lot of difference.
Exactly. I mean, having a higher blue bar or the damage bar basically on most of the teams just means that most of the fights did happen towards the later stages, and that's why you do see those 961 damage, 1171 damage, and those 2 kills. Because fights were happening towards the later stages of the tournaments, they were more chaotic, and that means you get taken out earlier on. That's why these teams just had to take an exit with 2 kills coming in for them. And so I can say that for T2K as well, even though they have 10 kills, 2000 plus damage, but they had, well, a decent exit in this game. Quite unfortunate situation for Team Bablu. They were going really strong. They had all 4 of their players as well, but as I was saying, ending stages, fights are chaotic, and within that chaos, Team Bablu, they had to take an exit as well.
Exactly, and blue bar actually means that, you know, good fights and bad fights happen, but it kind of went down to bad fights as a whole together, because you are dying in, even not in the later stages, but in kind of the earlier stages of the game.
Exactly. I mean, early stages. I mean, early stages on Miramar is still 20 minutes, because you still have 15 teams till that point on Vikendi as well. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the group-wise standings now and see how things are after, well, it is Group C who are done with all their games for this week.
And yes, T2K is sitting at the top. Even though they had an early elimination, they knew this is going to be their last match. So they played it pretty aggressively and got 10 kills. And look at that, 300 mark has already been covered over there.
Yeah, that's totally true. 304 is what they have on the name. 140 kills, that's decent. SCYTES has 90 kills for themselves, 212 for them, 211 onto the other side for well, 7C, 240, 224 for Abrupt Slayers, PN Crew. Alright, this is where those, you know, kill markers come up. Had they had a bit more, obviously for themselves, would have touched a 3-digit marker as well. 220 points for themselves and R3D. We're going to see more of these teams, obviously, but Group C is the one that, you know, kind of goes with the conclusion, the group of conclusions that I'm going to say for them, as Venom Legends 298, FutureStation 296, ElementriX 242, and 247 is stagnant on 184 right now.
I still find it pretty weird. 5 chicken dinners, 296, 1 chicken dinner, 298 points. Venom Legends, they have been so consistent with their performances. And Group C, as we said, this was the last match that they played for Week 2. They are done with their games, ladies and gentlemen. But as we move forward, the remaining groups are going to be playing the next 4 matches as well. We have Group D in front of us. A1 Esports, 211 points. JyanMaara, 184. Stalwart Esports, just 4 points shy of JyanMaara, 180 points. And then on the 4th in Group D, we have PAINxELMT, just 64.
Yeah, that is a problem, just 64 points. But if we talk about next group, this is the group that has impressed everyone. And CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, this is the group of coming up. If we talk about DEADEYES, when they were at the bottom, they came up. Then DRS, this week, we are seeing them. And now, the performance from this particular guy, that is Uzi, clutching it out. I think they might take up Team Bablu.
I have a question for you, Johnny.
Yeah.
DRS and DEADEYES guys both have 270 points. Which team do you think is going to come up if we just go for it? Because I don't know. Because you know, just
it's a neck and neck competition. Yeah, it's really neck and neck. I'm not going to answer that right now. I'm going to take my time and I'm going to answer that after we are done with our matches. Let's have a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 1 is over. Assiduous Esports got the chicken dinner on that one, and Group C are done with their games of week 2. Now, as we move forward, Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, and Vikendi, Group C is going to be sitting out, and Group D is going to be coming back in action. That means the return of PAINxELMT.
Yeah, return of PAINxELMT. Yesterday they showed good rotations. They were lacking on that confidence that was required to take on the fights. Let's see if they will be able to do that. But T2K, if Miramar is of Team Bablu, I think Erangel is of T2K.
What about you, Osh?
Right. As Vixus likes to say.
Exactly. The fingers are out. That means it is going to be FutureStation that
or maybe 2-0. Maybe both.
Oh, yeah. But as, I mean, we keep the conversation going and we are going to keep our hopes up for what the teams are going to accomplish. Ocean is like desperately at this point rooting for the world record to be broken of most chicken dinners in a single tournament. I'm going to step down from the analyst desk and I'm going to take my time moving forward to the other side of this stage, ladies and gentlemen, where I'm pretty sure Experimenter and I, we're going to be on the same page and we're going to go 2-0.
2-0?
Yeah.
We're doing that? All right, so 2-0 for us. Are we picking a team this time, Johnny?
Are we picking a team? I mean, we were picking ElementriX, but they are done.
So should we go with Shadow and pick PAINxELMT this time? Well, D2K, these guys are coming in strong. What a game these guys have had.
You know, I think T2K is definitely all stoked up to win this one. With the way they played in yesterday's Erangel games, I was completely, happy about how the games went.
And the fact that they were so close right now to almost snatch it again. I mean, they had a wonderful game in Miramar. They just might come in and take the chicken dinner this time around, Johnny.
Exactly. And I mean, either way, we have 2 options to root for. So someone is going to get the 6th one, right?
Someone is going to get it, but we are going to have to wait and find out if it's going to be in this game or are we going to see it next week. We are going to be waiting with bated breath. But one thing we don't have to wait for is the second match because Erangel is going to be on your screens in just a few seconds. Vixus, my favorite question, what are we expecting?
Well, I think I'm still waiting for that northwest inside circle. Yesterday, what we saw was something just below shooting range. Today, I want to see some action brewing down at Zaki because, have you been to that area of Zaki? It has a completely different lay of the land. It has different colors out there, so much out there open. And now, considering we have Erangel 2.0 already, a few changes in those dips and daps.
Well, all our players are ready for game number 2 in Erangel, and well, X marks the spot. We have a blank screen this time, but I like the fact that we have an X, so we know that, maybe you can't expect something. Of course, we already have an idea who the missing person would be, and my money is on PAINxELMT.
And it's quite obvious over there, considering the players just in the middle, still struggling to get their 4th player into the lobby. Well, let's see. They have certainly improved since, the former days. Yesterday, the rotations were on point. I really want to, I really want for them this time around to just focus on kills, drop at a particular location where another team is and then just try to fight it out. Maybe you might just fail, but what do you have got to lose right now?
Absolutely, you've got nothing to lose, especially since the Big Bird is going to be in the sky for the 2nd time in this day, flying over the beautiful countryside of Erangel. And let's have a look at the flight path. We are going to be heading northwest this time, so maybe we just might see a northwestern circle. We're going to have to wait for that. For now, we are going to be flying over Milta Power. The shelter is something we're going to be flying over. Rozhok and the shooting range are going to be pretty much directly down below as well. Now, there are going to be 2 or maybe 3 teams that are going to be going to Yasnaya. My wish is going to be the same. I want to see some action at the beginning because I love, those gunfights, especially in those tall buildings. It just makes it interesting, so to speak.
Yeah, last game we thought we would see some action in Los Leones, but that did not certainly happen. But maybe Yasnaya might just satiate our hunger to see that urban warfare. But what I really also want to see is some gut fights because it's been quite some time. In the World League, we did see a lot of Gatka circles being formed, but this time around, not even a single Gatka circle, so as to speak. But yes, we are also waiting for the Pachinki circle to be there. But we can see all these teams taking their drops, and well, Skyline Gaming, they will have to drop in early and loot instantly at the military base and then just get inside the circle.
Well, they are going to be heading to their favorite drop spot. But then again, let's see what the circle is going to form and have a look at that. We already have some fights breaking out, and looks like this is going to be happening in Novo Repnoi as INES and R3D are in close contention communication with one another? Well, the circle has definitely formed, and it is pretty much going to be central this time, but right now the shotgun at range from Shaw is not going to be doing the damage that he intends to with that weapon, and I like the fact that he has not one, but two of them.
Imagine if you could just holster both of them at the same time, and well, that takes a lot of punch. But you know, if you get those kills, why would you not even try? But it's all right. Now I think he's got a weapon that he can actually use in those mid ranges. That's a VSS, and combining that up with a quick draw mag, that makes things a bit interesting. But do you remember that meta back in the days when a lot of the teams were actually going out for those VSS, and somewhere down the line it just kind of vanished?
It did vanish, especially with the fact that, you know, you can use suppressors on different weapons, and at distance you really can't make out where the shots are coming from. So, you know, the whole aim of the VSS is to be as stealthy and sneaky as possible. Of course, at close range, that weapon is going to be really, really, really deadly. I know the bullets are sub-spawning speed, but if they do connect, they definitely do some damage. But right now, normally we would see R3D having Nova Repnoi all to themselves, but looks like INES are trying to switch things up a bit, which is, of course, a good thing. We want to see some more aggression from them, but right now we are going to spot some aggression as Havoc from High Voltage has spotted HeavenX, but, well, he is too far to do any damage.
You know, he just fended him off from his own territory.
Mine. This is mine.
This is
back
mine.
off.
Just back off from my area. But, you know, coming back to the fight in Nova Repnoi that we have. So, well, R3D has a good chance of taking down the players of INES. They just have to be patient. What they have to do is get their basic loot and just climb up over those buildings, sit on the rock, have one of the players in an off angle somewhere around the left mountain, try to kind of block off all the exits for INES, and then it would be an easy time out. But what they are not doing right now is they're still looting. One thing, and Anubis is way above. I would have loved Anubis to go all the way left to that small little hill we have.
Towards the north?
Yes,
Right.
just towards the north. And if it gets that, I think they can easily claw down the players of INES.
I mean, that is, yes, a possibility, but the thing is, you don't want to lose a single man, right? Now,
Yeah.
both the teams are aware that we have enemies nearby, and I'm pretty sure INES knows that, you know, they are going to be all around the houses, and, well, R3D know that these guys are at the container. So now what's going to happen is I am kind of happy with Anubis' position. Shaw is going to be joining him as well, because at the end of the day, INES are going to have to move out in that direction. Now, they do have a lot of options fixes, right? They can take the road to the left. They can drive down around the military base, and, you know, they can get to greener pastures. But the question is, do they want to do that? Do they want to pick a fight, maybe get a few knocks, maybe get a squad wipe, get that morale, get that momentum rolling? So, you know, a lot of questions are going to be, you know, on their minds right now, and it's all about what decision they make. But I do believe R3D, for now, is doing the right thing. They're backing off just a little bit. They want to see what INES does, because they are going to spot them from that high ground, and let's see if they are going to take them out. Shots fired again. Let's join the action.
Otherwise, you know, what they can do is go for the good old bridge camp. Considering the fact that INES do acknowledge the fact that they've already got a squad.
I'm surprised you haven't mentioned a boat as of now, because you are a man who loves the open water. I thought maybe you're going to say that INES, just grab yourselves one of those speedboats and, well, drive off into the sunset.
You know, as much as I love, you know, watching all the boats being obliterated, and you know, just yes. But you know, at this point, I really want the boys from INES to step up, and taking a boat here is definitely not the wisest of ideas, because you already have Assiduous Esports watching over there. Even sites are present on the shorelines, and even if they just go a bit further, they'll spot down the players of A1 Esports. So they do not really have any entry points unless and until they go all the way up towards Milta Power.
Yes, sir. But the thing is, right now, the circle is still pretty much intact. We are in the first circle. It is pretty much central. We've got a large portion of the military island to play with. There you have. You can have a look at it right now. So R3D, the way they are positioning themselves right now, they are ready for an attack from INES, right? I'm pretty sure they know that T2K are going to be looting around at the military base, so they know that that's going to be another 5, maybe 10 minutes into the game that they are going to tangle with them. But right now, looks like 7C have spotted a member of High Voltage and Havoc. What is he doing out there all by his lonesome? I get it, you had a little bit of ridge cover, but my dear friend, when you have 4 weapons trained on you, it's really difficult to dodge those bullets.
You know, this is a very pivotal point in this entire map. The Potato Hills, as a lot of
love
people,
this place.
Yes, you get that vantage point even if you want to go for the snipe.
Oh
but,
my goodness.
Well, Assassin, he definitely did lose his chain of thoughts, and I do not know really what he was exactly supposed to do over there. But Cooney and his teammate Oddsy are also joining the action.
Now, this is a bit of miscommunication over here. Havoc should have let them know that, hey guys, it's a 4-man squad up in front of me, and they are rushing in on my position. Assassin should not have been lost the way he is, because he is going to be on his knees bleeding out right now. But maybe we just might have a little bit of respite, because 7C have backed off just a little bit. And now if Cooney and his teammate do try and come in, which of course is not happening, they've already cut their losses. They're like, you know what, we are now going to have to play as a 2-man squad as well. There you have it. Assassin bites the dust, and that's going to be a 2-man code 0 from now on.
Well, you know,
Could have been avoided.
definitely has a lot of first hits, I must say. But 7C, well, they are in the thick and thin of fights, as you know, they went in for the kills and kind of gave the control of the Potato Hills towards Stalwart Esports. Now we are witnessing Stalwart Esports in action after quite some time. And well, the players, I really have to talk about their positioning. Malik and Mote should not really be behind just that one rock.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And they can take multiple angles, and a Hungry Box, I think, if we can take that rotation from the lower grounds, considering the fact that he has to be safe from the players of Code Zero High Voltage as well. If he does that right, I think he can get this whole squad.
You want him to come around along that ridge,
Yes.
across that radio antenna, and then pop up from behind. But then again, you know, it's a risky maneuver, because of course gunshots are being fired. All that information is going to go out to everybody else in the vicinity, so he could get shot in the back. And
It's just the Code Zero High Voltage boys I'm worried about. Maybe Deadeyes also might chime in the fight.
it is possible, because again, this is Potato Hill. It is a high ground, and that is what people want to go for. But right now, Hungry Box trying to get a knockout on Morte, and Morte is doing a little bit of a dance of death as he dodges those bullets. He is going to be still alive and kicking. Stalwart Esports, they've had their moments in the sun, but I do believe they need to increase that aggression just a little bit. And just as I said, that Kashuf throws a grenade, but that grenade was nowhere close its intended target.
Well, both these teams are actually trying to contend for the the center spot of the location, but elsewhere we can see the players of INES rotating all the way through from the southern side, and this is where it all makes sense. They did anticipate R3D to kind of take that bridge camp over there, but we kind of see that shift still, being on the central island, and Stalwarts might just be in a good position.
So it looks like INES did in fact go left, and they are going to be going from the backside of the military base. Again, they did a smart move, because like you just mentioned, R3D, yes sir, they did post up, and they were aware, they were expecting that. Now see, a lot of the game is all about the anticipation as well. You've got to anticipate what your opponent is going to do. So again, I think that's the right decision by INES. They are going to tango with the enemy later on in the stages as we progress through the game, because now the circle has shifted up north, which means all these teams that were on the military island are now going to have to migrate due north. But looks like T2K have already made their way. We're going to concentrate on the fight right now, as Morte has that M4 and that DP28, and he wants to pick a fight with the enemy. You know, I really noticed one thing. The DP28 has become so popular again these days, because it's the perfect weapon for those mid to long range engagements. You strap a scope on, and well, it is one stable gun.
You know, DP28 right from the inception has always been in the meta. Considering
It's just that reload time.
Yeah, it's just that reload time, but that was also buffed up, and this gun definitely needs a nerf. M4 has been nerfed in this particular patch, reducing that damage just a bit, but Z1 Crazy will be falling down away, and CZx Esports being the winners of the last match, and now in a bit of trouble.
Well, if you think about, if you are a superstitious bunch out there, Z1 Crazy was the first man to go down for his team in the last game as well. And they ended up winning the game. So, maybe this might be that little thing that is going to put everything in their favor again. But we are going to have to wait and find out, because Gyalzen just got a kill off his own. And DRS, they've really been stepping up to the plate. Especially yesterday, they had a good game. In fact, almost getting 2 chicken dinners. That would have been an amazing feat. But right now, 7C's Memo is still engaged on either side of that potato hill as another airdrop falls down. And it is my dear friend's favorite weapon, the Mark 14.
And does come with an 8-time scope as well. So if you are actually going in for that DMR play, or even if you want to use that as an AR, I mean, that's even more deadly. Both, and I think this is the perfect gun of PUBG Mobile, according to me. On the long ranges, it's powerful. On the short ranges, it's even more powerful with the kind of fire rate that we get and the damage that this gun dishes out. I mean, that's too much, to be honest.
Yes, sir. Now, as we have a little bit of a stalemate over here. I'm kind of surprised that no other team has really come up from behind as far as both the teams are concerned, because where are all the people who, you know, you hear some gunshots, you're like, I wonder what's happening over there. Can I go and get some free kills for myself? None of that is happening, but what is happening right now is ASL are going to be happy in their compound, and I love this place, and this place is just north of Pachinki, right, en route to the school. This compound is going to be hotly contested in a few minutes. I'm pretty sure a few teams are going to be rolling up on this compound. And have a look at this. Again, it's that picture-perfect thing, because now this is when the game slows down. Everybody is going to be in the compound. They are adequately looted up, right? They are kitted out, and it's a waiting game. It's who is most patient.
Yeah, of course, you know, because the games have started reducing. Now you do not have a lot of games. You just have that one last week after today's day. But, you know, while you were, you know, giving your insights, I was kind of stuck in my thoughts. MK14. I just played PUBG PC recently, and I was using that weapon. I thought, well, I'll just try to, you know, shoot or go all AR and just shoot that in the close range. My, oh my.
How
the
far
recoil.
up in the sky did it go? I mean, you must be shooting at the heavens by the end of it. By the end, you reached that 20-bullet mark.
Even
it must have
DP28.
been, well, there you go. I guess we need to brush up on our skills. But now, coming back to the game, everyone is going to be congregating in the circle. You're going to have a splash of color. And by the look of things, only one team was way far out, and that team is INES. But right now, Team Bablu trying to load on Captain. It's a nice little refreshment, to be honest with you, to have a look at Captain coming in, because you were just talking about this gentleman just a couple of days ago, and you were like, you know, he has been instrumental. Gosh, Shu trying to lay down some lead in his direction, but when you are the captain, it is going to be a bit hard to take you down, but he does get taken down. It's going to be Blade who makes the captain go boom.
He's got balls of steel, I have to say on that, because, you know, with the way he plays in that Miramar game, oh my goodness, this player is absolutely deadly. But share of fair, well, VTNxJyanMaara not, you know, having the best of the days, I must say. And JyanMaara, they have kind of split out. I really do not get a sense out of the kind of formation that they have. The players are not really in a position to provide cover fire to each other.
Because also, you got to realize one thing, that the way they were prone, the way they were lying down, they kind of had cover from, you know, around whatever was around them. But you got to remember, that is basically west of the shelter, and you have these high mountains from where you can shoot down. So that might just come to bite them later on. But right now, Hungrybox did try to get a few shots in, but he took a lot of damage instead. You see him patching himself up. Joker is going to make sure that he focuses his crosshair at that mark, just in case we have another peak. But meanwhile, the circle is going to be moving ever so slowly, as all the teams are now pretty much inside the circle, barring maybe one or two. INES have already made it in, and PAINxELMT, they did just lose Rohan moments ago, but Envy and Luffy are still alive and kicking. Let's see if they can make it into the circle.
That we definitely have to see. But right now, 70. Well, they're content with the positioning. Now they've kind of slowed down. They realize, you know, you just can't get yourself engaging in every kind of situation. And, well, Abrupt Slayers, I think they're in a bit of a bad position, staying on the low ground and staying on the edge. They will have to make a move.
They will have to make a move. These guys are at the western aspect of the circle, just, you know, east of Pachinki, where you have the fields. They are in that compound over there. So they are going to have to move ahead, because up ahead we have the big mountain and we have Potato Hill, which is already occupied. So they've got to be careful as they move in. But right now, INES is just Shiro. He has made it to the circle. Of course, his teammates are just next to him, maybe about 50 meters apart. Now, they have spotted that red dust here outside that compound. They are going to be aware of the fact that, you know, that compound is going to be occupied. But the question is, are they going to pick a fight? Because who lies ahead? It is T2K, and let me tell you one thing, these boys are some of the heaviest hitters I've seen in this tournament.
You know, they are the warriors from the mountains that really, really take every single fight that they've got. And, you know, a few of them are already got that special ops training in the form of G.I. Jane. And, well, talking about this squad specifically, Jane has been the highest fragger. And with the way Frankie was playing during the PMPL scrims, I was really impressed. And the squad did come in with with a lot of promises, and now they are really living up to it.
They are living up to it, and it looks like Frankie does have an idea that there's someone in their backyard as Tyron gets taken down from Morte. We have a couple of fights breaking out right now. Ooh, PN season with that beautiful car 98. Are we going to see some heads being popped off over here? Are we going to see some bolt action? We are not, because it's going to be Morte who comes in from the side, lays down lead in Team Bablu's direction, and once again, Team Bablu are clumped together. We saw that happen in Miramar. We saw that happen in Erangel yesterday. We are seeing that happen right now, and that was a big boom. Morte just put them all in the ground. I mean, talk about a domination spree. This man is on a rampage with those grenades.
You know, this is where it becomes very instrumental that you use multiple vehicles. And even if you drop out in the open, just spread out.
Team Bablu did the same thing they did yesterday. Again, they did not have to be in that situation. You know what? We are going to come to that point later, because right now 7C and Stalwart Esports, they are like, you know what? We've had this Cold War going on for a few circles. Why not just get at each other's throats? Because after all, there can only be one squad that walks away with the chicken dinner. Unfortunately, sharing is caring in real life, but in this game, one chicken dinner is not enough for two teams.
You know, of course, you might be friends outside of the game. That's a lovely thing to do, but inside the game, everyone goes after each other, and we have seen, you know, even teammates going after each other with so many grenade kills out there. But right now, I love what, you know, Stalwart Esports are doing. They're very patient, and this is what is required considering the kind of circle that has been built on. But Hungrybox has got a very unorthodox position. If Blade even peeks out just a little bit, he's going to fall down to him.
He could fall down to him, but it could go the other way as well, because he is going to be sticking out like a sore thumb on that rooftop, and now he does get down. Well, he does get down, but he wants to get back up again. That's a nice thing, because, you know, once you do get down, you get back up. That is a song. We'll come to that later, but right now we are going to have a little bit of a skirmish between JyanMaara and DEADEYES guys. Now, again, you know, this isn't the time to be friendly. You can't be good neighbors to one another. You are going to have to take out the opposition, because have a look elsewhere. Up on the hill, I do see DRS did go down, but now finally 7C are going up against Stalwart Esports, and shots have been fired, and it looks like Stalwart Esports are going to be on the back foot, as they have already had two members knocked down. Now Fair is going to be moving in. Look at them. These boys are hungry. Do go right, do go left. Can Stalwart Esports. Oh my goodness, that was beautiful.
Absolutely, you know, no second thoughts on that. That was a perfect cover fire grenade, completely delaying that push out there. But right now, Love does have to go for that revive elsewhere. Hungrybox doing what has to be done perfectly. And there you go, that nade coming in, taking down the players of Stalwart. And Kashu, he has to fight for his life. He has to revive also his teammates. And how on earth is he gonna do that?
Blade was lucky that he got that revive in the nick of time. Otherwise, that would have been one-man shot for Stalwart Esports. But now it is kind of even Stevens. Ooh, that is a big grenade right in the middle. Move, everybody just run away, scatter away. Blade is still in this, but now he is going to go boom. Malik is going to get taken down as well by the look of things, but there you have it. Finally, the barrage of grenades, just like artillery fire over here right now, and Stalwart Esports are in a world of trouble, but the thing is, Kashu can still go on the left flank. Morte has been taken down courtesy of Love's Uzi, and now Love is moving in with that DP28. Malik is going to spot him. He spots him as well, shoots through the smoke. None of these shots connect, but Kashu does get taken down. Now Love is going to go on the aggression over here. Fair moving around the enemy, and there you have it. That is how the cookie crumbles. Stalwart Esports did amazing, but they could not fend off an attack from such a coordinated team as 7C Esports.
Mamma mia is the word that I have to describe in this particular situation. But right now, JyanMaara are in a bit of a situation as they go on a fight against DEADEYES. Wait, it's spotting out Extreme, and as we speak, the fight is over in a jiffy.
Talk about being over in a jiffy, and right now we are going to jump to yet another fight at A1 Esports. 6-9 has spotted R3D Joker in the distance. Can he get a knock? He does not, because, well, there was somebody knocking downstairs. Looks like ASL, have they been wiped out as well? No, they still have two members intact, but Team D2KSG out in the 12th position without a kill. That is not what we expected from them.
Exactly, considering that we really thought that they will be maintaining that top position. This kind of an outing, I think they're feeling that pressure. They're feeling feeling the heat, and well, we'll have to see what really happens. And Walker, whoa, what is happening? It's raining grenades today in Erangel.
I mean, the fact that they are using grenades to keep enemies at bay, to make sure that, you know, they are pushed as far back as possible. They're not going for the aggression. They are using grenades to defend themselves. That is just beautiful. They are making sure the attackers are at bay, and PN Season is a man after my own heart with that Car 98. He gets a headshot on the enemy. Elsewhere, the play zone is going to be taking Cooney for itself. Shaw does get taken down courtesy of Joker. Now Joker has to move in. Walker is right in front of him, and in fact, is he going to take him down? He does get taken down, so it's going to be a trade-off over here, but A1 Esports is in this fight as well. They can come in and pretty much steal the show.
Oh my goodness! Look at this! What is going on? This is absolute chaos. But 6ix9ine will get that knock onto its Walker, as he will fall down to Anubis, who is the last apparent member surviving from his squad, and he will also go down. No, he is not the last. There is still another member surviving. But Jax, he has got to do it every single thing alone.
Joker is the last man standing for R3D right now, and he's a bit far off from his teammates, but he is going to be crawling through the grass. He is a predator right now. He knows exactly where his prey is. The question is he going to strike from his little vantage point? Because now Jax realizes that, you know what, he needs to take a breather as well. The play zone does come in and finish up Anubis, which means Jax will get his kill. R3D down to a one-man squad. And now, here is the problem. R3D Joker is way far away from the circle. It is going to be an uphill battle, literally. But right now, PN Cruz, Mr. Boro, laying down shots at range in Deadeye's guy's direction.
I love what 7C are doing right now, but we'll get back to that later, as we can see the players of DRS engaging against the members of Team SCYTES and kind of completely immobilizing them, kind of restricting their movement inside the circle, and that's going to be a bit troublesome for them, because if they reach before them, and they can just take them down from the high ground advantage that they have. Code 0 High Voltage also buying out on the 10th position, so that does not really look good for them.
Now, DRS Gaming have done just what you said. They are going to get that position. It is a beautiful position. They've got to be careful, though. Have a look at the Assiduous Esports now. They can be a thorn in the backside if they decide to, you know, unload on these boys. But now Phobia is going to move forward. Now the sound cues have been given. They know that the vehicles are coming up. Illusion under heavy fire. However, Kurkure is going to take himself out with the grenade. That might be a big blow for ASE. Ghost, in the meanwhile, is going to be opening up on the last remaining member from R3D. R3D, ladies and gentlemen, are out from this game in the 9th position with 3 kills to their name. Now, Illusion is going to be on his knees, surrounded by PN crew. The revive, I don't see it coming.
I don't see it either, but you know, elsewhere we have the players of DRS taking down the players of SCYTES one after the other. Those grenades were actually coming in, and Nima going into a domination spree with 3 kills to himself. But Season does have that Car 98, which is waiting him to see that head over there for the players of Deadeye's. But right now, AJ's got that one knock. Well, A1 Esports is Jax. He's the last member surviving. He might just take that fight against the players of Team SCYTES. But Coos, what a beautiful grenade. This gives him the time to get a revive onto his teammate.
I'll tell you one thing. As soon as Jax went up behind that tree, he realized that he has been spotted and something is coming. He thought a grenade is going to come at the tree. Ghost saw him move just a little bit. He just saw him go prone. Shifts his aim a bit right at the tree, and out he goes. But right now, 7C are shooting at the enemy. They don't have a lot of cover. They do have this little shack. Those vehicles are going to go boom, and once they do explode, you want to make sure you are nowhere close to them. Oh, we've seen accidents happen in the past. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 5 teams. 17 people are alive, and 7C look nigh unstoppable. 8 kills for this team already.
Yeah, and I think they are really determined to win this particular game, but AJ getting that confirmation onto its Razur, and well, 7C really chime into the fight.
Wow!
Also going down those grenades.
Wow!
It is actually raining grenades today. Ghost, 1 grenade, a whole squad just wiped out.
Just wiped out. Assiduous Esports has been wiped off the face of this map, as now we are down to the final 3 teams. And guess what? It is a 4v4 situation. This is picture perfect. This is a proper classical, well, Mexican standoff, except we don't have 3 people, you have 3 squads. But everyone wants to kill each other.
Yeah, of course. And right now, I think, well, 7C have to kind of reposition themselves. They have to spread out a bit.
Are
And
you
just
kidding
I
me?
was about
you
to say
kidding
that.
me?
That really happened. 3 players
Oh
getting
my
knocked out. And
goodness.
Mr. Boro will be charging with his MK14 in his hands. But he has to be careful for the boys of DRS as he goes down to blend. This is utter chaos, XP.
How is 7C still in this now? They're lucky that everyone is going to be congregating on this little shack right now. All 3 teams are going at it at the same time. DRS AJ from afar just indiscriminately firing in that crowd, and right now people are going to be blowing up. I wonder who is going to walk out of this live, because Nima and AJ are the only 2 members standing. 7C's Hungry Box is quiet. Be very, very quiet. He does not want to make a move, but he does now as he gets a finish on Blend. AJ realizes somebody is inside, but Hungry Box is going to take him out with that ratatatata as he goes on a bit of a rampage.
And there you go, the final 2 teams surviving out there. Ayu still has that M249. He could just go on that entire squad, but instead opting for that revive.
Wow, look at this.
That right, really might be the biggest bad decision, because now Galton will step in. Mr. Boro, he has to heal up. He cannot engage, and there you go. DRS getting yet another chicken dinner in the map of Erangel.
There you have it, the real soldiers getting the WWCD in Erangel once again. And let me tell you one thing, that final fight was amazing. It was something out of a Michael Bay movie. The way, it was that one grenade was the setup. An entire team goes boom and everyone congregates and it's a bloodbath.
Just when I said they should kind of separate, they should split, and there you go, boom, and 3 people fly off in the air.
I mean, that could have been an entire squad wipe with that grenade. Hungry Box was just a little bit
inside
far.
that shack.
He just had a little bit of HP
Yeah.
left, but again, what an amazing, amazing conclusion to this game. Of course, kudos to all the teams, but DRS Gaming just edged it out. And you know what? While you wrap your brains around what just happened, we are going to take a quick break, and stay tuned. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Super Johnny, joined by Shadow and Ocean on the analyst desk. And in the match of Erangel is over. DRS Gaming, an amazing, amazing performance coming in, especially with the usage of the utility. But I have to say, 7Cs, they were really, really close to getting the chicken dinner for themselves.
Exactly. 7C was around there. PNQ as well. I mean, 7C Hungry Box was in one shack.
Yeah.
And he went out behind that area, and PNQ was not behind him. Then obviously he would have had it as his game.
I mean, before that as well, it was the squad of 7Cs, all of them alive, just cluttered up together, and that's just one nade just taking 3 down. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's now have a look at the MVP for this match and see that individual player who had an outstanding, outstanding performance.
7C Hungry Box definitely has to be there with amazing 5 kills, and total damage is going to be 922. So in fact, if not 7C, I think it could have been Stalwart Esports. That Pochinki Hill, Potato Hill kind of played the major important role, and the way 7Cs took that position and then later on entered into the zone, that was I think a smart move from 7Cs, because that hill kind of set the momentum for this player, and especially Hungry Box, the way he was playing, knocking down players one after the another with 2 assists.
Yeah, that's totally true, and that's where it all just comes from. We'll have a look at his, stats versus the server stats, and there, as you can see, like, there were people obviously having more kills and whatnot, but this guy was just out there, just rampage mode was on for this one, and there it goes down. I mean, he went down by DRS only, courtesy of DRS's players, when the Molotov was thrown inside the shack, and that's where he went down. But still, good assist, damage taken, not so much a thing to worry about, but good damage given by this individual lad with 900 plus in the numbers.
So good overall performance basically, and that is why he is the MVP. I mean, Hungry Box has been a cornerstone for the team of 7Cs, ladies and gentlemen. But let us now have a look at the top players from this match. And as we were saying, DRS Gaming, they had an amazing performance, and that is why they have 2 players inside of the top performing players in this game. Look at that. Nima had a damage of 526, but 7 kills coming in for him individually, and Gyalzen right behind him with 310 on just these 2.
I mean, this is where that percentage marker comes on. You get 0.2 into your kills. I mean, Hungry Box had less number of kills, but the damage justifies his performance out of everything. A good survival time coming from Nima as well, but there is a huge difference in what makes 526 and what makes 922.
Yeah, and if you talk about Goose, the way he took down the whole squad of Assiduous Esports with that perfect grenade, you should never be, the whole team should never be at one position because you are making yourself vulnerable for those grenades, and that is exactly what happened with, I think, Assiduous Esports.
Exactly. Let us now move forward and have a look at the standings of this game and see how things turned out as far as the points were concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, DRS Gaming, 14 kills, chicken dinner as well, 29 points. That is, I think, it is enough for today.
And 50% contribution by Niwa itself in these 14 kills. That's a very good number. And 7C, yeah, 50% contribution by Hungrybox. You can see him right next to this tally. PN was out there with 16 points for themselves. SCYTES was out there with 14 for themselves. Then comes the single-digit numbers. That's where DE shines, A1 Esports, Assiduous Esports, and Abrupt Slayers with 1 placement point and 4 kills for themselves.
And yes, if we move on towards page 2, then we have Team Stalwart Esports, who took a good hold of that potato hill near the Pochinki area, but they were not covering all their angles. In fact, one guy from this team, Morte, he almost clutched out the whole squad of Team Bablu. But later on, they kind of messed up when the fight with 7C was going on. On the other hand, R3D showed some good performance. They got 3 kills, but later on, because of their way to split as usual. And in fact, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, this team kind of changed their drop location today. They were in a good positioning, but later on they struggled to enter into the zone, and their last player was finally taken out by the play zone.
Exactly, but now let us move forward and have a look at the match summary. 189 smokes and nades used, so quite close to the average number on this map specifically, but kill conversion ratio this time not as good as, well, the previous match.
And headshots, a single-digit headshot number. That's not what we see. We mostly see what, 10, 11, 13, 14, that kind of a number. But this kind of comes down to 7. That kind of shows, you know, one thing. No one was going for the headshots or anything. They were, plus in the you know, top 5 players, we did not see those headhunter players. We just saw the ones that were creating chaos, and that's where it all comes down. You create chaos by 2 things. Yesterday as well, we saw a few stun grenade usages, so utilities are also one of those things.
Exactly, utility is pretty important, and stun grenades being used. I mean, we always used to beg the players to start using them and start bringing them to the meta, but it all comes down to the fact that you have to do the dude really hard if you want to use the stun grenades inside of the game, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, let us have a look at do moments of this Erangel match.
And yes, this was the moment 7C I kind of took down to the players of team. In fact, Assassin, why did he came to give backup to his teammate? It was a gone case. He couldn't have given that revive, and that is why the team CZxHIGHVOLTAGE lost 2 of their players. Stalwart Esports had a good start. They almost took down the whole of the squad of Team Bablu, but since they were not able to cover all their angles, that's why the players of Team 7Cs were easily able to take them down. And Team Bablu, again, positioned at a place, all the squad, that 1 grenade was enough to take them down. Hungrybox, this guy played really well. He took down 2 of the players of Team Stalwart Esports. He kind of gave an opening to his teammates so that they can easily wipe out rest of the players of Team Stalwart Esports.
Exactly, like overall he played pretty good, and 7C Hungrybox till the end he kind of survived out there. I mean, I would say this guy truly was an MVP player, plus after that quite a lot of things happened. Those brawls that were happening till the end of the game, that's where everything just started and it went down. But then it all came down to those decisions. As you can see, the zone was going on, the players had to take up the fights, and that's where you can take good fights and bad fights, and that kind of reflects in your team mentality as well, so as to how you are planning with everything. There was some different location, players being spotted out in the open, players going out there, getting everything with the utilities as we were discussing about it, but then you go down. If you're the final person to go down, your team goes down with you, and that kind of brings up the wrong decisions.
Exactly. I mean, we're going to see these things being reflected in the next thing that's coming up, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be the damage histogram in a few moments. But as we look at the final fights, I mean, it was that one shack that separated everyone. It was the same one that the players of 7C were using for that cover. It felt like it became like a death shack for everyone who went anywhere close or inside it. And here we have the damage histogram in front of us. Well, the damage bar on the winning team is like the tallest that I've ever seen.
Yeah, exactly. So it is tallest, but it's still not the end of everything, right? You always have a chance. But it comes down to one thing, right? There are other teams as well doing damage. Apart from you, I mean, they are not at your level, but still, had you given up a chance to them, they would have increased that bar with the kill counter as well.
Exactly. Talking about the kill counter, I mean, we do see the squad of 7C right there in front of Ocean, in fact, right now. And it is going to be quite interesting because as we saw, all 4 players of the squad were alive. They were in a decent enough position. had they had a few smokes, Molotovs or grenades on themselves that they could have tossed on their opponents, or had they just committed to a fight a little bit more, they could have actually survived the situation because it was the numbers advantage on their side.
Yeah, and what goes in all these fights, right? If you're killing someone, obviously if you're making turning a person into a crate, the other team goes down. That's where, you know, the bar just swoops down to the back end side, and always on the back end side, it's with teams with no kills or less kills and with a decent amount of damage. I mean, they tried, but they could not just, you know, make the maximum utilization out of it. That's why the above bars, the front bars, are always bigger.
Yeah, exactly. Now turn around and go back to your position.
Thank you very much.
We're going to talk about other things when we get back to our locations, and here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It was an interesting game, nonetheless, but I think this was, as we look at the leaderboard, I think we're going to see how things are sort of coming to a closure in week 2. Because now, after this, only 3 games are left for all these 16 teams that we have in the server right now, that we had in the server, in fact, in the last game. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a look at the leaderboard right now, the overall leaderboard, in fact.
Yes, the overall leaderboard, Team T2K is still sitting at the top with 305 points, but DRS Gaming is slowly stepping up, not slowly, aggressively stepping up. In fact, DRS Gaming starts their game pretty slow. They play around the edges, but when it comes down to 5th, 6th circle, that's when this team starts to shine up, and that's why they get the placement points also and the kill points also. In fact, proper backup. In fact, in this last fight also, if you notice carefully, Nima was staying at the back, providing that backline support so that his rest of the 3 teammates could rush in towards the players of PN Crew. That was the coordination DRS Gaming was lacking in the first week. And if we talk about Team ElementriX, they have definitely stepped down over there at the 8th position with 242 points.
Somehow 7C Esports, that's one thing I want to talk about, right? They still have matches. If they do good, if they do pretty good, they'll surpass Venom Legends, they'll surpass FutureStation, and that's where they will be ending up the day in top 3 if they do. There's a big if with this one, because obviously they go good with the kill points, placement points again. See, it's no big deal, but they have to look for that as well. Looking at the other teams, if you're talking about it, VTNxJyanMaara and 247, they swap their places. Obviously, it's going to happen, right? 247, all the matches are done. VTNxJyanMaara, they are still currently trying to go with the good matches that they can. 184, 185. That's the difference that VTNxJyanMaara would like to, you know, chase down right now. But Stalwart Esports, they might just, you know, just topple against 247 in the next upcoming game, and that's where 247 will be on the 17th position. If not by now, then by the end of the day, for sure.
I think so far the trend that we have noticed with Stalwart Esports is they pop off in one game every single day, right?
Yeah.
It is that one good game that they have every day, and after that, the rest of the 4 matches or 3 matches of the day, they are not performing that well. So it is going to be quite interesting to see if they manage to cross the 100-point mark, because they're not that far away from that. Also, there's just one team from the region of Pakistan that is inside of the top 10 right now, and that is Team Bablu. They're still putting up the fight. I mean, we were talking about the team being passive and not just being their old selves, but they're still in there. They're still contesting for the position. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a look at the schedule right now. See the next match that is going to be coming up. It is going to be the map of Sanhok, match number 3 for the day, and it is going to be quite interesting. We did start off on Miramar. Miramar, we have one more left. That is going to be the next one after Sanhok, but Sanhok is coming up next, and I want to ask you guys one more time. Predictions.
Stalwart Esports, I'll say.
Stalwart Esports. So Shadow is like, they have one good game. This is going to be it. What about you, Ocean?
I'm a man of hope. I just go with one thing.
All right. He's still... But, okay, we do have 2 teams. You have to be more specific.
T2KSG.
Right.
I mean, FutureStation, they're done for the day, right? So T2KSG, so...
You can still hope. You can still hope. They might come in next week and be like, oh, here's 2.
I want to see it today. I want to see it happening today, right?
All right, week 2, so...
Stop it. Stalwart is making it.
All right.
Stalwart is making it.
So there are a lot of hopeful people, but there are even more hopeful people on this stage, and someone is already pretty shy. Fixes.
Well,
what is it?
Nada for you guys. Since $2,000 are on the line, I want some hype train building around it. I am going for DRS.
It's all about the money. What about you?
For DRS, I think Shadow's really adamant that Stalwart Esports is going to get the job done. You know what? She's been right in the past. I'm going to take her side. Stalwart Esports, this might just be your game.
Well, this might be their games, or might not be their game. I'm going to stick with Fixes this time. I want to see the money, man.
I mean, $2,000.
$2,000.
So money changes everything? Well, it kind of does, because it is a massive, massive amount. But right now, it looks like all the players are getting ready for match number 3, which is going to be in the jungles of Sanhok. Fixes, are we going to hear a lot of pissing this time around? We haven't seen that, to be honest.
Yes, exactly. That is what I was getting to. But you know, one thing that we have really observed this time around, a lot of teams are using a lot of grenades. Be it Miramar, be it Erangel, it's been a nade barrage party today.
I mean, forget nade barrage, it's literally like an artillery barrage. I mean, that's what we're going to have to rename it. It was artillery fire. That's what we witnessed. But right now, all the players are ready for game number 3. And of course, X marks the spot again. That is where the missing...
we get a treasure.
I like that. I like the fact that you know exactly what I'm talking about. But in this time, we're just, you know, making sure that we know which player is in there. We're going to have to find out. There must be something behind that. But what is going to be on display is that everyone is ready. Everyone is pumped. I like the look of determination in their eyes. And again, once again, Rated Man always smiles. He is all smiles all the time.
You know, I love the way, you know, the guy on the right,
I see that.
He's just getting charged up, you know, with that yawn that he put up, but it's all right. Now we'll have to see what really goes on. Well, the players are being very conscious around the camera.
I like the fact that a couple of them have, you know, shot their eyes, getting some shot-eye time right now. They want to make sure that they have all their focus, all their concentration in match 3, which is now finally underway. And once again, that big, beautiful C-130 is going to take to the skies as we fly over the beautiful tropical island of Sanhok. And once again, my dear buddy Fixis is going to take us through the flight bomb.
Well, this time around, the flight path trajectory heading all the way from Ruins going to its Kampong. Well, it does not really matter where the flight path trajectory heads on, because you can just get down any single way you really want to go. But what we want to see is those fights happening. You know, the boot camp fight where Abrupt Slayers are there, where you have team sites, and then we have the players of DRS kind of engulfing that entire area. So that's going to be really, really pivotal over there. But what I'm really waiting for is where the circle is going to be.
Yes, sir, that is what we all are waiting for. And you did mention boot camp. Now, we all know 2 teams are going to be vying out for control. One of which is going to be SCYTES, and judging by what we've seen in the past is that they are going to go for the main, pretty much all the main buildings, while ASL are going to be landing a bit up north. And right now, Aussie has his work cut out for them as DEADEYES, guys, they smell trouble, and they are going to try and get the first kill of this game. But DEADEYES, guys, trying to shoot at his own teammate. That is how badly they won this kill. Aussie, however, he does have a big, dangerous rat-ta-ta-ta-ta in his hand, which he gets up, shoots. He almost takes one out, but he gets taken down instead. And Rated Sir this time shoots at the opponent and not at his teammate.
You know, looks like someone has done their homework, you know. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE have always been trying to take control over the shrine, and DEADEYES, you know, being their unfriendly neighbors, have definitely read out the situation. They knew how they could secure themselves a point out there.
Well, it is, you know what we talk about when we say that revenge is a dish best served cold. If you remember a couple of days ago, at this very same spot, High Voltage took out 2 members of DEADEYES, guys, the moment their feet touched the ground. So, well, I think justice has definitely been served.
Well, karma, as you may call it. But right now, Team Bablu, they are a happy bunch. They always drop off at Painan, and they find their way somehow or the other. But since Team ElementriX is not playing, so Ruins could have still been in contention. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE could have rather dropped at Ruins and have had a good time looting that area, and then made their way inside the circle. But talking about the circle, it's kind of tended to go around Bhan this time, and A1 Esports might have a good time getting the chicken dinner.
You know, keeping in touch with keeping in tune with what you were talking about, the circle. This time around, I think for the first time this week, in fact, we are not going to be heading to the northwestern island in Sanhok. In fact, the majority of the circle is going to be concentrated on the main island. And, well, I'm going to be a dreamer once again. I want to see some action at the Paradise Resort, which is currently occupied by A1 Esports. Now, D2K are pretty close by as well. And I want to see some shots being fired. I want to see some teams inviting one another that, hey guys, we are here, you want to come and play?
But you know, one thing that I absolutely love over here is that PAINxELMT can actually loot in peace right now. They do not have some hunters after them, you know, going after them every single time. In peace.
Quick trivia for all of you watching right now. Let me know how much attention you've been paying over these past few days. Which team are we talking about? Which team has been hunting PAINxELMT down? Let me know in the chat section right now. I mean, we do kind of go over it every now and then, but let me see how many of you actually are paying attention. But right now, what we expected, the sites have pretty much the full control over boot camp. And talking about Abrupt Slayers, they did what they always do. They did land to the north of bootcamp. They occupied those 3 warehouses. They didn't find an opening, so they decided, you know what, we are going to head north. We are going to loot every single compound en route to the Paradise Resort.
You know, this was smart play from Abrupt Slayers because they know at some point the other team sides is going to make that rotation in. Having that high ground advantage for them kind of ensures that they can get that upper edge in that particular fight.
Absolutely, and you know, but the thing is, I kind of disagree with the whole rotation that ASL does, right? Because for me, loot is going to be pivotal, especially in the earlier stages, and I would definitely feel a lot more confident if I say have an AR or a bolt action on my back, and I have, you know, a minimum of a level 2 vest or a helmet. So the thing is, when you kind of basically gamble with the fact that, you know, we are going to be looting these small compounds, the loot can be a little sparse at times. So, you know, that can be problematic.
You know, but you know, these tournaments have a special...
Oh yeah, they have a little bit of
so it's 3 times loot. So you get those guns that you need. And in Sanhok, it's never troublesome to find weapons. What is really difficult is those utilities, those smoke grenades. But what we can see is something really interesting. PA and crew making that rotation from the showlines just around bootcamp.
But even though, you know, sometimes the weapons, obviously, they have been buffed so that, you know, it's even Stevens for all the teams. I mean, more often than not, you see like 2-3 shotguns lying together. I mean, that's not the best combination. Had there been 2 or 3 ratatas lying together, then that would be a different story altogether. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first airdrop falling from the heavens above, and it has a Grotza.
Well, a Grotza coupled with the level 3 gears and does also have a medkit. So, of course, whoever receives it is the lucky man. And I love the Grotza in Sanhok, to be honest. And it's landed just beside the players of DRS. Now, I've called for this team. And if they go and get that weapon, it's risky because the players of SCYTES are also just nearby. But look at what is happening over here.
Well, Teen Wolf definitely has an idea that the compound up ahead is occupied by the enemy, and he is stalking his prey right now. He is trying to make sure he gets as much information as he can. Now, R3D for this, by the look of things, it looks like they are completely oblivious that they are being so keenly being watched by a team right next to them, and of course, Tyron moving in along with his teammate as well. Now, here's what's going to happen. Ooh, wait a second. Anubis is already on the move. He's going to be going up high. Now, this is the time if Team Bablu want to cast them off guard, they start laying down some lead, and there you have it. Shots have been fired. Are we going to see R3D topple over like dominoes, or can they make it out of this alive?
Well, there you go. The first knock coming out. Sure goes down. And, this will, you know, set things off for Team R3D. And Team Bablu. This is the Bablu that we have been really missing, the aggressive Team Bablu, the one Team Bablu that has got nothing to lose but everything that they are determined to win. But now that R3D are in a bit of a situation, they still, however, have that high ground advantage. It all depends on how Zibion makes that rotation, and within the next couple of seconds, we'll know what happens in this particular fight.
Amen. And you know, the fact that it could have gone really, really, really wrong for R3D right now, and they reacted in record time is something that is going to work out for them. But elsewhere, T2K is going to be opening up on, I do believe it was PAINxELMT, if I'm not wrong, and Envy has been knocked down elsewhere. But we are still going to commit to this fight as Joker is going to try and make sure that Team Wolf does not move across the road and, well, kind of surround them from their right flank. Now, Tyron is going to make sure that he holds this position, as you did see Team Wolf move around towards the right, so they are going to try and, you know, expose the flanks. Now, have a look at your minimap. Have a look at, you see those 24 numbers? Look at the way they were spread out, and you know what? Right now, Team Bablu, they are playing calm, and to be honest with you, they look composed. They just might get the job done.
Yeah, of course. Even, you know, Zibion really went in for that rotation, but Joker, this was really necessary. They had to do something to put Bablu, you know, set off.
And, you know, we talked about this last game. The Team Bablu is really good as far as securing flanks go, because we did see that happen. But right now, it was the opposite. Joker kind of had an inkling that, you know, maybe somebody is going to be coming around this way. He stays back and makes sure he gets the job done. I mean, that, after all, is how a team is supposed to play. Now, as these two teams are locked in a life and death struggle, Frankie elsewhere is going to knock out PAINxELMT's Luffy, and looks like Venom is going to go in for the kill. I like the fact that he has a good loadout. He has that AK M and he has the M4. Of course, you want those automatic weapons in a map such as Sanhok. Elsewhere, R3D Walker opens up on Bablu, and looks like they are trading a few knocks.
Yeah, of course, and that is where Bablu messed up. You know, Zibian going in for the flank and then getting taken down. Well, that is not exactly what Bablu had really thought in their minds before getting into the fight. Now, R3D do actually have a chance of going in for a squad wipe, kind of going in for the perfect defense. They messed up initially. Now, Anubis is also in safety. Walker has made sure of that. And even Team Bablu will get their revives.
Now, here's what happened over here with R3D was, you know, kudos to the fact they reacted well, but they were pretty much halted in their tracks, and they haven't been able to move out from there, and they are going to get pinched in. But now, Danny and Teen Wolf are going to be moving in, and of course, in the distance, you see a revive coming in. Danny, Teen Wolf up against Joker and his teammate, who is going to come out on top. Joker, of course, is going to make sure he secures that left flank, where just on the other side of the house, Danny was popping, I think that was an energy drink he just drank.
Yeah, of course, but now Joker has got a lot of job to do, and there goes that grenade, and from his own teammate. Talk about disappointment.
I mean, I guess the god of death does not discriminate when he has to take someone, and this time looks like he took his teammate. Wait a second, Anubis. He's like, you know what? I'm sorry, I messed up. I'm going to make it up to you. I'm going to blow myself up again. Now, Walker, are you going to do the same thing? Are you going to go and give your kill to the enemy? Well, I mean, this is something that we are going to have to talk about. Anubis.
You know, well, for consolation, he did not want to give away his points.
Well, I do kind of get that, but I mean, when you read the kill feed and you see an explosion take place in front of you and you know that he just blew himself up, I'm pretty sure you're not going to wait for the play zone to come in and take him, especially since a kill point is going to be on the line. But that is the drama that we have in store for you, ladies and gentlemen. We have a first exit. It's going to be R3D out in the 16th position, and well, I'm pretty sure the chat is going to have a lot of opinions right now.
The chat will go bonkers around this. But now, if we take a look at how the circle has formed out, well, it's going way towards the east, and the T2K are in good contention of a very good position.
I like you still, you know, you're trying to get on with the job right now. You do want to cost, but can you actually get over the fact what happened right now? I mean, maybe that first grenade by Anubis was a mistake because he did want to lob it inside the house. It just bounced off the windowsill, and Joker's like, you know what, I got this, and boom, his own teammate takes him out, and, you know, Anubis, I'm telling you, Anubis, he might be the god of death, but he has a heart of gold.
He just, yeah, of course, you know, after taking him down, he just felt bad about himself. But right now, we have the players of SCYTES kind of making that march into the enemy lines and taking down Nima. That was quite a statement, and that was fast. And right now, we'll have to see whether AJ and Gyalzen kind of retaliate in fashion. And, well, they are actually making their movements in. The grenades are going out, but when is the question?
When is the question? Well, there you have it. We just had a boom in front of us right now. Blend exiting the house, trying to make sure he gets a few angles. Phobia is going to be coming up along his side. Is Blend going to peek out from the right and get a knock on Phobia? But Phobia is going to be cooking a grenade. Phobia lobs the grenade. The grenade is going to be, it's actually a pretty, look at the angle. Phobia sends it in through one window. It comes out the other. I mean, I'm loving this right now, Fixes.
You know, of course, me too. But right now, DRS, well, they did manage to get that knock onto its Phobia. Well, Blade still has an angle. A booth has been spotted by Gyalzen. Gyalzen is doing a lot in this particular fight. And this is the moment where DRS actually needs to come in for a push. And Gyalzen, instant, going for yet another grenade. Will that reflect, though? No is the answer, as this goes to the Vatican Rune. And Gyalzen, being out in the open, has been punished as AJ marches in, takes Razoo down. A booth is that one man surviving over there. But AJ is going for that first aid heal.
And the first aid is going to come in time. It does come in time, but Blend is, well, he gets taken down courtesy of a booth from distance, and Blend did try and get a knock on Razoo, but now it is going to be a one-on-one situation. A booth versus Blend. I think, is he going to go for the revive? Looks like a booth, in fact, might get a revive on his fallen comrade, which means Blend's got a decision to make. Either he goes for a revive of his own, or he goes in for the kill, because by now, Gyalzen has told him that, dude, there's a revive happening inside. Pick me up or go in for the kill.
And, well, time has already been wasted out here. Blend being that
grenade looks
quite
scary.
A situation. Yeah, this grenade looks really, really scary. It does come out. Well, has done quite a chunk of damage, but that Molotov going out might just be promising. But no, they do manage to dodge that somehow. But that one grenade flying from a booth. This is the second time he's done that.
Are you surprised that we had another grenade squad wipe?
Nah.
Are you getting used to it now?
Of course.
We are getting used to it, but something that we are not getting used to is the DRS Gaming, of course. They are out in the 15th position now. Jane has his work cut out. He takes down Morte. He spots Kashuv. Is Kashuv going to go down? He does go down. Now he's going to go around the rock as Malik and Blade are trying to put this guy in the ground. Finally, they do, especially since they had to take him from both ends. But, well, that is how it happened. And a valiant effort by Jane over here. But Team T2K, again, an early exit.
No, I was shocked with the way Jane was taking that fight. I mean, talk about reflexes, talk about movements.
Yeah.
That was beautiful just to witness that. You know, it took absolutely all the players of a squad to, you know, wipe out that one player, and he did manage to take down 2 out of them. So that was a good play by him.
That was a good play indeed, and looks like 7C Esports are going to be in a little bit of a tussle with Team Bablu and INES. Of course, this fight is going to be taking place southeast of Bonn. All 3 teams over here have to make their way into the circle, and Fix is just pointing something out to me on the minimap. Ladies and gentlemen, surprise, surprise, PAINxELMT are still in this game, survived by Rohan as usual. Yashiro empties an entire magazine in Team Bablu's direction. He does get a few shots in, but it is not going to be enough. But now he goes in for the kill. Sipian goes down. Tyrant goes down. Good follow-up shots by the lad.
Yeah, absolutely. He traced them down as the vehicles. He did manage to get that huge chunk of damage. But, you know, the kills are also being confirmed by elsewhere. 7C is also in the nearby fray. They might join in the fight any single moment. But Danny is also looking in a good position to be, has that raw cover.
He does have the raw cover, but his teammate Teen Wolf was taken out, let me just have a little calculation, about 600 meters away. So they were trying to, you know, transition into the circle, and they were using vehicles, which again in Sanhok, you do want to use vehicles, I mean, as a last resort, right? Because you are giving sound cues to everyone around you, and of course, that is what you can expect. If you drive a vehicle, expect it to be blown to smithereens. But right now, Danny is going to be the last man standing for Team Bablu, and he's got an issue because Yashiro definitely knows he's still back there. Is he going to let him come in?
Well, that's a big question out there. But 7C, I like the way they're rotating from the right-hand side. Really do not want to get an engagement. They want those position points. Eventually, they'll definitely find their kills. But A1 Esports are kind of being surrounded from 2 sides, from Deadeyes and Stalwarts. In the meanwhile, PAINxELMT's Rohan somehow still manages to survive. And the trivia fact is that the players of T2K, who initially took his 2 teammates are down, are wiped out before him.
I mean, wow, I mean, that is kind of interesting to note down. And now he's going to make sure that, you know, he tries to survive as long as he can. And he is kind of good at that because he's been in that situation time in and time out. Now, High Voltage Assassin are going to be picking a fight with 7Cs. As 7C looks like they are in trouble. They lost one earlier, and Memo has gone down as well. Now, this fight is going to be short-lived because 7C has been reduced to a 2-man squad as Fair and Hungry Box are going to make their way further into the circle. And well, they have got the losses, but they've got to be careful because in front of them we have INES. Now, Fixes, INES, not the best tournament, but they still can pack quite a bunch. However, seems like they really don't want to, you know, go out for fights anymore.
Maybe, you know, the 4th week is going to be the charm because we'll have to be honest and brutal with this. This is a new roster. It's not the old INES that we know of. And talk about the older members, Badrev, we even have Kapshi. So now they're still playing for FutureStation, and look at where they are. They're right on the very top. But, well, INES just having entry and tier, Yashiro and Orochi being the new members to the squad. I'm just waiting. Maybe in the next tournament, we might get to see a very, very good outing from the lads.
Of course, see, that's the thing. A lot of new teams have been formed just prior to this tournament, and it is going to make a little bit of a difference. Of course, all that synergy goes out the window, and it takes time to build it back up, but this is amazing. This is amazing. We are going to have the mini-map on our screens right now, and we have a drastic shift down south, and once again, Assiduous Esports pretty much in the center of the new circle.
Talk about the circle throwing that curveball. All these teams have to make that rotation in, and this is where JyanMaara have to be really quick. If they get control over those hilly areas up top, they can take down at least 2 squads easily. But 7C they are being, the ones who've got a lot of cojones, considering the fact that they've just got 2 players surviving. They're still making those early rotations, and they've got that perfect compound. And now they can play from the edges and maybe go into an engagement with the players of Code Zero High Voltage. In the meanwhile, Morte has found out Havok and will knock him down.
He does knock him down. In fact, he was kind of tracking him from quite some time, and he finds the perfect opportunity to strike. He is going to get that kill. I am pretty sure he has an idea that someone could be in this house. And of course, Cooney and Assassin are in there. Whoa! A grenade coming in from distance. However, it does not hit its intended mark. The second grenade comes in as well. It bounces off a little bit. Cooney could be in a good position right now because he's gone out in the smoke. He could actually put Morte down on the ground, but he doesn't need to because Assassin, again, with that grenade game, is going to be on point. Now, Kashuf is trying to reciprocate himself. He's going to lob a grenade, but he's been spotted again. See, that was pivotal. The fact that Cooney already moved this quick, they were absolutely not anticipating that move.
But there you go. Blade taking down Assassin, but the nade coming in. Malik also gets knocked out. Now it's going to be really, really troublesome as Cooney is the last surviving member for his squad. Now he has to also fight against the circle, take this fight against the players of Stalwarts. How is he going to do all of that? Reviving Assassin is out of question right now. If he is going in for that revive, he's a dead man already and being spotted out. The players of Stalwart Esports know what they have to do. Secure that 1 point onto its Cooney, and they're all charging him. And Malik is very low, but he's going to down.
He has been taken down. I do have to say a little bit of hesitancy on Cooney's spot over there. He could have got a couple of knocks. Maybe he could have even eliminated the other team, but it is going to be Cold Zero High Voltage who are eliminating the 13th position with just 3 kills. And now 7C's Hungry Box has been taken down, which means Fair has his work cut out for him. He is the last man standing for that team. Blade coming under fire from afar, and it is the boys from INES as Entry takes 1, and Yashiro comes up with a follow-up to secure the kill.
Well, Hungry Box, still surviving. We'll have to see. Fair does get that revive onto him, but Rohan just beside Kashu. Well, Rohan does hear those footsteps coming in. He's very careful. He's wary. But is he going to take that fight? Yes, he does want to force it out. He believes it's just that one player. And Kashu right in front of his face takes him down. And with that, down goes PAINxELMT.
Well, PAINxELMT have finally bid us adieu in this game in the 12th position, which means they are... Oh!
Boom!
Wow! Wow! Talk about precision grenades, precision projectiles being lobbed. I am just surprised. What have all these boys and girls eaten today? Because right from game 1, I have loved the artillery strikes that are on display for us. But right now, Jivan Crazy from Assiduous Esports has spotted INES Yashiro in the distance, but it's going to be Dare who tears him apart. And right now, he is in a good spot to get a revive. But Assiduous Esports, they came so close. Wait a second. Korkre going for a little... Oh, he's throwing grenades at the enemy. You know, for a second I thought, buddy, are you sure you want to throw a grenade at your teammate?
I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen a lot of that lately. But Assiduous Esports needs to get that revive onto it. C1 Crazy. Well, they've deployed their smokes, but the players of INES are positioning themselves very well during the fights. Kurkure now is going to revive C1 Crazy, but it's Hanuel that has to hold the fort. But will he go as another grenade comes in and down goes Kurkure?
I'm pretty sure in the future we are not going to need any weapons. We don't need any ballistic weapons because it's all going to be grenades. But Hanuel with his ballistic weapons just literally murders the opposition. He has Yashiro as well, but now he does get taken down. A beautiful effort on his part. His teammates need to move in if they want to make sure that they still survive. But there you have it. Yashiro is like, I am not having any of this. I want my team to survive. And you were just talking about INES, how they need to step up. Well, there you have it, my dear friend. They are trying to make a statement, and you know what? It's a good one.
Exactly, and that's a very good outing in this particular map of Sanhok. It's completely unpredictable. You talk about prediction. Really, nothing comes down to that. It's always about positioning. It's always about the right decisions. Now, look at how the circle has gone. The circle really favoring no one, but Abrupt Slayers still have the most nearest proximity to it.
You know what I love about the circle? Absolutely no cover. Absolutely no cover. We are going to have to deploy a lot of smoke grenades out there. We are going to have plumes of white smoke just filling your screens really shortly. Your vision is definitely going to be obscured, but do expect bullets and grenades to be flying through those smoke screens. After all, they can kind of hide your position, but they are not bulletproof. Now, INES and A1 Esports are the only 2 teams that are surviving right now with all 4 members intact. And time and time again, we've noticed that numbers don't make wait for anything, but Danny over here under fire, takes out there from the left, goes to the right, is he going to take down Orochi? He almost does, but Orochi is quicker on that trigger with that Ratata, and with that, Team Bablu out in the 6th position with 4 kills to their name.
Well, the fight is still not over yet because the players of Team SCYTES do know what they have to do. Lobbing all those grenades and oh, there you go. Orochi goes down. A booth is charging onto its enemy lines. Yoshido has to watch out for that flag. Razur does spot him out. Will take him down. There goes Razur with all those beautiful knocks.
I mean, that was a beautiful knock over there. And let me just say, a booth and grenades. There's another love story I want to talk about later on. He is cooking yet another grenade. Is he going to get another knock? He is, because that is pinpoint perfection. Entry should go boom, but looks like he did just take a little bit of damage. Playzone A is going to come in and engulf the surviving members of INES, and well, Abud is on a bit of a rampage as he racks up 5 kills for himself. DEADEYES guys have been eliminated, which means we are down to the final 4 teams, final 10 people alive. A1 Esports still a 4-man squad. Can they make those numbers count, Fixes?
Well, they've been the silent bunch. We'll have to see. You know, having the numbers, they will definitely have to go on towards that revive. But Team SCYTES are just playing out of their minds today. The way they were in Erangel, and now following things up in Sanhok, was made barrages. But Abrupt Slayers, they've been caught. Their positions have been compromised, but they still do have cover, and they are still in the circle.
They are in the circle. They have cover, and you know, it is a little bit of a gradual slope uphill. But look at all those rocks. Look at all those trees to hide behind. But this is not what you're supposed to do. You are not supposed to get caught out in the open, because you get knocked, and well, then you get put in the ground. Looks like ASL could have their work cut out for them, but now A1 Esports have to be careful because they have the sights right next to them, and by the look of things, it looked like they almost made a mistake of not giving them the attention that was due. But now Abud is the last man standing, and well, we know what he can do with those grenades. Is he going to do something drastic over here? He isn't, because he gets spotted out, taken out, and with that, final 2 team fixes, A1 Esports and Abrupt Slayers, and there we have it. We have a new winner, and let's just, with A1 Esports bringing their A1 game, making sure their numbers counted for something right till the end. They walk away the winners in match 3 in Sanhok.
You know, absolutely, this was necessary for this particular team. They've been having their bad days, and finally, Pubg coming in, and the leaders do speak loud. A1 Esports grabbing yet another chicken dinner for themselves.
Yet another chicken dinner, and I love the fact that all these fights, especially on day 4, they are coming down to the last few last-ditch efforts by the teams to, you know, make sure that they do grab that chicken dinner for their team. And well, once again, we are going to have to slow down right now because we need to catch our breaths. Why don't you all get a nice chilled Mountain Dew from your fridge? We'll be back after this break.
Welcome back once again to PMPL South Asia Season 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Super Johnny, joined by Shadow and Ocean on the analyst deck. 3 games are done for the last day of week 2, with this one coming to an end as well. And it was a pretty incredible match. I mean, towards the end, fights on Sanhok are always interesting and always super aggressive, but it got really intense with those last few plays.
I mean, it was intense and it just ended in a jiffy, right? We were just watching the match and we were like, wait, this just ended, and it was a very good ending for A1 Esports.
Yeah, even I was watching from the backlines and I was like, all right, we have still teams in double digits. There are 11 squads remaining, and a couple of seconds later I look up, it's like 5 teams remaining.
That's Sanhok.
Yeah,
that is
that is
exactly what
Sanhok.
happens in Sanhok.
Well, now let us have a look at the MVP for this game and see that one individual, well, who had a really good game for himself as well. It is going to be Abud from the team of SCYTES. 7 kills, 939 damage, 2 assists, survival time of 24 minutes and 4 seconds.
Yes, Abud definitely played really well over there. Team INES, if you remember, was playing really good. But in Sanhok, if you're making lots of noise, that is exactly what happens. Your nearby teams are going to spot you out, and Abud taking down the squad of Team INES. And in fact, Team SCYTES, they dropped in as usual towards the boot camp area, and perfect 7 kills coming in the way they took down the players of Team INES. In fact, Abud played a major role in that particular fight. He has given out a lot of damage. In fact, the maximum damage he has given out, that is 939. He has taken not so much damage, 269. I think that's a fine damage.
I mean, that's obviously pretty decent, given 939 is his giving out number as compared to his taking in numbers, and plus obviously those kills counted for himself, for his team, and that is surely going to be a big boost for the players.
Exactly, but you said players, right? So ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be time for us to look at, in fact, even more players than other than our MVP. In fact, it is going to be the top players of this match. And Abud is going to be followed by his own teammate, Razur. He had 2 kills, but the survival time, I think this time is going to be the key factor why this one lad is going to be joining the top players. Followed by Kashu from Stalwart Esports. Then we have Assassin from CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. And in the end, it is going to be Yashirov from the squad of INES.
Pretty decent numbers if you just have a look at these players and everything.
But 7 kills, and then we drop down to 2,
Exactly.
3, 2, 2.
Exactly, so that just goes down. But if you look at the damage stats, no one can be, it's like everyone actually did good part for themselves. 2 kills, I get it, but 6 or 5. 3 kills, I get it. 532. That's sometimes with players like, 4 kills or something, but this is where it comes down, like, you did something for yourself and for the team, and that's where the support sign comes in for Yashiro as well, as he has a support badge on himself.
The reason could be less number of kills is because Team Stalwart Esports and Team INES were taken out pretty early.
Yep.
This could be the reason their survival time is less. Even if they had survived, they started really good. If you remember Stalwart Esports, I think they got 9 kills in their hands. They showed really amazing rotations. They knew DEADEYES will be there, so instead of going towards Cow area, they went to Camp Bravo side and later on took down the plus of T2K also.
Exactly, and that was quite interesting. I mean, you were dishing out the damage, and it wasn't like INES, they were just taking the hits coming in towards them. They were fighting back. But the position that they were stuck in did not really allow them to move forward from the position and the opponents
They
as
were
well.
making too much noise.
Too much noise. I mean, you may always make too much noise on this map of Sanhok. But let us now move forward and have a look at the standings, ladies and gentlemen, and see how many points were collected by these teams.
A1 Esports definitely going with that chicken dinner and 7 kills. Amazing performance by this team, no doubt about it. Team sides, Abud, this is the guy that really stood out the way he took down the plus of Team INES, and 9 amazing kills in their hands. For a second, sides looked promising that they will go for that chicken dinner. INES definitely performing really good. They started to backstab the players who were already in the zone while they were entering into the zone. Abrupt Slayers again dropped in towards the boot camp. Stalwart Esports, I was impressed the way this team was performing. They did their homework pretty well. They knew DEADEYES is going to be there, so they changed their rotation and later on took down the plus of Team T2K. Team Bablu kind of messing up. They were in a split. 2 of the players were making use of those vehicles, and Sanhok, if you are using vehicle, you are making noise, your enemy nearby will spot you out and take you down.
Yeah, that's totally true. But then looking at the other stats, you can see R3D Esports was out there with nothing in their hands. PAINxELMT, 1 placement point this time. Obviously, they tried decent. Assiduous Esports was just out here. PMPL DRS Gaming. So this was a shocker for me as well. And same goes for T2K SG. These 2 teams going for those early bits and pieces. That just takes them down.
Exactly, quite an early exit for them, and this team has been getting those placement points for themselves today. It is going to be quite interesting to see how they actually decide to come back into the remaining matches that they have lined up for themselves. And as we move forward, we do have the match summary in front of us as well, ladies and gentlemen. 125 smokes and nade used on Sanhok. Ocean, yesterday the number was in the double digits. It was 70, it was 71, 80.
So it's given this, I'm pretty happy, and now headshot number has also increased as compared to the other ones. 61 knocks, all right, that's obviously a good one, but 52 kill conversion, and that to Sanhok, that's what I'm surprised of.
Exactly, I wonder what the teams had to do in order to actually come back in the matchup. Yeah, it is going to be quite interesting to actually see.
Where is mine? I stole it from the producers, and I'm not getting it. Thank you.
You got
Our
one.
producer heard that?
Yeah.
We
are going to pick up
job?
the dew. We're going to be fixes for a moment, and we're going to sip ourselves some Mountain Dew. While we, ladies and gentlemen, we have a look at do the dew moments of this match, which on Sanhok are always pretty incredible. And I think the reason for that is going to be the map is green and Mountain Dew is green as well.
Yeah, Team Bablu kind of messing up with that split. They were way too spread out over there. And R3D, I have only one complaint with this team. Walker and Anubis had a height advantage. They had a good positioning. How come the players of Team Bablu closed into their players? They could have easily taken them down considering their position. INES definitely putting up a good show. Took down 2 of the players of Team Bablu while they were rotating using that vehicle. In fact, Team CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, this is the moment. Stalwart Esports, this kind of zone shifted towards the southern side. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE was in a close vicinity, and while rotating into the zone, they kind of backstep them.
Yeah, that kind of happened, but well, you know, this is what happens with the Sanhok zone. In Miramar, the area's too open, you cannot backstab or anything. You can try though. In Erangel, the areas has quite a lot of ridges, but Sanhok is where those sneaky play comes up, where you kind of go for the backstabs, you kind of have to make yourself into the zone. Plus, in Sanhok, it's, yeah, these kind of things just happen. And I know the castle was, you know, screaming the lungs out when all these things were happening, and this kind of something that, you know, makes and breaks the game all together when we think about it. And that's where the final fights were just coming up, and that's where the teams were, you know, pretty much hungry for everything.
Exactly, it was pretty incredible, as you said, the final fights. A1 Esports putting up an amazing performance and utilizing sort of the position that they had on the map, quite literally the position in the map to their advantage. But we do have the damage histogram once again in front of us, and this time I'm all alone over here. Ocean is still standing quite above me on the desk, but I'm gonna get out of the way, because, well, the damage histogram is pretty high and it's gonna be covering me up if I stand behind it, ladies and gentlemen. Team SCYTES, amazing fights coming up from Abud and Razor in those final moments, and these two were the players surviving for their team. They put up an amazing performance, but still, 9 kills is what the team is gonna have to sell for, and those 9 kills came from those 2 players only. So pretty amazing, right? And as we move forward, I mean, in terms of the finishing of the team, A1 Esports is going to be there towards my extreme right. The first position in this match, the chicken dinner as well, 1400 plus damage and 7 kills. And as I'm talking about A1 Esports, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting for you guys as well, and fun for you guys to know that we're going to have a little chat with one of the players in a few moments. It is going to be Dante from the squad who's going to be joining us, and I'm pretty sure my analysts have questions for the players. But before we actually have a chat with the lad, we're going to have a look at the leaderboard and see what is exactly happening in the overall leaderboard. Where are A1 Esports going to be after this performance?
I mean, looking at this one right now, they are not in top 10, right? But they are obviously trying. T2KSG, so this is where it comes down. Top 7 is where everything is still. That's one thing I would say. But when it's FutureStation, 298, 296, and then comes DEADEYES guys with 286. I mean, this team can topple up the top 3 by the end of the day. If they try to, if they go for it, we'll have to see. SCYTES is out there making their way. You know, we were talking about this, Johnny, in the previous segment.
Yep.
That only one Pakistani team, Team Bablu, was there. Now Team SCYTES is also coming up here. Abrupt Slayers and ElementriX. I mean, Abrupt Slayers had a good green signal, but ElementriX, they went down. But A1 Esports, they are there on 11th right now.
Yeah, they are there on 11th position, but I think as far as the group's performance is concerned, A1 Esports are doing pretty well for themselves as well. But as we move down in the standing, there is PN Crew as well. And the situation is really, really volatile, because look at that. We have Assiduous Esports on the 13th position with 220 points. Then we have CZxHIGHVOLTAGE on the 13th with 197. So it's going to take at least 2 games for them to actually topple over Assiduous Esports. So 13th till, I think, where Team Bablu are, that is a volatile spot. And then 14th to 14th to where 247 are, that is somewhere we will see the teams going up and down, ladies and gentlemen. But as I said, the leaderboard is done. Now there's only one thing left for us to do. It is to welcome Dante from A1 Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Dante, welcome to the show. Congratulations on the amazing chicken dinner. And I have one question. How are you feeling after that performance?
Thank you very much. I'm actually feeling very, very confident after this match, because it was very crucial for us, as we had very less match to play and to end this week, and we are trying very much. And after this chicken dinner, I think we have gained more confidence.
Well, I'm pretty sure my analysts also have a couple of questions for you guys, so I'm going to leave it to them. Ocean, you look a little too eager.
I mean, I have a question actually, Dante. How do you see the difference in the first week versus the second week in the mentality of your opponents? Not in your team right now, we'll come back to that as well, but in the opponents.
Opponent teams are grinding hard. Like, there were some teams like DRS who did not perform so well in the first week, but on the second week they are showing a really good comeback, and as they got the chicken dinner on the first match. And like, that's how every team is changing their gameplay and their mindset on the game. That's why we are trying to cope up with them.
What about you, Shadow? Is there a question from your side?
I don't have a question, but I think the way they are performing, especially in this particular match, the way you guys are performing, just keep it up. You can make it to the top 5 or top 8 also. Like in the starting of the week we saw.
Well, I have a question for Dante. I mean, you guys have, as you said, we have also seen you and your team get a little bit more confident as well. But one thing I would like to say, Dante, is you have an entire week left for yourself as well. Are you going to be challenging for the first position in that final week?
Yeah, we are trying. We are trying very hard as we are grinding, and there is not a big difference on the first and the 11th position we are right now. That's why we are obviously going to challenge the #1 position. Best of luck to everyone for that.
Oh man, I mean, best of luck to his opponents, best of luck to you as well. Amazing numbers being put up by your team so far in this tournament, and I guess all of us are hoping to see you climb up into the top 5 positions and move to the finals, because even in the finals, you so far in your group are doing really well. So are you already prepping the team to perform in the finals, prepping up the strats, some changes coming in as well for the finals? Because top 3 teams from every single group will automatically qualify. This time it's not like you have to stay in the top 16, and you in your group are already doing really well.
Thank you very much.
All right. So, well, once again, Dante, congratulations on the performance, and 2 more games left for the day.
Thanks.
Best of luck for those matches. Good luck to you and the boys.
All the best.
All the best.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, incredible performance from A1 Esports, and Dante, as he said, they are going to be challenging for the first position after this. So we're going to hope to see them in a fight. So at least once we have their name in the comparison chart as well.
I mean, he was just eager for the game right
Yeah.
now. He had his mind
Need
in the
to
game.
start,
He
need
was
to
just
start,
so much focused that he was like, I want to see for the next week as well. I'm pretty ready for everything.
He is confident that he will make it to the top.
Exactly.
He is
and
confident.
I mean, that's what you have to do. You need to be
Yeah.
confident. Need to be confident in your matches. Ladies and gentlemen, let us move forward and have a look at the schedule of the next match that is going to be coming up. Match number 4 for today. It is going to be on the map of Miramar, and Group C, once again, let me remind you guys, Group C is not going to be playing the matches. They are done with their 16 matches for the week. 32 games have been played by that group so far, and the other groups are just trying to meet that number. So far in the day, Assiduous Esports taking the chicken dinner on the first match, DRS the second, A1 Esports in the third. But who is going to get match number 4? Well, time won't tell, because my analyst will.
Well, it's Miramar. It has to be Bablu.
What about you? All right.
Let's go for the rhyming scheme.
Yeah. What?
Bablu
rules the
it's
Miramar. Yeah. All right. So Ocean and Shadow have sort of spoken. They are both rooting for the same team this time. But I'm gonna get down on the desert, and I'm gonna make the risky rotation, because this is something you should never do on this map. You should never walk alone. But I have to go and meet my brothers this time. How are you guys doing?
You shouldn't walk alone, and out in the open like this, a sniper, especially in Miramar, can take you out at distance.
I'm the admin, man. I'm the camera guy. No one shoots the camera guy.
Does not matter. You know, we did see some team kills out there.
Yeah.
XP might just shoot you down.
Oh wow! So you're going to throw me under the bus again? Well, that's what this guy says. And let me put you on the spot now. So Johnny Boy, of course, is here to put us on the spot. Who were you picking for this game?
I think I would go for a team that is yet to get a chicken dinner. Code Zero High Voltage, maybe.
Ooh, Johnny, who are you picking? Because you and I, hey, we're on the same side.
Yeah, we are on the same side. I want to see the big 2-0, and so far I think the most aggressive team that we have seen is 7C.
Up until this point, the big 2-0 is like a pipe dream, because we've come so close twice, and it's just been in grasp, especially with all 4 members intact as well. Ocean does agree with me, so that is a +1 for me. But, you know, it's just...
I want you to pick a team. You pick a team. I'll just follow you.
Alrighty, so we've got groups A, B, D, and E playing, and I like the little thing. You know what? DRS Gaming showed me a little something today. They just might take it. High Voltage also, you know, they haven't got a chicken dinner. Alright, I'm going to be with my buddy Fixes over here. CZ, High Voltage.
Alright, so we're going to go for the high voltage action, and I also want to say, Fixes, you might need to watch out here for yourself. This guy is always like, I'll nominate towards you, and we're going to take you out. And I'm like, I'll see you on the other side of the desk someday soon, buddy.
And I just saw something interesting right now.
Oh, yeah,
I love
the bike
fact
guy.
that, did you see the bike? We all just saw the bike. Did you watching at home just watch a bike just land out of nowhere? That is something that you can expect in Miramar.
Fun thing is, we used to play together. None of us drive like that.
None of us, because we've knocked ourselves out plenty of times, and well,
in Miramar, we can.
And someone gets taken out a little too early.
It's the story of his life, to be honest with you. I mean, we
I
are,
tend
of
to
course,
go
talking about
aggressive.
this gentleman over here.
In
but
my
anyway.
defense, I don't get a good cover fire.
You don't get good. So are you blaming your teammates right now for your own misfortunes?
Maybe.
He is the same guy who just threw me under the bus moments ago. Johnny, I kind of
We need to change our picks.
I kind of get where Ocean comes from now as far as fixes is concerned. So I don't know, man.
Do we change our picks though? Do we change our picks?
No.
No.
You know why? I'll tell you why. Because in those last days of the weeks, we do see the teams that are kind of in the bottom really step up. And Coach Zero High Voltage, they've been very, very reliant on Pubg. But I want to see Assassin also step up along with him.
I mean, Assassin has been pulling his weight, as has Cooney, and Ozzy, of
Yeah.
course, has been the man of the moment. But right now, we are going to get ready for match number 4. It is going to be back in the deserts of Miramar, and have a look at all your favorite players getting ready for the game.
And there you go, all the players stoked up, charged after having that break. I'm definitely sure that they have us, enough supplies of Mountain Dew, because in the deserty lands, you are definitely going to need more of that.
You absolutely need your energy drinks with you, but right now, everyone is ready. I see we have a few other people in people's room, and wait a second. Rated is pretty much, he's going to let his hair loose right now. He knows everybody is looking at him. I mean, let me tell you one thing. That
Did you ever
man,
fancy having hairs like Blade?
I mean, he literally reminds me of Play. All that's missing is a little bit of a goatee over there, but of course, that gentleman is always all smiles. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to, be able to watch all our favorite players.
Yeah, of course. And, taking a peep at all these players, they look very determined. They look very, very excited as the fourth game is gonna start right now anytime soon. We're still waiting for the flight path trajectory though, and we've seen a lot of circles, but yet one more circle I really want to see is it going all the way towards the roots. That has never happened. And when Miramar was kind of revamped, that was the new addition. I really want to see those oasis areas also to pop up.
I mean, that is actually an interesting point. Even I want to see some action around the trailer park area. But right now, the plane is in the sky and all the teams are going to be jumping out to their favorite locations. And let's just have a look at the plane path. Pretty much splitting the map in half. We are going to be flying from La Cobreria all the way to Puerto Paraiso. And, well, we are going to have to wait and see if we're going to have any early skirmishes in Miramar.
That we will definitely have to, but right now, things might change around since we have the players of A1 Esports, so definitely they will be landing at Los Leones. So since FutureStation is not there, they would not really be worried about it, but now we may witness a few fights out there in El Azhar. But one thing for sure, PAINxELMT, they sure are the bunch still trying things around in week number 2.
They are trying things around, and it looks like I had a feeling they might just go to Hacienda del Patron, but they are going to be flying further east and possibly loot around those places north of Junkyard, maybe even go all the way to El Azhar. We're going to have to wait and find out as the final few teams are exiting the plane as we speak. And looks like D2K is the last team to disembark from this plane. Now, any second now, we are going to have the circle form, and wait a second! Woo! I think the gods of PUBG were listening in on us, because we did want the ruins, we did want the trailer park. The oasis is not there, but hey, man, I think this is better than what you could have expected.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very, very refreshing. Since El Pozo is in contention, you've got those really, really high tier buildings out there, and it's kind of a bit tricky to go up there, but once you are there, you can see this entire map. And no kidding, that's like one of those highest points if you get those buildings for yourself. But at the same time, you have to be very worried, because if in those last moments, if it takes a shift, then my friend, you are in a whole world of trouble.
One thing that I'm excited to see is we might just see some action in Picado. Now, that is something we really haven't seen a lot of in this map. And, of course, Picado is one of the most popular areas, popular dropping spots in Miramar. Now, at this moment, we have Assiduous Esports in Picado. We have Abrupt Slayers in Picado, so that ASE-ASL rivalry might just be revived a bit. And also, Cold Zero High Voltage are not too far off. So, expect some sparks to fly early on. But the question is, who is going to do the shooting and who gets taken down first?
That we will certainly have to see. But what I really love is DEADEYES' position, dropping up at San Martin, definitely having good loot. And since Team ElementriX is not playing this one out, so the power grid area, that's completely vacant. They can now make the rotation from up there and kind of tend to get over those hillside compounds just nearby Crater Fields. And if they do get that, well, they might have to take a fight against DRS. But if they manage to take DRS down, I think this is the chicken dinner game.
I mean, let's see. Let's see. Anything can happen. Of course, the analyst desk has already, picked their teams to win. We have picked ours, and more often than not, we are very, very wrong. But that one time that we are right, I know that you feel elated because you have got a few predictions right. But right now, something similar, something that we are all used to, PAINxELMT are under fire yet again. Luffy has already been lost as Rohan and Envy are now going to be on the back foot.
Well, they did hear you, right? They did drop off at Hacienda del Patron. But surprisingly, they did have some neighbors around. And PN Crew, this is a squad that we really have to watch out for. And Ayush is actually charging in with that Murado. Oh, Envy, are you going to take those shots or not? No, she does not. And well, she has to now look out for herself as 3 players go charging in inside a compound. Well, Envy gets that first knock, but she will be falling down to that Molotov coming out from Ayush.
She does get burned indeed. A good effort on her part to get the first knock, but it was a bit too much to handle as far as PN Crew goes. And with that, we have the first elimination in Game 4 in Miramar, and it is something that we've seen before. PAINxELMT are out of this game. Now, again, just to remind you, in case you missed any of the action, they have been playing as a 3-man squad for the past few days. In fact, the entirety of week 2, and it definitely has made an impact on the gameplay.
It kind of affects you mentally, to be honest. Just starting off with 3 players, you already know that you have your backs against the wall. You know that a lot of teams are going after you. Today, since yesterday, we did see some promising signs of revival from this particular squad, pulling out those beautiful rotations. But apart from that, during every single engagement, I'm talking about PAINxELMT, during every single engagement, they're just not there. The players are kind of positioned elsewhere. They do not really know what they are trying to do, what their objectives are, how they should take those fights, how to use those utilities. And talk about utilities being used right from the time when I was casting the PMPL Scrims. This was the thing that I was really critical about. That is the use of utilities. And finally, the teams have realized how important those smokes and grenades are.
I mean, let's not forget about the flashbangs, because we did, in fact, see a couple of them being used in Erangel. Hey, man, even one flashbang is like a big thing. At least it did something to distract the enemy. Oh my God, you do not like flashbangs, do you? You are an old school man. You love grenades and you love smoke.
No. I love flashbangs, but they still have not yet been introduced into the South Asian meta. However, I've seen a lot of Chinese teams use those stun grenades.
With tactical precision as well.
Yes. When you are pushing a compound, if you have one of those grenades and one of those flashbangs, you just go in and there you see either the squad gets knocked from a grenade or they're flashed out, and you can just charge in and take the players out.
Yes, sir. And right now, have a look at the map as all the teams are trying to move towards the center of the circle, as we have seen time in and time out in Miramar especially. We have DRS Gaming, Assiduous Esports, DEADEYES guys, and SCYTES pretty much all close to one another. But then one team which is far, far away, in fact, outside the circle, are the boys on our screen right now, T2K. Now, let me just quickly talk about day 3. That was yesterday. They won Game 4. They won Game 5. And we almost saw them winning the first game of the day today as well. And since then, they've kind of fallen off the map, haven't they?
Yeah, they surely have, but it's all right. Still they stand on the tippity top. They just have to keep that momentum running, because even in that map of Miramar, they managed to secure themselves 10 kills, which is a really good feat. And having a good position, that's really good. And talk about good position, C1 Crazy. Had that been a low toss grenade, would have done a lot of damage out there.
It would have done a lot of damage, and you were just talking about utilities. I mean, there is no shortage of grenades. I mean, the last couple of games...
Getting very serious about them right now.
It is. I was joking about the fact that, maybe in some time we won't even need guns, but right now all R3D are switching things up as Vanta has joined the roster this time, and he does get a knock on INES's there.
Oh my goodness. The repetition.
Yes, sir. We are going to be defying gravity once again. And of course, those buggies. You know, the thing is, high torque. Ooh, Ghost, are you going to slip?
No.
He does not make it. He did not have
Does
enough
it have the
momentum.
horsepower,
It does. See, you know, it's not about the horsepower. It's all about that low-end torque right now. He takes a second attempt at it. And
go for it.
Oh, almost. Well, we're going to come back to the action right now as we have a little bit of a fight breaking out between R3D and INES. Now, Anubis just knocked out Orochi and confirmed his kill, and looks like R3D have been reduced to a two-man squad as well. And, well, I am pretty sure INES are to blame.
Well, they certainly are, and right now Joker is right out in the open with his pants down, and Entry has got all the time in the world just to make that push onto his aim, but that would not be necessary since he knows he's got those grenades in. He'll get that knock, he'll get that confirmation.
He does get that knock, and now he's going for Anubis at distance. And of course, you know, about grenades, if your position is known to the enemy, and if you do a lot of training, and wait a second, we have another grenade going off over here. It's going to be Deadeye's guys, Shifu, sir, who gets the knock on Jivon. Crazy. Muffin is going to be moving in. Hanuel and Kurkure are just a little bit far off, but here we go. He goes up, he shoots, he confirms his kill, and now ASC are a three-man squad against a very determined Deadeye's guys.
Yeah, of course. Even Deadeye is not getting the best of the chicken dinners out there, but they still are in very good contention of the top 5. But right now, Shifu sir displaying what discipline, what meditation can lead you to. That is to a lot of good grenades. And well, Assiduous Esports might just be in a situation since they retreated to those compounds, and now they can be engulfed by the players of Deadeyes. But elsewhere, we can see Gunner taking down Fair. He was right out in the open. What was he doing for so long?
Well, he was in the open, but have a look at Jiro Fair. He's going to go in and confirm the kill for his teammate. Now, Wang got a knock earlier as well. Memo is down on his knees. 7C Esports are going to be survived by just one member, and that man is Hungrybox. Now, time in and time out, we've seen Hungrybox with his back against the wall, and this guy just comes out swinging. He has pretty much had a few clutch moments. He's had his moments in the sun, but right now, the way he is surrounded by the enemy, it looks like a dicey situation for him. But here is the silver lining. Looks like VTNxJyanMaara have no idea that there is still one more man left inside that compound.
Now they sure do, with Hungrybox taking down Sheriff here. Nang will be the one fighting against him, and well, he'll just be enough. But Ghana was also joining the party, but that did not take too long. Well, Sheriff will definitely get that revive, and 7C going down so early. Well, that's a bit of a shocker.
That is a bit of a shocker, especially since we know that this particular crew, this particular squad is a heavy-hitting squad. I mean, as far as skills go, they were leading the chart at one point, especially as soon as they hit the 140-kill marker. So, you know, it is going to be a little upsetting to see them get out this far. But look at these positions right now. High up in the sky, he is raining down death. And there you have it. Abu is going to get a knock on Shifu. So we were just talking about all that meditation, all that kung fu training, but looks like it is all for naught as he is now out of this game. Now, you know, we were talking about these positions. I love the fact that they have made it all the way up here, but what happens when you have to go down?
The best part right now, in fact, the most interesting part, is that all the vehicles have been taken out.
Yep.
Now, if the circle kind of shifts up from them, then it's going to be a tough time making it to the downhill. In the meanwhile, Ghost having a lot of bullets for sure, and will be spraying down onto its players out there, but still nothing out from it.
Well, now they can set their sights on ASL. It looks like ASL have definitely spotted out Ghost, as we did see a few shots coming uphill over here. But A1 Esports is going to be engaged in a skirmish of their own. Now, what's funny is that a lot of these teams are concentrated on one mountain range. And of course, it is Miramar. There are plenty of hills to be kings of, but everyone wants... I mean, all right, let's just have a look and see what they're doing. By the way, I really love that skin of that Mirado, and burning vehicles already. And
what are your thoughts on this, XP? I mean, using a Mirado in some deserty land.
I mean, whatever gets the job done, whatever floats your boat, you are going to use it. But right now, it looks like Stalwart Esports are engaged in a tussle yet again. Morte has been knocked out, and I do see that they are split in twos, but look at him. He has to come down. He has to come down, and if he gets spotted out from the distance, which he is, he in fact is losing his HP as he's coming down. I think, well, Stalwart Esports are definitely going to be reduced to a 3-man squad. What an interesting angle On Top has right now.
Yeah, of course. Now he just wants the players of A1 Esports to be right out in the open because he's got that mini, so he'll need to get those headshots. But you don't need to, you know, get collective shots when you have the AWM. Just that one head does not matter whichever helmet you're wearing, you are going down.
Well, I like the fact that in theory, yes, you are right. But the thing is, somebody has to actually go and pick up that BFG from the crate and use it. But right now, the Mini 14 is going to suffice for Sinister as he lets off a few shots down range in Deadeye's guy's direction. In fact, that was a nice shot. He even clipped a member of the team, and I think that was Vadu, if I'm not wrong.
Ouch. Now On Top, sir, kind of drops down from his vehicle, explodes from it, and gets finished in a whisker. But A1 Esports are still having that good reach for themselves to fight it out. But they have a lot of squads kind of surrounding them. Any single moment as the circle shifts, they might be in a bit of a dicey situation.
Now, have a look at ASL's position. Just keep in mind that to the left of your screen at that moment was that hill on top of which we have the team called SCYTES. Now, lucky for SCYTES, the circle has kind of come their way. They are still at the epicenter of all the action. The new circle is going to be forming in and around El Pozo, just a little bit southeast of El Pozo, and they can still be kings of the hills right now. Let's see if that's going to work out for them.
I'm telling you, they'll regret this.
I'm
telling you, they will regret this. 100%. The last shift is going to go away from them, and while they're getting down, they will be knocked out.
And unfortunately, you only get that parachute once you jump out of the aircraft. You do not have a backup chute on your back. So if you go down, if you jump down, if you have a little bit of a slip, you go down and you go splat.
Team
SCYTES. That's a little graphic for you, isn't it?
I mean, just imagining it kind of gives me the chills already. But Kuni having spotted out Jane. Now this one might just be a huge knock if it really connects. But it was kind of a bit overcooked. Had it just let the the grenade bounce a bit, then it would have been better. But now Jane will go in for that retreat. Will try to reposition himself. But is that a bait?
That could be a bait because it looks like SK49 could be in a good position to knock him down if he comes over that rise. But I think Kuni is being a little smart. He realized that the buggy was in play and now he doesn't hit a vehicle. Good grenade in the direction of where the buggy was lost. But again, he's got to move back. He was separated from his teammates. But
around with
Jane could actually come in and put a few bullets in his back.
He's not backing out. He's not shying away from that fight. And timelessly, he's just playing around. He's just moving, creating those sound cues that to kind of bait out the enemy to come out in the open. And look how the hounds are hiding.
However, Frankie and Venom, they should be wary because not too far back, especially on their side, we have another team, DRS Esports, and DRS Gaming are going to be in a position now to gatekeep them as the circle has kind of shifted a bit to the right. Have a look at that on your screens. The SCYTES still atop their mountain. They are going to be hoping that just against all odds, we need the final circle to end over here.
Yes, exactly. The win ratio depends on where the circle is really shifting because I'm pretty sure everyone knows where Team SCYTES is considering how ballistic they have been, how engaging they have been in every single fight. But now, Team T2K making their rotation inside the circle from the southern side, I must say that's a good decision.
It is a good decision, and we did talk about the SCYTES. You did realize that all their vehicles, barring that one buggy, were on fire, so it is going to be a tricky situation, but the airdrop is going to fall down, and it has an M249 this time around. Looks like there are no takers for the arm, and looks like Aussie is going to be heading towards the enemy. He is really close by, and looks like he has been spotted. It's going to be Yashiro who's going to lay down some lead, but Aussie is going to be blown up by his own hand.
And that's a tough way to go, to be honest. But now Yashiro has got his eyes onto its assassin. Now losing out on Aussie, that's going to be really, really devastating.
I mean, you just mentioned that he's a pivotal part of his team.
Yes, and now assassin, the burden kind of shifts down onto him because after him he's the highest fragger. And now we'll have to see what he does. But in the meanwhile, Kuni, being murderous over there, has spotted out the players of T2K. But, well, these lads are already inside the circle. Now they have to move in. But talking about the circle, the 5th circle is going to play with a lot of hearts. We're still waiting for that curveball to really come in. But Zebion from far has spotted down the players of Stalwarts and will be taking down Morte.
He has taken down Morte, and again, you know, it's kind of funny that they are in a little shock, but we'll come back in a second because Blade is picking a fight with the remaining members of Team Bablu as 2 of them went down in an instant. Danny went down, Tyrone went down, Zebion is the last man standing, and in proper fashion that we've been seeing for a long time, he's getting a grenade ready, he lobs it, both the opponents lob grenades. Wait a second, Blade goes up, he gets taken down this time, courtesy of Zebion and his AKM, and well, that is how the cookie crumbles. Now the members of Stalwart Esports who are still alive and kicking can just helplessly look on. They are going to try and lay down some shots, lay down some cover fire, but it is going to look, it does not look good for them.
Well, you know, the players of A1 Esports also kind of got into that fight, and a lot of squads are nearby that area. Nova X from far taking down another player over there. In the meanwhile, Team SCYTES, they have got so much damage onto it themselves, just staying up top. You know, there will be a point when they would run out of ammo.
There could be a point where they would run out of ammo, but looks like they are not going to think about that right now. They are trying to dish out as much damage as they can from that bird's nest. Gyalzen over here trying to avoid damage. In fact, he is going to make it in the nick of time. I mean, he is dressed like a mummy. He does not want to be put on the ground just like that just now. He does make it. Again, the way these guys zig and zag their way out of bullets is just amazing. Now, Rated had a few grenades going up over his head as Assassin gets a knock on Nima. And let me just tell you one thing. That is quite some distance, and that was an impeccable spray.
Yeah, of course, you know, coming out from that M4 at such a huge distance, considering he had that, you know, disadvantage of being on the low ground. But now, Gold Zero, well...
You know what we're laughing about? You are going to see it on your screens in just a few seconds as well. The little nest, the little high perch that SCYTES had from themselves, they are now going to be forced to move out as the circle has shifted due east, which means they are going to have to come down from their, well, nest up there. But right now, the play zone is going to be playing a little havoc as well as Wang gets taken down. Blend over here trying to keep Assassin and his teammates at bay.
There you go.
There you go. You have the circle and have a look at that. They don't have their vehicles, but look at that. They're going to have a massive rotation to come in, and they have a lot of obstacles to basically cross over.
Exactly. Abrupt Slayers are there right in front of them. If they take that, you know, that southern route, they have the players of DRS to deal with. But, you know, the squad that's going to be the most happy is going to be Assiduous Esports. They have the compounds. All they have to do is deal with the players of PN Crew.
Well, to be fair, Assiduous Esports has been lucky in that aspect for quite a long time, but Tyrant over here, he spots 6-9 up top, but I think he does get taken down by Rated, who he was completely oblivious to the fact that, you know, there was an enemy right ahead and the entry is still going off with those grenades as he gets a knock on SK49. Meanwhile, DRS's Gyalzen is laying down heavy fire in Gold Zero high voltage's direction. Meanwhile, JyanMaara exiting the game in the 12th position.
Well, Cooney just surviving with a sliver of HP. He goes down, gets into the circle. But now, DRS, do they have enough time to go for those revivals? No, they do not. Now they also have to cross this mountain. How are they going to do that with the circle closing in any single moment? And it has already started. All the vehicles have been taken down. And this is going to be the death road for DRS as they start marching inside the circle.
Oh, I think Mr. Burrow might just spot INES's entry as he comes over that rise elsewhere. Goes still from up top, laying down some fire. Let me just tell you one thing. I loved that recoil control that was on display for me right now. Now, have a look at the map, right? We did talk about Assiduous Esports. They are in a good position, but Ghost is still relentless with that M4 at distance, taking down Morte once again, and now he sets his sights on Kashuf. Lucky for them, they do have that buggy that we talked about. That means they can start moving to the circle, but now this is where ASL could lay down some fire on them. This is where T2K could lay down some fire on them. It looks like they are going to be heading in G.I. Jane's direction. They've definitely spotted him. Razur gets taken down from distance, courtesy of Venom. Now Ghost is going to go in for the kill. He goes inside the house. Wait a second! Did he not see the enemy inside? That was frantic. That was frantic. That was a last-ditch effort. I'm pretty sure even G.I. Jane is shook up right now. But there you have it. SCYTES, they had to come down from the little king of the hill situation, and they have been wiped out in the 9th position. DRS Gaming following shortly after in 8th.
Well, as the circle is going to form, and talk about gifts, Assiduous Esports. This is the game that they cannot really afford to lose. Well, they have gotten themselves back last time. They got a chicken dinner. They might just follow up with another one. But for that, you have to deal with PN Crew. Right now, Stalwart Esports is laying heavy fire onto its players of Abrupt Slayers.
And talk about the circle, Assiduous Esports. This is your day. They have the compound, they have the circle. They are going to have to share with PN Crew. But as of right now, Kashuf is the one who is going to be raining down some bullets at the enemy. Again, they've got to move quick because the circle is going to be moving in at about 10 seconds. They've got about 130 meters of distance to cover. And let me be honest with you, it's, you know, they might have their attention on one team, but I'm pretty sure they are going to be picked off one by one from the distance. Now, Morte is going to commit to the fight. He sees Heaven. He shoots. He does connect a few bullets, but it's Jane who comes in from afar and gets the knock. In fact, Heaven is going to go down as well. Now, Abrupt Slayers, Jari, Nova, and Captain have their work cut out as they realize, you know, the enemy is pretty much right above the hill that they want to go to.
Yeah, right now, Kashu might just be overstepping up a bit, and Captain will definitely punish him for that. And there you go. Stalwart Esports making those mistakes in those final circles, really hurting them. But Season did not really want to live anymore. He knocks himself out with his own grenade.
Looks like hunting season is over for PN Crew. Season right now, he is going to get taken out by Gurkre. That means that's a free kill for Assiduous Esports. And have a look at that airdrop. That airdrop is going to fall inside the warehouse. That means if somebody wants to go and get it, you can, because you are going to have a lot of cover. The question is, I wonder what's in there. Looks like, I mean, I'm done. I am walking away right now because it's another ROM, and the sad part is no one is going to pick it up. But right now, PN Crew is going to be picking fights with multiple teams. They are a three-man squad. They have ASE at one end. They have A1 Esports at the other. And let me tell you one thing, my dear friend. INES is still in the picture. Have a look at the minimap. Do you see that 6 on the bottom over there? He can come in and really do some damage from behind.
Yeah, and he's already got his opponents in his radar. Mr. Moro in the meanwhile taking down 6-9. But Abrupt Slayers, somehow they have made it in. And SK49's position has been compromised as the grenade has already been cooked. This is the time when he needs to go out, and yes, he does. And yes, he takes down. And he has to go for the second one. Will he get it though? Surviving with a sliver of HP, and well, you know, that will hurt him.
Now that is why you separate your vault and your jump buttons. You do have those options in your options, so in case you don't want to have this happening to you, you better want to go and tinker with your settings. But right now, Nova is going to get that revive on Captain, as Jari is going to be bleeding in the distance as well, but looks like he is going to get a pick up as well. Now, Abrupt Slayers, these guys are playing as a tight-knit unit, as we are now down to the final 4 teams. And again, this time around, we have 12 players alive, which means we are 3 men for each single squad. Is it 3 men, or are we? Oh, I do already see Abrupt Slayers have lost 2. Yeah. All right, so, you know, the average was correct. I mean, he just lost his life right now.
Well, it's completely understandable considering how this game has been going along. But, you know, on the sad part, INES has been eliminated, something that we did not want. And to make things even sadder, no one really went in for that airdrop that we had in that warehouse. But Assiduous Esports have got their job cut out because they know exactly where the players of Abrupt Slayers are. And there you go. Muffin being taken down by Ayush. Does that open things up, though?
My Ayush did take him down, but right now Hanuel is going to come under heavy fire from A1 Esports. Dante, they definitely have an idea where the enemy is. Have a look at Sandesh's position. If Dante even gets up right now, chances are he might just get shot in the head because Sandesh is definitely going to see him elsewhere. Nova X with a grenade on Hanuel. ASL up against ASE. Sandesh has been spotted out by Dante. He does lay down some shots in that direction, and there you go. We all saw this coming. The follow-up grenades that are coming in this tournament are just amazing, but it looks like this one could be a bit too far, and Sandesh is still in this game. But now the numbers are being depleted elsewhere. ASE, I beg your pardon, Muffin has been put to the ground, and look at the way Dante is giving cover for his teammates up ahead. Just brilliant.
Brilliant, I must say that. But, you know, 6-9, you know, being in that shroud of smoke, he could just be a surprising element and just go down and take down Sandesh. But Ayush on the back lines, he is providing cover fire for his teammate. Elsewhere, Mr. Moro gets that knock on CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. This opens this fight up between the players of PN Crew and A1 Esports as Jax has to hold the fortress down. But will he though, as almost takes down Sondesh.
I mean, that was beautiful shots, let me tell you. Very accurate shots, almost getting the intended target on the ground right now. But now PN Crew, they know that they are going to have an onslaught. They are going to have a little bit of a situation when everyone wants to be inside this warehouse. Here comes Jax. He is going to take refuge behind that airdrop. He does already have the level 3 helmet and the level 3 vest. That means, well, he can take quite a beating. But elsewhere, Nova is trying to slink his way into the circle right now. Remember, he is the last man standing for Abrupt Slayers. He needs to make sure that everybody else has a tussle with one another before he moves in for the kill. Because, let me tell you one thing, he is at the edge of the circle. So look at this face-off right now. It's PN Crew pretty much up against the world right now.
Exactly. And Assiduous Esports, well, having Kurkure, that might be a matchup that maybe Nova has to engage himself into. But PN Crew, observing that the players of A1 Esports are making that push, this is the time where you free fire, and that goes on. And well, Sondesh putting the fight out, but falls out to Dante.
Wow.
As Dante kind of completely wipes out the whole squad. Well, 6ix9ine gets that final kill, and with it, PN Crew are out of this game.
Yes, they are. Well, Dante is on a domination spree off his own. 3 quick kills in a matter of seconds. PN Crew, of course, out in the 4th position with 4 kills, which means now we are down to the final 3 teams. And have a look at that. Only 5 players are alive. We have Assiduous Esports with 1 man standing, and that man is Kurkure. Nova is going to be representing Abrupt Slayers, which means we have a 3-man A1 Esports. Can they get another chicken dinner for themselves today?
Well, they certainly can. With the way they are playing, with the kind of numbers that they have, it's favoring them. But now, Nova, had he had a few grenades, had he had a few Molotovs, maybe he could have gone in for the fight. Maybe we could have said that he has the upper hand over here. But I love what 6ix9ine is doing from the edges.
He is trying to come up. He's trying to make sure that he can get an idea of where the enemy is. I'm pretty sure they are going to expect someone in that shack where Kurkure is. And any second now, if Kurkure does not have enough first aids on him, he is going to have to come out. Oh, my goodness. Again, no shortage of grenades over here, as it was Kurkure who, in fact, takes out A1 Esports. 6ix9ine, did you just see they kind of exchange grenades right now? I mean, let me just tell you one thing. I am loving this. Now, A1 Esports, they are going to be on the back foot. Here comes the follow-up Molotov. Kurkure might move forward, which might give Nova the chance to basically strike. And, you know, we are talking about the rivalry. Will ASL wipe out ASC?
You know, I think that's going to be a kind of a sticky situation because now with the way that A1 Esports have had their eyes set onto with Kurkure and they are actually marching on towards him and he's already taking a lot of shots. Maybe Jax might be that player, but well, Kurkure does fall out from the circle and Nova did try to pick up a fight, but it's the boys from A1 Esports getting that chicken dinner yet again.
Yet again, winner chicken dinner is going to go A1 Esports' way. And it happened in Miramar this time. Let me just tell you one thing. Numbers now are definitely counting for something. You have more at the end. You know, we've seen major upsets, but not this time. Remember, it is day 4. They are taking it seriously because after this, we just have 1 more week of league play left.
1 more week. And talk about who really rising and shining. A1 Esports all the way from Bangladesh. It's so amazing.
They did amazing, and I hope you all enjoyed that game as well. But let me just tell you one thing. I love all these grenade barrages we see. I'm sure you do as well. While we take a quick break and wrap our heads around what happened, grab yourself some Mountain Dew because we're going to do the same. We'll see you after this break.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Season 2 on the analyst desk. After match number 4 of today, this is Super Johnny being joined by Shadow and Ocean. And A1 Esports, 2 back-to-back. I mean, again, our hopes, specifically my hopes, are going to be sky high to see 3 chicken dinners in a single day.
Yeah, we are also hoping for that, but the guy Dante, he sounded confident and it did show in this particular match, the way they are taking the chicken dinner.
Actually, I love the way, you know, he started everything and he was actually on that part.
Yeah.
We want to see what happens next week, but then he was like, I'll show you what happens in the next game, and that's one thing he showed.
Match is still left for the day. Why not just perform today? I mean, that is going to be the thing that A1 Esports had in their mind. And it was pretty incredible. I mean, numbers, as experiments say, numbers do count for something in those final fights specifically. Also, having the cover of the entire factory was also an advantage that they had. The two other players, one in the shack, one out in the open, they were in a troublesome situation. But as we move forward, we're going to have a look at the MVP for this game as well, ladies and gentlemen, and see that one individual player who had an incredible match in this Miramar. And here is the MVP of this game. It is going to be pretty incredible as the player is right here. It is going to be Entry from the squad of INES. 4 kills, 698 damage, 1 assist at a survival time of 22 minutes and 34 seconds. And well, as we do say, the new MVP system, it accounts for an overall MVP now instead of just kills from the winning team.
I mean, that's where it just goes down, right? You see 4 kills multiplied by 0.2, 698 damage multiplied by 0.4, and then 22 minutes and 34 seconds survival time multiplied by 0.4 divided by everything of all of the whole server, and that's where it comes down. Plus, the guy has a badge of Russia, and he actually rushed to that MVP marker for himself.
Well, his name is Entry, right? He has to be the Entry.
Yeah. He definitely rushed in when they took down the plots of Team R3D. Entry did play an important role in that particular fight. He actually rushed into the compound of R3D. It took them down the whole squad. And in fact, R3D was the second squad to be taken out, if I'm not wrong. In fact, whole INE, especially Entry, if we talk about this guy, he has been showing amazing performance today in all the 4 matches.
Yeah, exactly. Amazing performances, all 4 games. And INES, I mean, they are slowly and steadily trying to step back into the action and be a part of, well, the action as the teams are going to look to compete for the prize money that's there for the league stage as well. As we said, $65,500 for the league stages specifically has been dedicated out of the $200,000, ladies and gentlemen. But now it's time to have a look at the top players of this game as well and see the other 4 players who are going to be joining our MVP on this list. And since INES did get the chicken dinner, there has to be one of those players in here, and this time it is going to be 6ix9ine.
Yeah, A1 Esports.
A1 Esports,
yeah. They had an incredible chicken dinner. Back-to-back is what they are going for right now. And then Mr. Boro comes in with 2 kills, but still the damage justifies the work that he did on the desert lands of Miramar. Shari from ASL was out there, and SCYTES goes already. So SCYTES is still trying to make that effort, and where they are right now, I would say it's decent. Nothing taken away from this team as well, nothing taken away from the efforts as well. But once again, support player, scout player, and then top 3 is being taken by Russia's and Russia's itself.
I mean, that is going to be quite interesting on this map, specifically on Miramar. But one thing I like is high survival times across the board, 20-minute plus survival times. We did have that one individual player on the 5th position with 20-minute survival time, but still an amazing high damage from that lad as well. Let us now move forward and have a look at the standings of this game and see how many points were picked up by these teams in this second last game of Week 2, Day 4.
A1 Esports having the perfect positioning and all the 4 players alive till the final circle. Definitely got that chicken dinner with amazing 10 kills. Abrupt Slayers, NovaX played smartly. He didn't make any noise. That's why he is at the 2nd position with 12 placement points and 6 kill points. If we talk about Assiduous Esports, there was a last guy remaining. NovaX was also the last guy remaining from Abrupt Slayers. If he had stayed silent instead of getting eliminated at 3rd position, he might have gotten eliminated at the 2nd position because he was inside a shack. He had a cover. NovaX was out there in the open area, but kind of he messed up and lost on that 2 points over there. T2K having a decent performance, 4 placement points, 5 kill. I'm happy as long as they are in the top 5 and top 6. I think T2K is still looking good.
Yeah, they are looking pretty decent, but then moving on from 9 to 16 is where things get interesting as well. R3D, Team Bablu, 7C, PAINxELMT, alright? So Team Bablu, we know Bablu owns the Miramar. This time they could not. That's where, you know, decision making comes in. R3D, they are pummeling out in this one. 7C Esports, a team that goes for the kills, could not go for the kills in this one. Guys, I mean, they are pretty good in their own area. And then there's one thing that I actually used to agree with Johnny when he used to say Stalwart Esports. There's always that one game that they shine.
Yeah.
And they could not in this one. So probably it might be the last one. But before that, it's just this thing that actually happened.
Exactly, and it is going to be quite interesting to have a look at the match summary as well. 67 knocks coming in, 54 kills were confirmed, 10 headshots, and smokes and nades used. This time a little bit too much under average, just 174.
Still decent. I mean, nothing taken away from this one as well. But then again, kills come down to 54 because of one thing, play zone.
Exactly. I mean,
Maybe because in the end there were two warehouses which played the important role, and
Plus
by
9
that time,
circle.
it was this final circle, and teams by that time had almost used all their grenades and utilities.
Exactly. But that's the thing. If you are using it into the middle to the early stages, there has to be a usage. You can't just rush in one guy that you have seen, one specifically I'm going to talk about. You've seen, we saw SCYTES rush in towards that one guy inside of the shack. They could have easily just Molotov inside and just flushed him out. No, you charge in. He's going to be hiding behind the door. And in close ranges, camera control becomes really important. If you shake even a little bit, especially when you're standing right in front of him, you are going to be quite far away from him. And that is exactly why the player was taken down. Utility is going to be important in those situations wherein a guy is cornered, a team is cornered, and you just need to finish them quite efficiently. But now it is time to have a look at the new moments of this match, ladies and gentlemen, and here they are on our screens.
Well, since the zone was, ElementriX was not there, the hill that ElementriX tries to capture, that became the main position. Lots of teams tried to get hold of it. In fact, Team SCYTES, DRS, Abrupt Slayers, all the three teams at one point were trying to capture that particular hill. And if you talk about 7C Esports, the reason they are having an early elimination is because of they are being way too split out. That's where the solo players are getting picked off, and Team SCYTES definitely took advantage of that height position. They eliminated few of the players of Team DEADEYES also.
I mean, they did good, obviously, and then there comes those shack fights, plus the ridge fights that were happening. But here, Team Bablu kind of fumbled down. Obviously, Blade was moving up, and so it comes down to one thing. If you're going for the ridge areas, when you're at the topmost area versus when you're at the bottommost area, the person at the bottommost area, his head is the first thing that's visible, right? So it goes down in that one. And DRS, all right, so this team is where I think that the hopes should be going down. But then this one was incredible. I mean, Ghost went in, Ghost was there, Shane went in, and he survived. He barely survived. Otherwise, it would have been a different situation. But here, the grenade was coming in. SK49 was like, nope, I'll take down one. But again, Experiment said it. Jump button and that climbing button, those things should be different. Otherwise, it's not the same thing that should be just out there. But still, this is where the ending goes down. 2 grenades going in and coming back. That's where Kurkure won the nade fight. But A1 Esports actually took it overall.
Exactly, and talk about taking it over. A1 Esports have taken over 2 games, in fact, of today, ladies and gentlemen. There's the damage bar. 1700 damage, 1777 to be precise. 10 kills coming in for this team. Again, an amazing, incredible performance. They were sitting on the 11th position before this match, and I think after this one, they are definitely going to be looking inside of the top 10. But we're going to have a look at the teams in the middle of the table right here in front of me over this way. Decent amount of damage, good kills coming in as well. By good, I mean good for the average, because we do see 6, 5, 4 kills over there as well. Quite an early exit though, I have to say, quite an early exit. If you are putting up anything over 1,000 damage, if you are taking those fights in your favor, and if you have 4+ kills, you are going to have to turn down the aggression just a little bit, survive, keep your heads down, move in towards those final fights, and, well, finish at least inside of the top 4, inside of the top 3 to get those crucial placement points. Although, if you are the squad of DRS Gaming, this game has to be a hiccup for them, a hiccup in the momentum that they had going for themselves coming in from yesterday. 600 damage, I'm sorry, Assiduous Esports, that is. 677 damage, just 1 kill coming in towards the later stages. DRS as well did have an early exit, but the 4 kills, I think, did sort of balance things out for them as far as the average from every single game is going to go. But we were talking about the fact, I mean, Ocean, your assumption was the fact that if they just get taken out every single game without taking any kills, the lowest they're going to get was like, what, 4 KPM?
4.5 KPM.
They got 4 kills in this game as well.
It doesn't matter. Obviously, they'll still be the winners of the week or something.
Yeah.
We'll see that thing, obviously, for
just
sure.
One more game.
One more game and everything's going to be clear.
Exactly. One more game and everything's going to be clear. One more game. Let us have a look at the group-wise standings as a whole, ladies and gentlemen, and see how things are going. And as we were saying, just one more game, and we're going to find out which is going to be the team this week taking home the $2,000, and which individual player will be taking home the $500 for himself.
Yes, T2K is still sitting at the top, but Assiduous Esports, if we talk about today's matches, they were in the zone. even in the 5th or 6th circle was favoring them, yet they were not able to capitalize on it. On the other hand, INES is putting up a good show. They are trying to do a comeback, and if Assiduous Esports is not performing, I think INES in the next coming week might take up Assiduous Esports and come at the 3rd position. If you talk about 7C Esports, slightly silly mistakes coming up, being way too split out, that's why they are losing on. They are having an early finish because of that particular reason. Still, they are sitting at the top in their own group. I don't think there is any reason to complain about it. But R3D Esports is also making that same mistake, but they are sitting at the bottom. They need to reunite. They need to take the fights simultaneously. All the 4 players just stick together. I think then R3D can easily take down the squads. In fact, they did manage to take down INES in one of the Vikendi matches.
Yeah, that's totally true. But well, moving forward, as we always do, Group D comes in here. A1 Esports 265 for themselves, Stalwart Esports 197. Obviously, there's a difference in both these teams right now. But then, lowering the difference is where JyanMaara comes in. VTNxJyanMaara, you can see 194 points for themselves, 100 for the placement, 94 for the kills. That's pretty standard out there. PAINxELMT has 66 for themselves, and that, again, one more week left. 1 game extra for today. That's where it goes down. But then, 306. DRS Gaming, pretty close to SGT2K. And that is where everything just comes up. DRS guys, they have 289. Team Bablu 252, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE 201. But still, again, DRS 306. And then on the other side, it's SGT2K where they go with 316.
Yeah.
In fact, if we talk about the kill points of CZxHIGHVOLTAGE and Team Bablu, there is just a point difference of 3 points. The thing CZxHIGHVOLTAGE is lacking those placement points. If they are able to finish in the top 5 in the coming next week, they can easily take down Team Bablu.
Exactly, but I think that's going to be the story for next week for CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. This week they can try the level best in this one game.
They are trying.
Yeah, they're trying the level best. I mean, this is going to be just about closing the gap. But this last game is going to be the most important for, as Ocean pointed out, DRS Gaming and T2K. $2,000 on the line on this one game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at the schedule once again and see the last map that's going to come up shortly between these teams, all the 16 teams just waiting to step on this last battleground, which is going to be the frozen tundra of Vikendi. And as I said, I'm going to put an emphasis on this again. $2,000 on the line. One game.
I don't know how I'm feeling the pressure right now with everything, just going on, because there's 10 points difference between DRS and SGT2K. I don't know what's going to happen in this one. This is actually the high pressure situation.
Exactly. But which team are you going to pick?
I think DRS and T2K are going to put up their best show, and DRS has a stronghold in Vikendi, so I'll go with DRS.
All right, he's going to go for T2K now. But I'm going to go over to the other side of this stage, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to put the same picture in front of you guys. $2,000 on the line right here on this one game, and $200,000 as a prize pool. But $2,000 one game. Which team are you picking?
DRS.
All right. So he's picked one.
I want someone to chase it down.
You know what? We want to see a hat trick. A1 Esports has had 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. We've had other teams have 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, and maybe this final game on this final day of this week, we might see a treble.
Exactly. I mean, I would love to see that happen as well. So I'm going to pick 2 teams. I'm going to pick T2K because I want 6 chicken dinners, and I'm going to go A1 Esports.
Is that fair?
Come on, Johnny.
I'm the host. I can do anything.
Wow. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have a little bit of an issue going on over here because we are being bullied at work. But anyway, let's see if your prediction is going to come true, because he has picked T2K and A1 Esports. One of them could possibly walk away the winner in this game.
Or maybe it can just be someone who's not yet picked up a chicken dinner. Because I have always seen this. In those final moments, it's some other team that gets in style. But right now, if you talk about this entire map of Vikendi, 7C has got a very good record at it. So we'll have to see as to how they perform. But if you talk about the games today, it has been kind of a lackluster one.
It has, in fact. That's what the analyst desk was kind of emphasizing on as well, because they have been good in the kills department, but today it was a little bit of a lackluster, performance for them. Hungrybox Dale trying to stay alive right till the end, but then again, one man can't always get the job done. But right now, all our players are ready for the final game of the day, for the final game of the week. After this, we are going to go on a little bit of a sabbatical, but right now, have a look at your favorite players, and, well, as usual, can you point out your favorites?
Well, he's going for the yawn. I think that's Shifu, right? If I'm not wrong.
That is rated from
Okay,
Dead
that's
Eyes,
rated.
guys.
He's been the highest fragger for Dead Eyes, even overfragging on top. Though they are brother in arms, but the competition still remains.
Well, without further ado, the final game of the day is going to be underway as the Big Bird takes to the skies one last time. And of course, as usual, my dear buddy Fixis is going to take us to the flight bomb.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the turbulence is really high, we are heading all the way from Twitches to the cement factory. You can expect a few birds to be crashing in the air already. But,
ouch! Ouch!
That's a good way to start things
I
off.
mean, we do want all the players to be jumping down to the ground. We don't want them to crash at one place and, have the game over before it even starts.
Imagine in a future update, maybe your parachute really does not open up.
Then you have backups as well. So now we are pretty much going somewhere else. Let's come back to the game as all the teams are jumping out. And of course, we discussed the fact that, the flight path is going to split the island pretty much in half. But again, it is Vikendi. And the first circle is going to be a woozy. Wait, I mean, is this Vikendi? Are you sure this is Vikendi? Because we should have at least 50% water. But again, we are not complaining. We are going to see some action towards the north this time. The coal mine, Cosmodrome, Mount Kresnich are all going to be in contention. But have a look at all the teams down south, especially towards the southeast. We have a flash of color over there. And you know what? We are definitely going to see some bodies drop real soon.
I think in Vikendi, it's the only map where we see some early engagements. Yesterday, we saw some action out in Port Vosto between two teams, I believe. I think that was R3D, if I'm not wrong, going against JyanMaara. And now Team PAINxELMT. And now they can really loot in peace. But R3D just being beside them, that might spell trouble.
I mean, not just R3D, because the thing is, PAINxELMT, especially in Vikendi, haven't really messed around with their drop spots. They have, they've always loved going down to the winery, and they do like looting those compounds around it, which is exactly what they are doing again. So, I'm not going to say anything like easy kills or something, because of course these boys and girls, they have put up a fight every now and then. They are capable players, but of course, I mean, it's all that psychological win. If you go and get a squad out earlier, they definitely have that target painted on their back.
Now that you've mentioned, I have, said it a lot of times. PAINxELMT needs to go on the offensive, because we still have one more week to go. And if they can pull off something really, really magical like a DRS dead, you never know. Because now, one thing for sure, these guys know how to shoot. What they really have to work on is the grenading, the positioning in the fights, and how to approach it, how to bait out your enemies, all those, nooks and crannies. They need to be aware of that.
Pretty much everything except shooting is what you are trying to say right now. And there is no camera on us right now, but Fixis just looked really cheekily at the camera right now. But, I do get your point. See, for me, if I was to, talk about PAINxELMT, I feel like, I get it. It can be a bit demeaning that, you are at the bottom. But again, give it your best shot. There is always next time. And it's not about, winning the tournament or getting to the finals. I mean, that does look like a long shot for them, to be honest with you. But in the process of doing so, they can actually win quite a few hearts.
I think they are the bloomers. It's just like the new kid in town who kind of gets bullied. And every single place they drop, or if anyone gets kind of a knock onto with some members of PAINxELMT, they do not even hesitate in making a push onto with them. But, next time around, I think they might just, outshine everybody.
See, there's always two sides to the same coin, right? So one aspect we've already kind of discussed, that I say, the easy kill thing, which of course is not, accurate all the time. The other thing could also be that they could use this to their advantage as far as boosting themselves up psychologically. One second, guys. You were here a little while ago. I do believe we did see Rohan run into the water exactly at this spot, but please do not take your teammates down with you. So, coming back to the point that I was trying to make is they can kind of look at it as, the opponents want to take out the strongest team first.
Okay, that's quite a statement that you've made out there. But, what I really feel is that they can use their weakness to their advantage, in the sense that if they get a knock knock, had they had 4 players, you know, what they really need to focus on for the next week is get a 4-man team. And now if one of them gets knocked, you know, it's a normal convention that you push onto with them. That is where you need to be alert. You just need to peek out and shoot all the players who kind of tend to go out in the open.
Well, you know, as we were on the flight and as the teams were dropping out, you did mention that we had a little bit of turbulence. Looks like there's a little bit of turbulence actually in the camp of PAINxELMT as well. So, you know, that could definitely be a reason why they have been playing as a 3-man squad this past week. Hopefully that changes next week. But again, all we can do is speculate at this point. Now, R3D have also gone with a little bit of a switcheroo. We did see Vanta in the last game as well, but haven't seen a lot of him over the last couple of weeks.
I think this is the first time that I get to see this player. Well, I think whatever suits their boat, I think that they should do that. It's a perfect time to try out different things, because in week 4, you need to rack up all those points. Considering the fact that R3D are bottom of the table, they need to step up, and they need to step up big.
Also, the fact that it is, of course, the last day of this week, and it looks like we might have an early skirmish over here as SDT2K are going to be going towards CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. And looks like Extreme definitely has an idea that there is a hungry pack of wolves coming his way. He is going to make sure he doesn't make a single sound. Look at the way JyanMaara are readying themselves for battle.
Now, Extreme is extremely patient out there. He's just waiting for SK49 to come out in the open to cross over that fence, and that's when he will attack. Maybe now they've realized that he's crossed the line. And Sheriff, he should have actually come out to provide that cover fire.
Also, a beautiful cover by Venom from T2K from distance, getting that knock. Now, that is how a well-knit unit is supposed to play. Every single person has a job to do, and they are doing it to perfection. Well, you did mention Jiro Fair. He does come out and, in fact, takes out Venom. So it's a little bit of a tit-for-tat situation. But the question is, are they going to push up on it? Looks like Extreme has lost his life, which means JyanMaara have been reduced to a 3-man squad. The question is T2K going to push up on their position, or are they going to let them back off?
Well, that we will have to see, because, you know, SK49, I've seen Venom, a lot of, you know, these players are former squad members of Team Hype, one of the very well-acclaimed squad of Nepal. So they've got a lot of experience around their belt, so they're looking confident, and I think that's the reason why they're still sitting on the tippity top.
I just sorry to interrupt you for a second. My eyes are on sites right now. Of course, they are not on our screens, but my question is, are they going to get that highest point on Mount Kresnich, and are they going to hold that down, because it is in the center of the circle, and, you know, looking at what they did last game, they definitely like being high up in the sky.
Well, they definitely were high up there, but I told you, when that circle will shift, they are gonna, you know, fall down pretty hard. But, you know, we have to give kudos to their efforts. They really tried to get in, but, you know, being surrounded by enemies from all directions, they could not do much out there. But Abrupt Slayers, well, they've picked themselves up in the last game, but we see some fighting over there. Ozzy takes down Sheriff.
Ozzy has come in, and looks like High Voltage want to be a part of this party as well. They're like, you know, you guys cannot have all your fun. Again, you know, when shots are fired, you are going to hear them. And now T2K have to be careful as well, because there are going to be other packs of wolves that are going to be heading in their direction, hungry for some blood. But right now, it looks like Jane is just trying to make sure that his surroundings are secure. They do have the comfort of all these buildings around them, so they really don't have to worry about cover as of now. And looking at the fact that they are atop Mount Kresnich, they are pretty much dead smack center of the circle. So for now, expect Team T2K to hold this position till the last man.
You know, T2K is that one squad that is absolutely feeling the heat, because if they, you know, go off early, and DRS tends to catch up if they get 10 points more than them, and then they might just lose on $2,000, and well, $2,000 is a lot of money.
It is a lot of money indeed. And of course, so, you know, that is the argument that I kind of have with myself. You know, we talk about the final games of the week, and, you know, you want to go hard. You want to see a little bit more aggression from the team. But then again, with teams such as T2K, where all that money, all the MVP money is on the line, I'm pretty sure you want to take it a little easy, right? Because, well, money is money, and $2,000 is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, of course. You know, I'd
take that any day.
You know, I'd be still, you know, one with the nature already. If I had $2,000 on the line right now, I'll be just, guys,
Hit the
hold
deck.
hold your horses. You don't have to fight. Just to wait, go and hide in that small little hut.
Interestingly, the minimap is going to be on your screens in a while. Have a look at all the teams as they are going to congregate in and around Cosmodrome. I am not even kidding. It's like all the teams are going to be centered pretty much atop Mount Kresnich. We have a few in the Cosmodrome. The coal mine is not occupied, but we do have Stalwart Esports just east of that said location. And pretty much this time around, the periphery is empty, barring maybe a team or two.
Is it Thanksgiving already?
I mean, you think everybody's getting together, they're going to have a nice little meal, and then after that, they get back to the killing. I doubt it, because if two opponents are caught, you know, in the same house, chances are they are going to blow them up. I mean, I like the fact that, you know, you're a dreamer.
Talk
I like
about
that.
a brutal Thanksgiving.
There you go. Ooh, brutal. I mean, let's not go back in
I'll
history,
invite
because
you and then I'll murder you.
Thanksgiving does have a lot of bloody history behind it. We'll touch that topic later on, because right now we're going to focus over here. Of course, for those of you who don't know, you might want to Google it. It was something to do with the Indians and the Pilgrims. But now, coming back to the game, Code Zero High Voltage. They do know that JyanMaara are here, and have a look at Wang and Gunner. Now they are separated, but the fact that Gunner is a little higher up, he has that ability to provide some cover fire for his teammate. But the question remains, is Wang going to pick a fight? Because the odds are definitely mounted against them.
Yeah, of course, he's burning right now. And, talk about burning again, and he might just be barbecued down, and he's helpless at this particular moment. He's going in for the first aid, but he knows deep down under he's going to be burned to a crisp.
Well, he is burned to a crisp, and now he has been put out of his misery. So I guess that was a little bit of a coup de grace over here. A little mercy killing, and have a look at Gunner's position. He is dug in deep in that nice little knee spot that he's found himself, and looks like, ooh, Ozzy might have just spotted him. He did jump, he did see him, and now there's going to be frantic gunfire. But again, he had no room to wiggle around, and with that, we have the first team to be eliminated in the game, and this time around, it's VTNxJyanMaara.
It was funny what he was doing out there. He was just not making any noise.
Maybe they were playing hide and seek. I think it was something like that. He's like, I saw you.
I mean, had he just had a ghillie suit or something, maybe he could have been camouflaged and Ozzy could have ignored him. But, you know, I'm telling you, with the way teams are just beside each other, Christmas is really early this time.
I guess so. We are going to have to wait and find out, because, right?
Where's the Santa?
Where's the Santa? I've got a joke, aren't you? Isn't he standing next to me? Oh, no, you're the Papa Bear. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. I got confused by the belly. But anyway, coming back to the game right now, we have a new drop pretty much in the center. The question is, what is in there? Because if it's going to be another AWM, well, that's it. Full stop.
You've got your present, right? But unfortunately, it's just not there in that lobby. And, Frankie, I think Mount Kresnik is definitely a hotspot. All these teams have kind of...
oh, my God. I mean, stop. Just stop. Just stop. This is torture. I mean, not just for me. I'm pretty sure a lot of you watching at home do love that AWM. You do love that ball action. And, well, it's just mean, isn't it?
Yes. To be honest, yes. But right now, you know, T2K, well, they might have to move sometime really soon. And, well, what I like about them, regardless of the fact that PAINxELMT and Team R3D might just be on their tails anytime soon. They've got the backlines cleared. And they can also engage with these two squads, considering they are dead bottom in their group.
They could, and just to... Whoa, wait a second. Chifuza does get taken down from distance. It was Abrupt Slayers who was shooting, but it looks like somebody else came in and got the knock. But it is going to be ASL who walk away with the kill. But why don't I see a team kill for them?
You know, it was Heaven getting that knock, and he's not confirmed yet.
Oh, I just messed that up, because I did see shots fired from elsewhere, but now Sandesh is going to come in with his Mini 14, and he knocks down the captain.
Well, you know, I won't blame you, considering how the kill feed is completely dancing with so many things happening around the corner. Everyone is getting those knocks, but it's so difficult to get those confirmation kills. But maybe we might see the players of PN Crew really coming really close towards the players of Abrupt Slayers and might just contest this. But will they do? Because they have a very good position, they've got high ground, they've got good cover, and now just committing for that, that might just be too much.
Even the building right now on the left side of Captain can provide cover if B and crew want to kind of move in, because they have that little bit of a ridge right next to the radio antenna as well. But since he is separated from his teammates by a little bit of distance, I think Sandesh is just going to try and suppress the enemy at this point, because have a look at his teammates trying to rotate around. Here we go. Mr. Boro is on a little bit of a left flank. I'm telling you, B and crew have really surprised me. In fact, I am happy to see that they are playing, you know, a little bit more tactically, so to speak. But now, Mr. Boro did go on the left flank, and he realized that, you know what, I did not find an opening, so there is no point to waste time and effort in this battle, because the zone is going to be shifting any second. It does, and it has kind of imploded on itself, which means Mount Kresnich is still in the picture, Podwosto is still in the picture, Cosmodrome is still going to be in play, and well, no takers for the gold mine, but it is still there for the take. But right now, sides are going to come under heavy fire as Gold Zero High Voltage unload with a barrage of bullets in their direction.
Well, and still they do not really succeed in getting any kills or knocks out there, but we can see the players of, I believe, T2K already charging in their way, and well, I think the one of their players might just be in a bit of a situation out there, because he's alone all the way up top and might just get taken down any single moment. Elsewhere, Ayush does get that knock onto it. Yashiro, who was once upon a time one of your favorite players.
Well, he was my favorite, but anyone who picks up a bolt action kind of overtakes that position. But Yashiro has been confirmed. That means INES are down one man. Now, Gold Zero, they've already got 3 kills to their name, so that means we just might see that chicken dinner as you expected. But right now, ASL's Heaven X has spotted the enemy in the form of SCYTES at distance, does lay down a few shots, and well, he is just letting them know that, hey, we are here, do not mess with us.
AUG 83, the third airdrop. I do not know why do they even have this drop in Vikendi, considering we have a supplement to it. That's C36C, a kind of a cheaper version. You get that easily. You know how to control its recoil. It's easy peasy. But Abrupt Slayers, in the meanwhile, have spotted down the players of Team SCYTES, and SCYTES, apart from gunning, they have been doing a lot of nading today.
Also the fact, you know, just talking about the G36C and the AUG, they both need 3 attachments as compared to the M4, which needs that extra tactical stock. And you know that psychological aspect, right? Let's suppose even if you have an M4 without a stock, you would always think that the other guns would be stable because they have all attachments intact. I mean, that is just a human thing. It might not be true, but it is how we think. But right now, Venom is going to make sure he is going to be the first in line as far as PAINxELMT goes. Now, you just brushed up upon this, that, you know, T2K have to be careful that their backside is not secure. Well, looks like Venom definitely knows there's someone in his backyard.
Well, 3 cute little bunnies go marching in search for
you
their
just
food.
said bunnies, and the next line is going to be, they're going to be led to the slaughterhouse, right?
There's a snake
I
waiting
see that,
with his venomous fangs out.
Ouch. Ouch.
And imagine what he will do once he spots them out. He just needs to smell them. But, well, I think they would rely on their receptors, the vibrations in the land, rather. But now, we'll have to see if the players of Team SCYTES can get something for themselves, because they've already got that Zima blasted off. They just have those snowmobiles. But, you know, moving around in snowmobiles in Vikendi in those final few circles is a very, very terrible thing to do.
Well, you know, talking about the whole PAINxELMT situation, it did kind of seem like they were downwind, so definitely Venom got a little bit of a whiff. He does know that the enemies are nearby, and the circle is still not going to force them out of their positions. Of course, the blue zone is on the move, which means it is going to take a shift any second now, but the question is, are we going to have a drastic shift off north, or are we going to be taking it easy on all our participants and just have another concentric circle? Well, we are going to have that question answered in about 3, 2, 1, and there we have it. I mean, it's not that difficult, but it is going to be a little bit towards the southeast, and I don't see a lot of problems for the teams just yet.
Well, I think Team SCYTES are in good position right now. Abrupt Slayers are also in a good position. P and crew might just have to close in, but now, well, Venom has definitely, you know, kind of sensed the danger surrounding him, and well, he'll be spraying down the lead, and he does not know as of now it's PAINxELMT. If he did, he would have just been spraying out with his guns, though.
I mean, that is speculation again, but wait
Whoa.
a second, Luffy, you are not supposed to drive that vehicle up the tree. It is supposed to have all 4 tires on the ground at all times, and just follow what Envy is doing. Just follow that convoy and try and make it to safety. Now, PAINxELMT are making the right decision to back out. All right, I correct myself. Do not follow Envy because she is going off-roading with that Dacia, and, well, there you have it. It is stuck. I have another joke in my mind, but I'm not going to say that right now because, well, it is going to be... Anyway, coming back to the game, Rohan has his vehicle. He could go and pick up his teammates, but now, you know, I was coming back to the rotation, right? They are making a smart rotation, not picking a fight with T2K, but little do they know, right in front of them, Fixes, you are going to get me in trouble. Little do they know, right in front of them, we have R3D, and looks like Luffy is going to be oblivious to the fact that he is going in harm's way, and there you have it, he gets taken down.
Oh my goodness. You know, I can't stop my laughter over this. I know where that joke was going.
All right, back to the game while Fixes gets a grip on himself. Rohan has been spotted out. His vehicle has been destroyed elsewhere. T2K Jane is opening up on Assassin. And looky here, R3D Shoker has a Car 98 in his hand. And Fixes, my dear friend, is fanning his face right now because I'm not even joking. He is sweating. He cannot stop laughing. Fixes, you have a job to do. Take us through what's happening right now.
Well, right now, you know, I just, you know, got control over my thoughts, but I seem to have lost it, and so have you. This 4th airdrop coming in, and this is the 2nd AWM.
Please carry on because I am at a loss for words right now. Again, you know what? I am giving up on the AWM. I am all for the ARs right now. Now, Ayush is going to go in for the revive, and he has plenty of cover. That smoke screen helping out as well. Sandesh is going to be picked up, but they've got to be quick on their feet. And just as I say that, through the smoke comes the bullet again. We've said this time in and time out. You see some smoke, chances are somebody is going to shoot a few bullets through it.
You know, now what would be really wise is that he either deploys a few more smokes and then asks his teammates to go around. But now we are in a quite
remember that
situation. Well, we do remember that place. It's pretty iconic. And now Pony, he is in the midst of it. He knows. I can feel his heartbeat right now. You know, he knows all these players are just around him. But no, they've just passed by.
They have passed by, and looks like Cooney is a lucky man. Of course, the man who was here before, that was Gunner from JyanMaara, and you do see his grade. No such luck, but Malik also is on the unlucky side as he falls to his knock, I do believe, but Blade is going to open up on sights as one of them has gone down, but Phobia retaliates with a knock off his own. Now, Stalwart Esports have lost their man. Looks like Phobia is going to be going in for the revive on Abud. They've got to be careful, though, because they are picking a fight across the water, but have a look at what's lurking behind. It's DRS Gaming.
You know, this beautiful frozen water, you know, shimmering at you, just glistering under the sun. And now, well...
my. You are a romantic, aren't you?
Yeah, this reminds me of Nane. You remember that frozen lake kind of melting out? That's certainly something about to happen. But right now, T2K are falling down one after the other, and they just might meet their makers. And R3D with a surprise, but it was Envy who got those confirmation kills. Talk about bunnies going after snakes.
Well, there you go. We have a little bit of a tipsy-turvy situation over here, but T2K have lost half their members in this little firefight that broke out, and Jane and Venom are now going to have to skedaddle into the circle. Mind you, they do have their work cut out because what lies ahead are the boys from Code Zero High Voltage. But let's focus and see what's happening over here. 7C are under attack by ASL Captain. In fact, takes out Fair and puts him in the ground just as quickly as it knocked him down. Jari and Heaven are going to be moving around. Have a look at Nova's position as well. He is trying to spot the enemy from the first floor of that building. The question is, are they going to go in? Looks like Captain is ready for a move. He does switch to that first-person perspective because he wants all the little bit of extra help that he can. Wow! Beautiful spotting prowess on display over here as Captain takes down Hungry Box.
Well, I love the fact the way he switched into FPP mode and then just got that first knock in. Now he will just charge it. And, well, he's burning. He does not really care as, well, the final confirmations will definitely come up as Nova will get that confirmation onto its Mimo. Well, a few grenades were definitely lobbed, but we will have to see if they can get that revive. I think that's not coming anytime soon.
It could not be coming anytime soon, but Aussie definitely is on a little bit of a domination spree off his zone, as we did see him in action back there. But right now, Blend is going to be in trouble amidst the enemy. He is bleeding out. In fact, he is going to be out of this game. Gyalzen gets taken down, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, looks like DRS Gaming are going to be exiting in the 14th position with just that one kill to their name. Now, Cooney, of course, has been left for dead. There is no way that he... Actually, you know what? He could be picked up. But the thing is, Venom and Jane, now they are under fire by, I do believe, another team, and that team is R3D. So Aussie could have maybe come up for the revive. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication going on over there, Texas.
Someone is $2,000 richer already. But, you know, we'll talk about that later as we have the fight erupting over here. A1 Esports, you know,
Are you kidding me? I mean... Are you kidding me? That's the third AWM in Vikendi itself. That's the fifth AWM in this day, and no one's going to pick it up. But you know what? I've given up on it, so I'm going to be a man of my word. I am done with that weapon. But right now, Jax over here taking cover behind his snowmobile as his teammate Sinister did fall down, but he should be getting the revive as we speak. 6ix9ine is going to make sure he keeps vigil. He wants to make sure he knows exactly where ASL are heading for.
And right now, R3D might just be in a battle with the players of T2K. And now Venom is that lone survivor. Joker, he has to do something. Will he clutch it out? The no is going to be the answer. But he makes sure that he gets that one player's kill confirmed. So one kill point also coming out from that fight. But R3D bow out.
They do bow out in the 11th position with 4 kills. 6ix9ine over here needs to go for that reload with an MP5K. He spots the enemy in the distance, backs off just a little bit so that he does not take him down. But I think he's noticed that, you know, they are under heavy fire. He should probably get up and shoot. He does get up. He does shoot, but unfortunately, it's a bit too late as those kills have already been taken elsewhere. Abrupt Slayers out in the 10th position with 4 kills to their name. And you know what? Another team is going to be following suit, and that team is Code Zero High Voltage. I was expecting them to go a lot further.
You know, of course, considering how they've been playing, I think they could have done a lot of better things. But, you know, the knocks coming in from A1 Esports, the kills being confirmed by Assiduous, shows how all the teams have a watch on each other. Razur, in the meanwhile, takes a knock onto its blade, but we can see 6ix9ine with his MP5K. He does have the suppress, I believe, now lobbing that Molotov onto its the IC lands over there. Assiduous Esports have to pick their fights. Crazy shot coming out there.
Lucky for him. There's a nice cover of snow on the ground, so there are no chances of any forest fires breaking out right now. You should be careful about, you know, burning trees and all that in their element, but looks like T2KSG finally bite the dust as they exit in the 8th position with a decent 7 kills to the name. Kurkure with a grenade. Is it going to be another iconic grenade? You know what? He doesn't need it because he whips out that M4 and guns his opposition down.
Well, Dante and Sinister are still the ones to be surviving, and 6ix9ine, well, he has to get into cover, but on the backlines, he might just get spotted by the players of Team SCYTES. In the meanwhile, Kurkure dishing out a lot of lead and taking down Sinister, surviving with a whisker of an HP. Will he get that first aid though? Dante, in the meanwhile, is taking fire from elsewhere. He's knocked down C1 crazy, but there you go. Dante taking down Kurkure will seal things off.
Let me tell you one thing, although Dante, we just saw them getting wiped out, that means A1 Esports is out of the game. He has been stepping up to the plate as far as his team goes, and that was a valiant effort. But now there's another man who's on a domination spree off his own, and that man is on top from DEADEYES, guys. Now a booth with a Hail Mary of a grenade, and I wonder who his intended target is. That is going to basically blow up with no one in sight. But have a look at the boys from SCYTES. Still a 4-man squad at the edge of the circle. Do you think this is their game, Fixes?
You know, they look like the boys from the movies where, you know, you're all prepared, you're all vigilant, you know that someone might just come in, just peek out, take the shots, win the game. Easy peasy. But we're still waiting for the next circle to come out because we do not really know where it's going to be. Because if it goes out in the open, in those watery areas, it's going to spell a lot of trouble.
See, now the best thing is that although we do have a river pretty much in the center, it is frozen over, so you can walk over it. Elsewhere, Dean Wolf from Team Bablu gets a knock off his own as on top the man we were just talking about goes down. I like the fact that he has his ghillie, but Wadu is going to be on point to make sure he picks up his teammate. You know what? It is actually going to give Team Bablu enough time to move inside the circle, so that is a knock that is going to be very, very, very important for them. But it looks like Ashuf is going to come in and take out Rated, sir. He is not even going to give him a moment of respite to crawl to safety.
Well, now DEADEYES are in a pretty bad situation where Team Bablu also spotting them out, the players of Team Stalwart's also spotting them out. Then they come to members of Team SCYTES, but Abrupt elsewhere gets a knock onto it. Z1 Crazy, kind of denying their entry inside the circle. It's just that last lad, Muffin left alive. In the meanwhile, DEADEYES falling down to their miseries, dying to the cold maybe.
And what's sad was you saw that first aid kit lying on the ground, but it was not used. And with that, DEADEYES guys are now out of this game, which means we are down to the final 4 teams, 12 people alive. Stalwart Esports Kashuf is going to be unloading on the enemy, as I do believe Abooth has gone down. And wait a second, Abooth is confirmed, in fact, from Morte. Muffin is out in the open. He is in the blue. He's like, you know what, I want to get my team some position points. He's got plenty of first aids lying around, but the question is he going to be quick enough? Because you've got to be tapping that button pretty much constantly. Morte does get another knock on Bablu's Danny. Looks like we might see some trouble on the horizon right now for Team Bablu. They are having a tough time making it to the circle.
Yes, because they are right out in the open. They have been spotted. They have been giving away their positions. But look at the circle shifting. Stalwarts are a happy bunch of people. Everyone have to get in close proximities of them, and they have to come down right in the open.
And they have this big rock for cover. They can basically be stationed at either end, possibly in the middle as well. But Muffin from behind, he's like, I'm done with my first aids. I am going to try and take out as many with me as I exit this game. But there you have it. ASE Muffin with a nice dominating spree right at the end. But how that means Assiduous Esports are now out of the game in the 4th position. A decent number of kills, 6 to be exact. Look at Kashuf. He has his eyes set on the enemy, and there is going to be indiscriminatory fire in that smoke, hoping to get knocks. And just like that, Team Bablu are out of this game in the 3rd position.
You know, that's some butter melting out there. But right now, we'll have to take a look as Stalwarts are kind of on the offensive, already taking down Ghost out there. It's just that one lad surviving from Team SCYTES, and that's Razul. But what is he going to do, though? A lot of smokes have been deployed, and he is out in the open as Blade gets that flank angle. Razul gets that one knock. Will he get the second one? No is the answer. And there you go. The winners of the final game of this week, that is Stalwart Esports.
What a stalwart performance by the boys from Stalwart Esports, and they do walk away with the final chicken dinner on day 4 of week 2. And you know what, that was ecstatic. The fact that the zone kind of helped them out right at the end, it was a little bit of a, cherry on top of the cake, but a wonderful performance nonetheless.
This was completely coming to them. Stalwart Esports, they had been promising. They had shown signs of revival. They got a lot of kills, but they're not getting that chicken dinner. And this is going to seal things off. They are a happy bunch of people smiling their way into week number 3.
Absolutely, especially winning the last game is going to be a major boost. But with that, that is going to be the end to all the action on day 4 of week 2. But don't go anywhere, because once we come back from a break, we have our analysts who have a few words to say. We'll see you after this break.
Welcome back once again to PMPL South Asia Season 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, joined by Shadow and Ocean. And with this last game coming to an end, week 2 has also come to an end. And that means in a few moments, we're going to find out where the money is going to head out to. But before that, we're going to have a look and appreciate a few individual players who in this game specifically blew our minds and their opponents. So it was an incredible game, and towards the last moments, I remember Ocean coming up to me and saying, like, Bablu might actually take this one. Well, Stalwart has different plans, buddy. And the MVP of this game is going to be a player from Stalwart Esports. It is going to be Kashuf.
I mean, I said Bablu might take this one. Then I saw Stalwart's kill. They were already down to 9 kills. Then they increased them to 11 after taking Bablu down as well. So that's where they kind of, shined up. Kashuf, incredible. 1169 on his damage stats. 4 assists by this individual lad and 7 kill points. I mean, I think he's checking all the corners just by his own gameplay. Obviously surviving till the end of the game. The game was moving down as they're out in the open. Yes, he was checking most of the corners, if not all of them.
Yeah, an amazing performance.
Yes, amazing performance from Stalwart Esports. If you remember match 3 also, Kashuf stood out in that particular match also. Here also, the way he was, in fact the positioning of Stalwart Esports is always amazing. Like we were talking about this team outtrends in one particular match, and Kashuf is the guy who always plays that important role.
I mean, I love the way, this is where we go down to Stalwart's previous journey and go down to that world-class, I would say it was a world-class gameplay. You know what I'm talking about, right?
It was the World League.
Yeah, exactly. And from there, till this time, they've just done one thing, and that's learn, and learn from every game. Plus, they always shine in one game, and that was it.
Exactly. As I said, one game they pop off really hard, and this was the match, the last match of week 2, ladies and gentlemen. But now we have the top players of this game also in front of us, and it is going to be quite interesting. I mean, here they are right next to me. So it is going to be Kashu, followed by Venom from Team T2KSG. Then we have Morte from the team of Stalwart Esports, the person who, after the first 2 days of week 2, was leading the kill leaderboard, but then sort of did fall off a little bit from there on out, followed by, on the 4th position, we have Aussie from CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, and then to end things, we have GI Jane. Well, Jane, in fact, from T2KSG.
GI Jane, we can still call him because of the performance he has been showing us again and again. And if you talk about Uzi also, this is the guy who outshined today. In fact, this whole CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, this particular guy, he almost clutched out the strongest team, that is FutureStation also. And this particular map also, they took down the players of Team VTNxJyanMaara. I think JyanMaara was the first team to get eliminated. And the way Uzi performed in that particular fight, that was amazing.
Exactly, it was amazing indeed, and we're going to see how those amazing performances translated into the points that were earned from this match, ladies and gentlemen. For that, we can have a look at the standings of this game that are going to be in front of us right about now.
I mean, talking about it, Stalwart Esports had 13 kills for themselves, 28 points in the overalls is what they get. Team SCYTES, they had good placement points. Kill points is something that they lacked in this one, but still, that actually takes them on the second position. That makes them stay on the second position. Team Bablu had a downfall. Assiduous had a climb. It all comes down to those kill points. That's where they just shined up. As you can see, 14 total points for themselves for Assiduous Esports, and then it comes down to Team Bablu. DEADEYES, guys, T2K, yes, you're right. So T2K also went on good with kills because they were looking at one thing, just carrying forward their points overall, and that's where they were. But on the other side, DRS. This is where they come down to. 13 overall is what there was in this game with 1 kill for themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I mean,
one kill.
that 1 kill I think has to be a consolation for them. But I think DRS did sort of try their level best to take on the team T2K. And as we said before heading into this match, there was a lot on this line, not just a chicken dinner in this game. There were $2,000 on the line on this one match. And we do have the match summary in front of us. 177 smokes and nades being used, 12 headshots coming in, 70 knocks being converted into 56 kills.
Alright, so if you're talking about it, you can see 177 smokes and nades, decent, given the final area where Stalwart, they were...
For Vikendi, that's actually quite high.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. It comes down to, if you saw, SCYTES 2 players were surviving. They had like what? A proper smoke wall, smoke clouds, everything. It was a smoke all around the area for themselves, and that's where these smokes and nades were coming from in the final moments. Before that, obviously, the rotations were with smokes and nades and all those things were coming in, but then knocks 70 and kill confirmations 56. It's decent. Once again, I would just say one thing, you knock them once. If you don't confirm them once, you obviously have to wait for some other time.
Exactly. You have to wait for another time. And there are possibilities that you might not even get the second opportunity, but you have to make that second opportunity for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. And how do you do that? Well, you got to do the due in the match, and you have to get those kills for yourself. With that, let us have a look at do the due moments of this Vikendi match.
Well, the way the zone was there, Mount Prisnik became one of the most contested plays over there. Later on, if you talk about, this was the moment Team CZxHIGHVOLTAGE kind of stood out. Uzi taking down the players of Team JyanMaara, Mount Prisnik. That Mount Prisnik hill, many teams tried to capture that, particularly later on how the zone shifted towards that bridge area. And it was kind of Stalwart Esports having that particular positioning near the bridge area connecting Mount Prisnik and the Cosmodrome Island over there. They had a good positioning. R3D tried to play a little good. Abrupt Slayers definitely stood out in this particular match.
Yeah, so that's one thing, right? Mount Prisnik, it's a pretty underrated area, I would still say, because obviously it has less amount of loots if we talk about it, but still it has good amount of areas to just rotate around and to rotate up from it, and so it becomes a valuable underrated area. from the sides of Mount Crescent. That's where the circle was shifting slowly and steadily. As you can see, the 6th zone still has that nick on its name. That's where Crescent's side goes down. And well, as it is, they were trying good, but still, it was a few things that just did not go in their favor. I mean, that's where we would see Muffin go down as well slowly and steadily. That's where Circle was coming up towards them and against them. DE as well, you can see players going down. First is what they experiment put it very beautifully. First is what they, and now Muffin. Circle is not your friend right now, and that's one thing you have to see. You have to do damage at the right amount.
Exactly, and the right amount of damage was being dished out by these players as they went on to get the chicken dinner for themselves, ladies and gentlemen. But I think I'm happy with this damage histogram that we have in front of us, because for the first time I'm not going to be hidden by the bars, apart from the one that was being put up by the team of Stalwart Esports. Rest everything else I can probably take care of, I think. But it was an interesting game, and as always, Vikendi is more reliant on the fights in those final circles. If you can get there with a man advantage for yourself, well, then you do get the 1,000 plus damage that the teams of team like Bablu, Team SCYTES, Team Stalwart Esports ended up getting for themselves. Stalwart Esports specifically 2,108 damage, 13 kills coming in. But the kills sort of were already picked up by the teams that sort of got eliminated quite early on. Not early on, but to the middle of the table. As we can see, 6 kills coming in for the squad of Assiduous Esports. Then we had Deadeye's guys as well with 4 kills. Right next to them is going to be A1 Esports with the 3 kills on their name. And it is going to be quite interesting. T2K SG as well, 7 kills coming in with 1,000 damage. So fights did happen. Kills were being picked up, but not by the teams that ended up surviving to the later stages. And that is always going to be interesting, right? Because I mean, Ocean, you'll have to say this, right? Good fights versus bad fights. If you are dishing out the damage, you are getting the kills, and then you get eliminated early on, that means the fights that you took were bad fights. They were supposed to be bad fights, but you sort of converted them for yourself somehow and managed to salvage the situation. Let us have a look at the group-wise standings now and see how things are as we come to an end of week 2.
Well, T2K is definitely sitting at the top. They had a bad game, the last game, Vikendi, but they made sure that they eliminate. Early elimination, despite that they get 7 kills. That was a good thing. Even in match 4 also, they had got 5 kills in their name and 4 placement points. They had an overall decent day today, but on the other hand, if we talk about Assiduous Esports, they started the day very well with getting a chicken dinner and 8 kills in their name. Even also they got 6 kills in their name, but other than that, they were getting eliminated with just 1 kill in their hand.
I mean, yeah, that actually happened. Team SCYTES, obviously, in the previous game, you know, they tried doing decent, but then they were out here, 265 points for themselves. Abrupt Slayers, 267 for them. 7C, 263. Not quite. I would say this Group B, with top 3 teams, is pretty close to each other. 267, 263, and 254. Then comes R3D with 105. I mean, they touched triple digits today, so that's decent for this team. But still, I want to see more coming up from this team, but this is where it all comes down. Venom Legends, obviously, they had a rest after the first game. 298, 296, 242, and 184 was their placement points after the first game, and that carried forward till the end of today. But there's one thing, you know, T2KSG in Group A, we saw them 324 points. I want to see where it just goes down in the next upcoming teams. That's where Group D comes in. 272, 225, 194, and 68. I mean, now the teams from this group, especially VTNxJyanMaara, actually need to step up. I mean, they are in top 3. That's pretty good. But I need to see much more great games from this team that I know this team can deliver.
Yes, if we talk about Group E, DRS Gaming, they kind of had 1 chicken dinner and 14 kills in their name today, but the last match, they had an early elimination and with just 1 point over there. If we talk about Deadeye guys, they also had a decent performance. First match not went very good, just 1 kill point in their name. Second match, they got 9 points over there, but after that, they also kind of fizzled out.
Yeah, and the fizzling out is going to result in, well, some teams losing out on the cash that was being given out today. And I guess it is going to be interesting. T2K SG, they came out of nowhere. After the first 2 days, DRS, they had a massive lead, and T2K SG were a little bit of far behind. Let's have a look at the leaderboard and the overall standings as they are right now and see how much of a climb did T2K actually make for themselves. And well, it is going to be all the way towards the first position.
154 kills for this team. That's highest. Now, as we see, 324 points for this team right now. DRS Gaming, 307. DRS guys 299, Venom Legends 298. I mean, talking about T2KSG, you remember first day, the first Erangel game was when they had the highest number of kills for themselves, and that is the momentum that they have been carrying forward. Yeah, they've had bad games in some things, but after that, they are doing pretty decent.
I just have to say one thing. If DRS Gaming in last weekend he had gotten one chicken dinner, they would have been at the top.
I mean, that's true, but well, this is where overall comes up, right? In weeklies, obviously, I think they are pretty...
Even if not chicken dinner, they had good kill points in their hands.
Yeah.
Like T2K got an early elimination. That could have been an advantage to DRS Gaming, but they had 7 kills.
Yeah, that's totally true, but well, looking forward, where we see PN Crew 254, Assiduous Esports, alright, they had a decent jump for themselves alongside Stalwart Esports, but ElementriX, this red bar, alright, I see it here. But there's one thing that I want to see from them, one chicken dinner. Otherwise, suppose if they had a chicken dinner, they would be in top 10 still.
Well,
They can
definitely.
be
I
in
mean,
top 10.
that top 10 finish is something that the teams are going to look for in the next week. Because, I mean, at this point, yes, you are fighting for the qualification slot, but there are those teams who have already actually managed to qualify, but for them it's just going to be about increasing their prize money as well, because there is $65,500 dedicated for the league stages as a prize pool, and so it's always good to go in the finals with already more money coming in. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Talking about money, let's have a look at the leaderboard of week 2, ladies and gentlemen, and see that individual team that is going to be walking away with $2,000. And all right, 213, 172.
213, the only team. We wanted 100 kills.
Yeah.
We got 100 kills. That's where it is. DRS Gaming, 4 days, 100 kills for this team. 213 total points. T2KSG 172. That difference, now I would say, actually feels a big difference.
Yeah, it is going to be a big difference.
It is a big
It is a $2,000 difference.
And if you remember, in the beginning of today, DRS Gaming had 75 kills, and now they have 100 kills. In just one day,
Hey,
they managed
I'm
to...
a happy man. I started by saying I want 100 kills in 16 games. They made it happen. 213 points in 16 matches as well.
I mean, they gave you what you wanted, right? And so that actually makes you even more happy. But well, on the other side, these are the teams that I want to see shine in next week, right? With the next week's individual status and everything. 7C Esports, obviously, this team was good with kills. Again, look at this. 76 kills and is on 11.
You know what? But still, 7C Esports, Asia Esports, Abrupt Slayers, they have one chicken dinner. That's fine. I was more surprised by the fact that FutureStation was sitting on the 10th position with 3 chicken dinners in this week. That was really surprising for me. But now once again, a comparison of 4 days in week 1 to 4 days finally completed in week 2 for DRS Gaming. 100 kills, so they basically doubled up on the performance entirely.
I mean, you don't become the South Asia's champion PMCO team just by those margins, right? There's a reason. I mean, damage taken and damage given. This time I see a pretty good ratio. 20,000, 15,000, and KPM. They did not let it get down.
Definitely. I mean, 6.25 kills per game. And along with that, they also had the chicken dinners coming in, so placement points were coming in their way as well. Look at the points that came in. 94 points in week 1 in 16 games, 213 points in 16 games in week 2. If they carry this forward in week 3, I'm pretty sure the momentum that's going to be towards the side of DRS Gaming, it's going to be unbeatable. There's going to be no team that can challenge them if they actually carry this to week 3 and to the finals. But we've talked about the team walking away with $2,000 for this week. Let's talk about that individual player who's going to be walking away with $500 for this week, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to have a look at the kill leaders for week 2. And oh, G.I. Jane coming out of nowhere. 33 kills, 10 headshots, 6,797 damage.
Yes, this is the Jane we were talking about when our tournament started, the very first day. This was the guy who outshined, and this week also he has been outshining, in fact, the whole squad over there. But I want to talk about Galzin. This is the guy who has been consistent. Look at his damage given over there, 7,779 damage. And he is at the second position, but the headshots of the Jane, look at the headshots, 10 headshots. He has been very accurate about his aim.
So steal shot, there's a fun fact. He was number 3 in the previous week.
Yeah.
He still is number 3 in the previous week. He wasn't number 1, number 2 for a few days, but that's where it just went down.
So we did see the leaderboard on day 2. He was second. Today, before we started, he was first, and now he's third again.
Previous week, Jane was 9th.
Yep.
That guy had a massive jump with 21 kills in the previous week, 4,000 damage. Now he goes down to 33 kills and 6,797
I mean,
for
but
himself.
we do see some of the returning faces like Gyalzen, Jane, Steel Shot, Hungry Box still in here. Morte is going to be a new addition to this leaderboard, and well, the man, the myth, the legend who won the $500 the last week, Rafat, is once again missing.
Yeah,
This is where
Rafat
the
is
game
missing.
goes.
Well, if we are going to mention his name, let's just compare the two. Let's just compare the two people who have won the $500 so far. Rafat, his performance, and T2KSG's Jane performance so far.
Well, if we talk about Rafat, number of kills is going to be 51, and Jane has got 54 kills over there. In fact, damage also, if we talk about, they have dished out almost similar damage. They have taken almost similar damage also. The thing I think lagged from Rafat was Venom Legends getting those early exits. Because if we look at the stats of both the players, there is not that high difference over there that Rafat will be totally missing out from the overall kill leaders. I think the only factor that is responsible is Venom Legends getting early exit.
Yeah, so there are two things that I want to talk about, right? Utility usage by Jane. 4 grenade kills coming on his area, plus, given the fact, let's assume that these guys had 16 games, like they played every game, so KPM kind of becomes similar. It's like, what, 3.2? 3.2 something. That's where the KPM goes for both the players. So they had a similar performance on different aspects. 11,000 damage, 10,000 damage, all right. Damage received as well, 8,900, 7,600. It kind of, at a big scale, you can't kind of neglect it.
You got to cut down the KPM in half, though, because this is of 32 games.
Yeah.
1.6 something.
Then, yeah, it gets 1. I thought like it was like 16 and 16 purple, but then if it's 1.6 something, then also it is still the same, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what
It
I'm
is
saying
almost
is...
same. I mean, we get your point,
Yeah.
But still, I mean, do you think it is going to be enough, I mean, just performing 1 week and then Venom Legends, I mean, they fell off really hard. The point that Shadow mentioned is quite true. I mean, Venom Legends were facing those early exits, and how are you supposed to get those kills if you can't even survive to the points where the fights are happening?
Yeah.
I think the similar thing is happening with Venom Legends and 7C Esports.
Yeah.
They are spread out. In fact, in a few of the matches, we saw Rafat being the solo player and there is another squad, 4 players. It's not possible to clutch out every single time. You need your teammates over there. So I think that is also one of the reasons Venom Legends having an early exit.
Well, exactly. I mean, we can only hope that this team and the players sort of come back in the next week, ladies and gentlemen, because today we are done with week 2. All the matches for week 2 are finished. We're going to come back again next week, next Thursday, 5:30 p.m. on the same channel. And it's going to be the same people on the desk and the commentators as well. Tune in to find out how the action goes. Until then, take care. Have a good night.